Hospitalized and bored, the brown-haired man finds solace in the world of gaming to pass the time. A quick tap-tap of the screen echoes as he focuses intently on his handheld device. Frustration boils over with a heavy sigh when a sudden game over screen mocks his efforts. He reflects on various gaming genres, finding the current landscape repetitive and lacking innovation. Online forums echo his sentiment, criticizing the shallow storylines and lack of depth in modern titles. Hunched over his laptop, the man yearns for a truly special gaming experience to break his boredom. A review for an indie game catches his eye, warning of its punishing and ridiculous difficulty level. He discovers Dungeon and Stone, a pixel art indie RPG that promises a unique and challenging journey. A soft scroll sounds as he hesitates, noting the game's lack of local language support. With a decisive click, he decides to try the free title, despite his initial low expectations. A bright ding accompanies his choice as he selects the Barbarian class for a quick playthrough. The portrait-style pixel world rings with a ding as he begins navigating the complex dungeon floors. Night falls while he plays, and the rhythmic top-top reveals his growing obsession with the game. Wide-eyed and sweating, he realizes he has stumbled upon a literal hidden gem of a game. He learns that forming a strategic party with support characters is the only way to survive. His loud outburst at a failed stage brings a sharp reprimand from a nearby nurse. After a quick apology, he puts his headphones back on and dives into intense mental calculations. He accepts the challenge of an unpopular game that offers no online walkthroughs or easy answers. Years pass through service and work, but he remains dedicated to his journey as the Barbarian. Countless deaths only fuel his determination to try again, pushing deeper into the game's punishing floors. Now an adult, he shouts in triumph as he finally reaches the final boss's lair. A massive, pixelated door stands before his character, representing 9 years of dedication and effort. He celebrates wildly, ecstatic to be the first person to ever reach the game's final stage. Tears of joy fall as he reflects on a decade spent mastering this singular, difficult world. Ignoring the game's ominous warnings, he confidently clicks his mouse to face the ultimate challenge. A final prompt appears as he clicks yes, fully committed to seeing the journey to its end. A low creak of his chair sounds while he waits, mentally preparing strategies for the boss. A soft ding signals the end of loading, and he wonders if a first-try victory is possible. The man freezes in shock as something unexpected appears on the screen before him. He leaps up in confusion when the game's text suddenly switches to his native Korean. Anger flares as a sudden, blinding flash of light erupts from his monitors, engulfing the room. An intense flash of white light consumes everything, blinding the man as he sits at his desk. A painful whoosh of energy surges through his body as he is pulled into the screen. Amidst the flash and whoomp of light, a system notification announces the start of a transmission. The bright light fades, leaving behind an empty chair and a silent, glowing computer screen. The scene shifts to a torchlit gathering where a massive elder addresses a group of warriors. A man wakes up disoriented in a crowd of shouting barbarians, unsure of his new surroundings. Crackling torches illuminate the area, replacing the artificial LED lights of his former modern life. He looks around in awe at the physically imposing, tattooed warriors standing shoulder to shoulder with him. The white-bearded elder shouts commands, instructing the new warriors to choose their weapons for the journey. Floating in a mental void, he struggles to comprehend his location and the unfamiliar language he understands. He focuses his mind, determined to gather information and survive this impossible transition into the game. His gaze falls upon a massive, muscular hand, realizing his physical form has fundamentally changed. He clenches his new, powerful fists,
marveling at the sheer strength coursing through his unfamiliar body.
Standing tall as a towering, tattooed barbarian, the man realizes he has become his own game character. Shock colors his expression as the elder calls for the next warrior to approach the altar.
A blond man named Karak steps forward with a smirk, heading toward the elder's call.
A heavy shake sounds as the massive warriors move, preparing for their ritual of choosing. With a powerful lift, Karak claims a two-handed battle axe, earning the elder's boisterous approval. The elder lets out a booming shout, calling for Einar to step forward as the next candidate. The brown-haired man stares in suspicion, realizing he has seen this specific scene before. He watches as various barbarians choose their weapons, with the elder praising each warrior's selection. A muscular warrior with braided hair receives a blessing from the elder as the ceremony continues. A sweeping view of a majestic fantasy capital leaves the man stunned by its massive scale. Narrowing his eyes, he confirms that he has truly entered the world of Dungeon and Stone. He recalls the character selection screen where he originally chose to play as a powerful barbarian. Now inhabiting his character's body, the brown-haired man sweats as he processes the impossible reality. The memory of his character about to enter the final boss's lair flashes through his mind. He stands frozen among the crowd, struggling to comprehend how the game world has become real. A red-haired man nearby trembles in terror while the protagonist realizes this is how the game starts. Trembling violently, the red-haired man mutters in confusion, appearing utterly frightened by his sudden new surroundings. The protagonist observes that the red-haired warrior is acting differently than the other stoic barbarians. He realizes another player was sucked into the game, but a sudden shout brings a sharp flinch. A dark, menacing aura surrounds the elder as he towers over the two disoriented men. Looming over them, the elder asks who spoke, as the protagonist wonders how he moved so fast. The red-haired man shouts in panic, his face pale with fear as he faces the elder's wrath. Annoyance flares within the protagonist as he glares at the man for drawing unwanted, dangerous attention. Sweating and terrified, the red-haired man looks up at the elder, completely out of his depth. The elder looms over the trembling man, decisively concluding that he is the one who spoke. Desperate, the red-haired man asks about the game with a sudden swoosh of the elder moving. With a brutal slice, the elder beheads the man before he can even finish his sentence. A sudden gush of blood sprays as the man's body falls, leaving the protagonist in total shock. Staring at the gore, the protagonist's heart begins a heavy doom as he questions the elder's brutality. A soft plop sounds as the elder commands everyone to remain calm amidst the fresh carnage. He forces himself to stay stoic, realizing showing any weakness will lead to his immediate death. The elder declares that Orium, the red-haired man, was an evil spirit that needed to be purged. A tense silence follows as the elder tightly grips his weapon, his knuckles white under the armor. With a sharp turn, the elder orders the young warriors to ignore the dead man's words. As the ceremony resumes, the protagonist realizes the true, lethal rules of this harsh world. He understands that anyone from the outside world is branded as a dangerous, evil spirit. He knows that discovery equals death, a lesson written in the blood of the fallen man. He reflects on how close he came to losing his own head in that terrifying moment. With a steady tap of his boot, he vows to survive the ceremony without being detected. The elder calls for the next warrior, leaving the protagonist anxious about his own unknown identity. He feels a sudden flinch as another warrior steps forward, leaving him searching for a status window. More warriors are called in sequence, stepping forward to claim their weapons as the ceremony progresses. Drenched in sweat, he curses the game for not providing his name as his life depends on it.
He clenches his fists, calculating that he has exactly 2 seconds to respond when his name is called.
The elder lets out a loud shout, calling for Bjorn, son of Yandel, to step forward.
1 second passes in a tense gulp as the brown-haired man prepares to take his chance.
He watches the crowd, knowing he is at the 2-second mark of this life-or-death gamble.
He knows that if no one moves within the next second, the elder will suspect another possession.
With a decisive step, the man moves forward, committing to the identity he believes is his.
Blood-spattered and determined, he convinces himself that his name must be Bjorn, son of Yandel.
The elder's command echoes again as a heavy step resounds, confirming the protagonist's bold move.
Now known as Bjorn, the man steps out of the line with a calm, stoic expression.
He approaches the massive elder, his heavy step echoing through the silent, torchlit gathering.
Bjorn maintains firm eye contact with the elder, hiding any trace of his internal panic. The elder boisterously commands him to choose a weapon, and Bjorn realizes his gamble was correct.
Bjorn lets out a confident grin, fully embracing his new name and role as a barbarian warrior. Clenching his fist, the man prepares to make his next critical decision in this dangerous new life.
He reflects on the inherent physicality of barbarians while scanning a rack of traditional melee weapons.
Reaching toward the armaments, the man determines precisely which item will ensure his long-term survival. A sharp glance from the elder follows the warrior's choice, his curiosity piqued by the unconventional selection.
Choosing a small shield over heavy weapons, the man bets on defense as his best starting strategy. A soft ding from his old computer monitors echoes through his memory of late-night gaming sessions. He recalls how flashy, two-handed greatswords once tempted him despite their lack of practical defensive capabilities.
Memories of his character dying repeatedly to massive beasts reinforce his current, much more cautious approach. Frustrated by past failures, the man remembers searching for ways to make his barbarian character more resilient.
He reflects on how relying solely on high-risk offense made every single battle an unreliable gamble. The thought of a new strategy comes to mind as he revisits equipment shops in his memories.
He considers the untapped potential of barbarians as tanks, a role usually reserved for heavily armored dwarfs. Determined to test his theory, the man resolves to completely rework his battle tactics for this world.
A massive, fiery boom erupts, signaling the destructive power of the monsters he must eventually face. Using a shield and mace, the man successfully confronts a giant feathered cockatrice amidst clouds of dust. Celebrating a clear victory on the game screen, he validates his logical decision to prioritize defensive items. A heavy rumble sounds as the massive wooden city gates finally begin to open for the new warriors.
With a powerful thud, the drawbridge drops, revealing the path forward for the gathered barbarian horde. Standing among his peers, the sweating warrior tries to stay calm as the true journey finally begins.
The name of the capital, Rafdonia, stands prominently above the gate's intricate chained wolf emblem.
The elder commands the young warriors to depart, signaling the official start of their perilous mission.
With a booming shout, the elder tells them that their destiny lies beyond the city walls. A collective, thunderous shout of "Wah!" erupts from the warriors as they surge forward as one. The massive group of barbarians charges through the gate, their footsteps kicking up thick clouds of dust. Catching his breath, the man runs alongside the shouting crowd, following the pack's overwhelming momentum.
He questions the leadership of the group, wondering if any of them actually know their correct destination.
The charge comes to a sudden halt as someone shouts for the group to stop immediately. A purple-haired warrior admits to being lost, prompting the protagonist to scoff at his shameless, directionless behavior. The crowd turns on Carrick for leading them astray, while the man laments their blind followership.
Einar, the blonde warrior, steps forward and offers to take over leadership to find the right path.
The group cheers for Einar as she confidently promises to guide them toward their intended goal. The man stares at Einar with intense suspicion, recognizing her name from a specific game memory. Einar's confident mask slips into a look of sheer terror, her eyes wide with a sudden realization. Panic spreads through the warriors as they shout about reaching the labyrinth before time runs out.
Einar is sulky in the background, while the barbarians argue over who is the most qualified leader.
Observing the bickering morons around him, the man decides to avoid drawing attention while they waste time. A quick tap on the shoulder alerts Einar as the man calls out to get her attention. Addressing Einar directly, the man ignores her defensive posture to offer a much-needed different perspective.
Leaning in with a quiet whisper, he signals for her to keep calm and listen closely.
He points toward a group of well-equipped adventurers, suggesting a much simpler way to find the labyrinth.
The knight and his party mock the barbarians, unaware they are being used as unintended guides.
Einar's eyes widen in surprise as she realizes the man's plan and agrees to try it.
Claiming the discovery as her own, Einar earns praise, while the man remains unimpressed by the crowd.
Another boisterous shout of "Wah!" follows the group as they race past the city's tall stone towers. A sudden swoop of magical energy announces their arrival at the entrance to the fabled labyrinth.
The man stares at the swirling purple portal, confirming that the game's sacred battleground is real.
Taking a tense gulp, he mentally prepares for the lethal reality of entering the dungeon floors. He remembers his frail past in a hospital bed, having never thrown a single punch before today.
He reflects on the harsh tax laws of Rafdonia, where failure to pay results in immediate death. Visions of ferocious monsters remind him that entering the labyrinth is his only hope for survival.
Bjorn imagines alternative paths, like working in a city pub, but realizes society has no place for his kind.
Reality hits as a woman and a man mockingly reject him, labeling barbarians as uncivilized, job-wrecking meatheads.
Bjorn reflects on the game's rigid programming that forces barbarians into combat, desperately hoping this world's rules are different. A sudden swoop and bzit of magical energy signaled the labyrinth gate, a portal that only opens once monthly.
His heart begins a heavy badum as he calculates the risk of starvation if he fails to enter the portal today.
Sweating and fearful, another badum echoes as Bjorn realizes his feet are frozen by the weight of his real life.
A sudden sharp tap brings a flinch as a voice calls his name, jarring him out of his internal panic.
Bjorn recognizes the blonde warrior as Einar, daughter of Fenelin, as she places a firm hand on his shoulder.
Correcting his memory, Einar identifies as the second daughter and urges him to hurry before the portal closes forever.
The swirling purple portal shrinks rapidly, with only 5 minutes remaining for the last few warriors to make their move.
Bjorn agrees to go as Einar tells him she will be right behind him, preparing for the final leap. Stopping just before the gate, Einar offers a sincere thanks for the tactical advice Bjorn gave her earlier.
Drenched in nervous sweat, Bjorn dismisses her gratitude, his mind still racing as he stares into the magical vortex.
Einar openly admires Bjorn's intellect, asking how she can become as wise as the smartest barbarian she has ever met. Bjorn scoffs internally, thinking that Einar's lack of brainpower means she would literally need to be reborn to learn. Letting out a boisterous laugh, Einar promises to repay his kindness if she manages to return from the dungeon alive. Surprised by her grim acknowledgement of death, Bjorn notes that even the fearless barbarians of this world show vulnerability.
He asks Einar directly if she is afraid of dying, seeking to understand the mindset of his new kin.
Einar admits her fear without hesitation, shattering the illusion of barbarian stoicism with a single, honest confession. She explains that a warrior's life ends when they can no longer fight, challenging him to accept their shared fate.
Bjorn realizes they are no different from him. They simply contain their fear because fighting is their only option.
With a firm nod, Einar wishes him luck, and Bjorn feels a new respect for the barbarian's internal strength.
Declaring himself a true barbarian, he lets out a powerful grip on his shield, finally finding the resolve to move.
A sudden dash sounds as Bjorn sprints toward the gate, the timer ticking down to the final minute.
He admits his fear but pushes through, his face set in a grim expression of survival as he nears the portal.
With a final dash and a bzzt of energy, Bjorn plunges into the labyrinth's gate just before it collapses. A wizard warns onlookers of the danger with a sharp whoosh as the portal's magical energy begins to violently dissipate.
Falling through the void, Bjorn counts on his barbarian physique and extensive game knowledge to carry him through.
Amidst a swirling whoosh of purple light, he vows to do whatever it takes to survive the trials ahead.
Bjorn lands in a desolate, dark chamber, his eyes scanning the rocky walls as he enters the labyrinth alone.
Surrounded by oppressive shadows, the warrior stands tall, his massive shield ready for whatever lurks in the darkness. He compares his new, powerful body to his past life, confident that his combined knowledge and strength ensure his survival. A chilling realization settles in as he finds that reality is much more unforgiving than any digital simulation.
Letting out a frustrated sigh, Bjorn turns in circles, cursing the pitch-black environment that obscures his vision completely.
He recalls other warriors entering with various weapons, wondering why he was the only one starting with so little equipment.
Letting out a soft, Bjorn remembers that game crystals provided light, making his lack of a torch seem logical. A terrifying thought strikes him as he realizes he may have spawned in one of the labyrinth's dark areas.
He knows the outermost sections of the first floor are devoid of light and swallowed by permanent, heavy shadows.
Panic begins to rise as he remembers that these lightless zones were never meant to be a starting location.
A cold breeze drifts through the rocks as Bjorn accepts that this world doesn't follow the game's strict rules. Desperate for information, he tries to summon a status window, hoping the familiar game interface will guide him. He attempts every command from character stats to inventory, but the silence of the dungeon remains unbroken and empty.
Bjorn's frustration boils over as he confirms that none of his usual game mechanics are working in this reality. With a quick tap against the cold stone, he decides to pick a direction and move forward rather than wait.
He moves cautiously, but a sudden metallic crush echoes through the silence as he triggers an unseen mechanism.
Bjorn's eyes widen in absolute shock, his face contorted in a silent scream as agony flares through his body. With a heavy plop, Bjorn collapses as a jagged goblin trap snaps shut on his leg, spilling fresh blood. Blood begins to gush as he pants in pain, a system notification confirming the lethal mistake he just made. Biting his hand to stay quiet, his heart beats a frantic ba-dum as he struggles to suppress his agonizing screams.
Crouched behind his shield, his heart ba-dums as he realizes a goblin is likely nearby, watching him bleed in silence.
Bjorn realizes he cannot afford to take any chances with a potential hidden predator nearby. He decides he must prepare for the worst-case scenario to ensure his survival in this dark labyrinth. A sudden flap sounds as Bjorn deduces that a goblin must be nearby, having heard his cry. His suspicions are confirmed by a quick peek as the monster observes its injured prey from the shadows.
Bjorn struggles to stay calm, inhaling deeply as he tries to plan his next move in the silence. Refusing to let fear win, he resolves to strike first rather than wait for the inevitable confrontation. A metallic drag echoes as Bjorn limps forward, frustrated that his hidden opponent has not yet revealed itself. Letting out a loud shout, the warrior taunts the creature to come out of the darkness and fight. The cavern remains silent, leading Bjorn to briefly wonder if his mind is playing tricks on him. Standing alone in the oppressive gloom, he remains tense and ready for an ambush at any second. He announces his intention to leave, hoping to draw the creature out as he limps into the dark. Bjorn resorts to insults while worrying about his persistent bleeding, his heavy footsteps sounding with each difficult limp. Dizziness begins to set in, making him realize the true danger of his mounting blood loss as he continues. A sudden step alerts him as he hallucinates that the goblin has family members just like a human. His focus sharpens instantly as he hears the unmistakable sound of a footstep directly behind him. Chuckling to himself, Bjorn realizes the creature has been stalking him from the shadows the entire time. He decides to feign a retreat, hoping to lure the monster into a position where he can counterattack.
Each pant for air is heavy as he notices the beast maintains a constant distance while tracking him.
A low grrr vibrates through the air as the goblin waits patiently for its prey to finally collapse.
Realizing the monster is no longer being discreet, Bjorn decides it is time to change his tactics.
He continues his exaggerated limp, knowing the axe-wielding creature is watching his every move from the tunnel. With a loud tumble, Bjorn falls face first onto the rocky floor, pretending to be completely incapacitated and helpless.
He lies motionless, calculating the exact moment the creature will approach to finish its perceived easy meal.
A low grrr sounds as the goblin creeps closer to the fallen barbarian, its axe held ready.
The creature pauses, letting out another suspicious grrr as it stares down at the still warrior's body.
A sudden thwack echoes as the goblin throws a rock at Bjorn's head to check for life. More rocks hit with a sharp thwack, while Bjorn grins inwardly at the surprisingly cautious nature of his foe. The goblin finally moves into range, its heavy steps sounding as it prepares to deliver a killing blow. A sudden, intense glare from Bjorn's eyes surprises the monster just as it reaches out to touch him. He springs upward with a powerful rise, catching the predator completely off guard with his sudden movement. A sharp swoosh cuts the air as Bjorn launches his counterattack against the startled, retreating goblin. With a powerful swing, he aims a devastating blow, but the nimble creature manages to barely evade him. Frustration sets in as Bjorn realizes he missed his initial strike while the goblin lets out a snarl. A sudden whoosh of magical energy causes his hand to glow with a strange, radiant red light. His arm moves with a powerful whoosh, seemingly acting on its own as he lunges at the monster. The scene blurs with intense speed as the warrior's newfound power guides his movements through the dark. A thunderous thump echoes as Bjorn slams his glowing hand down, pinning the goblin to the cavern floor. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, he shouts his superiority while his heart beats with a frantic badum. He reflects on his past frailties, reveling in the fact that he is no longer a hospitalized invalid. A massive bam resounds as he crushes the pipsqueak monster, his heart continuing its heavy badum. A frantic scream of agony follows a sharp pow as the goblin is overwhelmed by the warrior's fury. With a rhythmic pow, Bjorn pummels the creature repeatedly, his heavy pants punctuating the brutal finishing sequence. Each violent pow rains down on the goblin as Bjorn unleashes years of repressed frustration and pain.
Blood splatters with every heavy pow, mirroring the frantic badum of his heart as he secures his kill. The goblin's resistance ends with a final pow, leaving only the sound of Bjorn's exhausted panting. Raising both fists high with a swoosh, he prepares to deliver one final, decisive blow to the monster.
A heavy thump resounds as he delivers the final crush, splattering the cavern floor in a violent spray.
A system notification appears over the dead goblin, confirming that Bjorn has gained his very first experience point. A magical whoosh erupts as the monster's body begins to dissolve into particles of light before his eyes.
Drenched in blood and sweat, Bjorn watches in shock as the evidence of his first kill slowly disappears.
Bjorn watches a small red stone land with a clink, realizing he has finally obtained some loot. His blood-soaked hand reaches for the mana stone, which serves as the primary currency of this dangerous world.
Panting heavily, he identifies the Tier 9 mana stone, calculating what essentials he can buy with its value.
A dark chuckle escapes the wounded warrior's lips as he faces the grim reality of his desperate situation.
Bjorn collapses face first, acknowledging that despite the pain, the fundamental rules of the game still apply here.
He reflects on the labyrinth's nature, where monsters like dragons and minotaurs vanish into dust after dropping loot. Outside the dungeon, various fantasy races like elves, dwarves, and beastkin coexist in cities familiar to game players.
A stark realization sets in that he is undeniably trapped within the mechanics of the game universe.
With a painful limp, Bjorn forces his mangled legs forward, the gravity of his injuries becoming impossible to ignore.
He vows never to mistake this brutal reality for a simple simulation ever again.
Letting out an exhausted ugh, the barbarian begins to drag his heavy body across the cold, rocky floor. A system notification warns of persistent bleeding, making Bjorn feel as vulnerable as an abandoned, injured animal. He continues to drag himself along, finding that crawling prevents further aggravation of his mangled right foot.
Spotting another lethal trap hidden in the shadows, the warrior curses his rotten luck in this dark tunnel.
Constant notifications of bleeding damage pile up as his life force continues to stain the cavern floor.
Desperate and panting, he realizes he cannot survive alone and must find someone willing to offer him aid.
He maintains a steady drag, hoping that traveling in a single direction will eventually lead him out of darkness. Bjorn wonders if those who die here perish permanently or simply wake up in their original human bodies.
The notifications become relentless as he contemplates the terrifying possibility of permanent death in this world.
With health falling below 5, he finally understands why the desperate turn to higher beings for a sliver of hope.
A long trail of blood follows him as he continues to drag his failing body toward an uncertain future.
Panting with effort, he notices the darkness receding, confirming his knowledge that the entire floor isn't lightless. His vision blurs as he reaches his bloody hands toward the faint purple glow of a distant exit.
A mocking vision of himself appears, asking why any adventurer would waste resources on a dying, skillless barbarian.
The shadow mocks his lack of intelligence and beauty, claiming he is nothing more than a source of brute force. Bjorn lets out a frustrated sigh, asking his inner critic if he should simply give up and wait to die. His alter ego warns of monsters ahead, but Bjorn remains focused on reaching the light, despite the hallucinations. Fearing he might faint, he suppresses his internal voices and vows to survive this trial at any cost. A dark thought echoes in the void, questioning why he continues to struggle instead of just giving up. Telling the voice to shut up, he lets out a final drag toward the light, refusing to surrender. His eyes burn with a fierce,
desperate intensity as he pants, nearing the absolute limit of his endurance. Emerging into a glowing cavern, Bjorn's eyes widen as he spots a group of well-equipped adventurers. A brown-haired explorer points him out, surprised to find a dying barbarian in such a remote area.
As his health drops to 2, a system window grants him a permanent spirit stat increase for his resilience.
An adventurer notes his newbie status while Bjorn desperately begs for any kind of medical assistance. The diverse party wonders how a beginner managed to reach this location before their group arrived.
A blonde knight kneels beside him, listening as the barbarian struggles to force out a weak Internally, Bjorn growls with frustration, wishing they would stop assessing him and just start the healing process. The blonde knight stares down at him with an unreadable expression, seemingly unmoved by the warrior's plight. A small, unexpected chuckle escapes the knight's lips, adding a layer of tension to the encounter. He asks Sister Ursina to heal the wounded man, giving Bjorn a momentary surge of hope. With a cold done, the pink-haired cleric Sister Ursina flatly refuses to use her divine powers on a stranger. The knight smiles at the refusal, while Bjorn stares up in total disbelief at their lack of compassion. Changing tactics, the brown-haired man asks Potsran for a potion, leading to a brief argument about their shared resources. With a dismissive toss, a small vial of red liquid is thrown and caught with a quick tap. The knight begins to twist the cap open, ignoring Bjorn's frantic pleas to hurry the process. Without warning, he begins to pour the glowing red medicine directly onto the barbarian's mangled, bloody foot. An agonizing throb of pain surges through Bjorn's body as he screams in absolute shock. The cavern echoes with his screams as the raw agony of the external healing process overwhelms him. He finally understands why the game restricted healing potion used during combat. The pain is simply too debilitating. Overwhelmed by the raw agony of the external healing, Bjorn screams in visceral, absolute pain. A small pool of red potion stains the stone floor, while heavy pants echo through the dark cave. Exhaustion takes hold as more heavy pants sound while Bjorn rests his bloodied foot on the cold rock. A low escapes him as the tattooed barbarian trembles on all fours, his body drenched in sweat. The knight questions Bjorn's presence, wondering how a newcomer could reach such a remote, dangerous location before them. Draus, the blonde knight, stands tall over the wounded warrior, looking down with a cold, superior smile.
Realizing Draus wants information on secret entrances, Bjorn understands the true, selfish reason for his sudden rescue.
Bjorn clarifies his ignorance, explaining that his arrival in the dark depths was a random, accidental transportation event. Draus ponders the rarity of dimensional instability, noting that spawning in the dark areas happens once a century.
Shocked and frustrated, the barbarian frowns as he realizes just how incredibly rotten his luck truly is.
The seasoned pink-haired cleric Sister Ursina and the elder mage stand ready, their eyes focused on the path. Thanking him for the story, Draus turns to leave as his party begins a rhythmic, steady step away. A subtle, cunning smirk plays on the blonde knight's lips as he dismisses the injured barbarian behind him.
Bjorn watches them go, acknowledging that in this brutal world, time is a currency he cannot afford to waste.
The party walks into the crystal-lit tunnel, leaving Bjorn to reflect on the rare mercy he just received. Determination flares as his bloodied hand begins to lift his heavy shield from the cold stone floor. Standing tall despite his injuries, Bjorn rejects the feeling of pity as he prepares to face his future. From a distance, the rhythmic step of the departing adventurers continues as they vanish deeper into the cavern. The brown-haired warrior calls Bjorn a lucky bastard, while Draus questions what is lucky about nearly dying. A dismissive humph sounds as the archer girl Patsran discusses the waste of using a potion on a fool.
Sister Ursina, the pink-haired cleric, remains silent and stoic, her gaze distant and unreadable as they travel.
Another sharp humph echoes as they argue whether religious laws prevented the cleric from offering more divine aid.
Patsran points out that Drouse only helped to secure information, knowing barbarians despise being indebted to anyone.
Drouse lets out a friendly laugh, playing the part of a kind leader despite his hidden manipulative nature.
The group halts as they spot the never-ending trail of blood staining the floor for an impossible distance.
Patran giggles at the absurdity, while the others acknowledge the barbarians' truly astounding resilience and survival instinct. Drouse points toward a hidden shortcut, acting as the party's expert wayfinder through the complex, dark labyrinth.
Sister Ursina questions his knowledge, while Patsran boasts that Drouse has perfectly memorized the entire first floor.
The blonde knight freezes, his expression turning sharp and alert as he realizes something is terribly wrong. They reach a massive stone archway, celebrating their success in finding the rare portal to the second floor.
A quick tap sounds as a hand touches the ancient stone, triggering the dormant magical mechanisms within.
A violent blue fwoomp erupts as the portal activates, bathing the entire chamber in intense, radiant light. Drouse stands before the blinding brilliance of the portal, his shadow stretching long across the tiled floor. Excited by the discovery, the blonde knight urges his team forward to claim the second floor's riches. A cautious step sounds as Patsran moves through the light, her eyes widening at an unexpected discovery nearby. The group stops dead in their tracks, staring in absolute silence at a gruesome sight on the floor. They find Bjorn's bloody sandal and a snapped trap, proving he started his journey from this exact spot. The elder mage raises his hand, channeling magical energy to cast a spell of intense illumination. A sudden whoosh of golden light fills the corridor, revealing the trail Bjorn took to find them. The glowing light travels down the path, showing the staggering distance the wounded barbarian managed to crawl. Sister Ursina and Drouse look on in horror, their faces pale as the magnitude of Bjorn's feat sinks in. Disbelief washes over the group as they stare at the long, grueling path the dying man traveled alone. Drouse asks for the distance, and the mage confirms it is a staggering 10 miles through absolute darkness. A heavy gulp sounds as the mage marvels at the sheer physical power and will of Bjorn's body. A quiet mumble escapes Patsran as she realizes the barbarian's resilience is far beyond anything she has seen. The party reflects on the terrifying mental strength required to crawl for hours without any hope of light. The brown-haired warrior suddenly remembers that Bjorn held his right hand up throughout their entire encounter. In a chilling memory, they recall Bjorn offering his hard-earned mana stone in exchange for his life. The realization hits that the barbarian was prepared to trade his only treasure to ensure his survival. Drouse stares at the memory of the glowing red stone, finally understanding the true desperation of his foe. Drouse realizes Bjorn's survival was purely self-driven and decides to take back his previous dismissive comments. Against a backdrop of blood, the party acknowledges that no mere luck could have saved the barbarian. The scene shifts to Bjorn's primal scream, his incredible willpower proving he is not easily broken by death. A heavy, resonant bam echoes as Bjorn unleashes his strength, smashing through the opposition with relentless force. Another thunderous bam sounds while Bjorn expertly uses his shield to crush the goblins that keep appearing. A dull thud marks the end of the skirmish as Bjorn stands victorious among the fallen monsters. Panting amidst a whoosh of movement, Bjorn admits the visibility allows him to easily handle these goblin threats. A quick top sounds as Bjorn carefully navigates around poorly hidden traps, mocking the incompetence of his foes. A goblin lunges with a sharp grrr, but its obvious ambush fails to surprise the seasoned barbarian warrior.
With a satisfying pow, Bjorn swats the monster aside, insulting the intelligence of the creature's failed surprise attack.
Bjorn pauses, his face blood-splattered and stoic, as he contemplates the next hurdle in his grueling survival journey.
A low growl emanates from his stomach, signaling a desperate hunger that further complicates his struggle for life.
Remembering the chieftain's parting gift, he stops with a start, realizing he still carries a small pouch of food. A tense "da-dun" rings out as the camera focuses on the small red pouch tied to his waist. Staring at the blood-soaked bag, Bjorn laments his decision to crawl, knowing it ruined his meager food supply.
A desperate chomp and rip follow as Bjorn forces himself to consume the dry, blood-stained rations to survive.
Settling on the floor with rhythmic nom and om sounds, he resolves to ration his remaining food carefully.
A quick swish sounds as Bjorn swallows a morsel, finding the dry bread tastes better than the finest steak.
While eating with steady om-nom sounds, Bjorn realizes that thirst is becoming his next life-threatening concern.
Surrounded by glowing crystals, he wonders where to find water, reflecting on the game's harsh nourishment mechanics.
A pixelated screen confirms a goblin's defeat, showing the player's dangerously high hunger level in the brutal game. Bjorn lets out a heavy sigh, finding the real-life experience of this nightmare difficulty more hellish than expected.
Turning through the cavern,
Bjorn acknowledges the striking similarities between this world and the game he once mastered. A soft drip echoes as Bjorn's sharp gaze searches for a water source, hoping his intuition is correct. With a determined step, he rejoices at the sound of flowing water, hoping his long search has finally ended. Spotting another human below him, Bjorn's eyes widen in surprise at seeing another survivor in this remote area. With a quick twist of his gear, the gray-haired man remains focused on his own tasks, ignoring Bjorn's presence.
standing on the ledge above the water, Bjorn observes the stranger, neither man initiating any kind of conversation.
Bjorn notes how adventurers here avoid unnecessary talk, perfectly mimicking the antisocial behavior found in the original game.
One by one, he counts his mana stones, tallying 44 red gems as he prepares for the night ahead.
Though his collection has grown significantly, the weary barbarian knows he still faces numerous problems within the dungeon. A wide yawn escapes him as exhaustion takes hold, leaving Bjorn worried about his ability to stay awake.
Looming over a pair of explorers, he asks to form a temporary party to secure a safe night's sleep.
The men beat a hasty retreat, fearfully apologizing as they reject the bloody barbarian's request for an alliance. With a frantic rush, they claim their party is full and flee from the intimidating warrior without hesitation. A montage shows various groups refusing him, citing a lack of trust and the disgusting smell of his blood. Alone and cloaked in shadow, the faceless barbarian stands amidst the crystals, abandoned by the other survivors he encountered. Gnashing his teeth, Bjorn curses the selfishness of the other adventurers who left him to face the night alone. A rhythmic step sounds as Bjorn continues walking, only to be stopped by a voice asking for his attention. A purple-haired man named Hans approaches with a friendly beam, asking if Bjorn is seeking a companion. Bjorn recoils in confusion, wondering who this strange man is and what he wants at such a late hour. Hans clarifies he wants a strong barbarian to watch his back, hoping for a comfortable and safe night's rest. Realizing they share the same goal, Bjorn quickly agrees, admitting he is indeed looking for a night companion. Hans introduces himself with a smile, while Bjorn reflects on how suggestive the term night companion sounds in person. Introducing himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel,
the barbarian formally accepts the temporary alliance with the purple-haired man.
A firm shake sounds as they agree to the partnership, both too exhausted to look for more companions.
Hans offers a suggestive smile, asking about spending the night alone together, much to Bjorn's immediate and vocal alarm. A visible bead of sweat rolls down Bjorn's face as the man's tone makes him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Bjorn agrees to the terms with a quick snatch, as Hans suggests playing rock, paper, scissors to decide the watch order. With a triumphant ha, Hans celebrates his victory and prepares to take the first shift of sleep. Bjorn reluctantly accepts the deal, reflecting on his bad luck after losing rock, paper, scissors to the purple-haired stranger.
Hans hands over an expensive pocket watch, condescendingly explaining how the barbarian must use the hands to track time.
Bjorn stoically dismisses the redundant explanation, mentally calling Hans a douche while preparing for his long night shift alone. Holding the watch, Bjorn decides to weaponize the common prejudice against barbarians to hide his own sharp, analytical mind. Hans falls into a deep sleep, his rhythmic snoring filling the cavern while crystals glow softly in the dim background.
As Hans sleeps comfortably, Bjorn sits nearby, wishing he could borrow the sleeping bag, but doubting the man's generosity.
A loud yawn escapes the weary barbarian as a sharp tick sounds, marking the slow, boring passage of the night.
With a steady talk and tick, Bjorn watches the seconds crawl by, impatient for time to move faster during watch.
The mechanical tick-tock of the pocket watch emphasizes the agonizingly slow flow of time in the silent, dark dungeon corridor. Hans' eyes suddenly snap open as his period of rest concludes, ending the silence within the glowing crystal cavern.
Letting out a tired yawn, Hans asks if anything happened, and Bjorn stoically replies that the night remained perfectly calm.
Hans thanks the barbarian and offers him a turn to rest, promising to wake him up in exactly 2 hours. Satisfied the watch is intact, Hans takes it back while Bjorn mentally questions the wisdom of trusting a complete stranger. A thunderous groan sounds as someone begins to snore with enough volume to echo through the entire cold stone chamber. Bjorn lies down with his eyes closed, seemingly surrendering to the exhaustion that has been chasing him for many miles.
Snoring loudly, Bjorn reflects on his convincing performance, perfectly mimicking a real barbarian who had an incredibly long, grueling day.
With a subtle glance, Bjorn peeks through his eyelids, desperately hoping Hans hasn't noticed that his deep sleep is fake. Hans watches the sleeping barbarian, marveling at the fascinating nature of his race, while Bjorn maintains his noisy, deceptive snores. Bjorn turns over with another grorg, thinking that being underestimated as simple-minded makes it far easier to judge true intentions. Mentally challenging Hans to show his true colors, Bjorn continues his performance of being completely and utterly defenseless and vulnerable. Bjorn sits up, looking physically drained as he realizes he couldn't get a single minute of sleep while staying alert. Staring into the gloom, the barbarian notes with frustration that Hans didn't attempt any suspicious activity during his entire watch. Watching Hans sleep again, Bjorn regrets his intense paranoia, wishing he had used the precious time to actually rest his body. Despite his regret, Bjorn remains firm that he cannot let his guard down around someone he only just recently met. A heavy stare follows as Bjorn admits he is on the verge of fainting from the crushing weight of exhaustion. Bjorn's eyes suddenly snap open wide as he detects a subtle, suspicious change in the environment, his survival instincts screaming. Hans stands over him with a friendly smile, commenting on the barbarian's deep sleep and the drool on his chin. Bjorn defensively claims he wasn't sleeping, but Hans playfully tells him to wipe the saliva off before trying to speak. Wiping his mouth,
Bjorn listens as Hans expresses relief that the night passed peacefully for both of the weary survivors.
Bjorn asks Hans to stay on watch longer, hoping to catch some real rest now that a rapport is established.
Hans lets out a warm beam, insisting it is Bjorn's turn anyway, and urging the exhausted man to finally sleep.
With a dark, weary expression, Bjorn gives a quiet thanks, the physical toll of his long journey visible on him.
A flashback shows Hans approaching Bjorn with a benevolent smile, asking to be his companion during the long, dangerous night.
Bjorn recalls how Hans didn't even blame him for seemingly falling asleep on duty, adding to the man's helpful facade.
The memory of Hans' declining compensation for Bjorn's mistakes lingers, presenting the purple-haired man as an unusually kind, generous soul.
Back in reality, Bjorn continues his loud, rhythmic Grorg snores, maintaining his watchful deception while pretending to be sound asleep.
A sudden rustle and an open eye signal Bjorn's immediate alertness as he senses movement coming from his trusted companion. Hans's smiling face fills the view, though his benevolent expression now feels terrifyingly hollow in the dim, blue crystal light. An ominous voice asks why Bjorn doesn't go back to sleep, the friendly mask finally beginning to crack and crumble. Treachery is revealed as Hans raises a massive, blood-stained warhammer high above the sleeping barbarian, ready for a lethal strike.
Bjorn's eyes widen in horror as he watches the heavy weapon begin its descent, the man's true nature finally exposed.
A violent whoosh sounds as Bjorn reacts with inhuman speed, narrowly escaping the devastating impact of the treacherous hammer blow. With a thunderous thump and roll, Bjorn dodges the attack, while Hans expresses shock at the barbarian's sudden, sharp awareness. Leaping back, the tattooed barbarian puts distance between himself and his attacker, his muscles tensing for the unavoidable fight. A quick slide sounds as Bjorn regains his balance, his gaze turning murderous as he faces the man who betrayed him. Hans looks completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he wonders how his seemingly perfect ambush could have failed. Surrounded by a menacing red aura, Bjorn fixes a terrifying glare on Hans, his primal survival instincts taking full control. Dashing forward with a shout, Hans continues his attack, while Bjorn mocks the stupidity of anyone who underestimated his intelligence. A heavy bam echoes as Bjorn skillfully blocks the warhammer with his shield, protecting himself from the lethal weapon's force. Hans lets out a sharp as he is caught in the counterattack, blood spraying as the battle turns bloody. A heavy boot plants firmly on the stone floor as the battle reaches its brutal conclusion. A violent stagger sounds as Hans, covered in blood, begs the intimidating barbarian for a chance to explain.
Bjorn's gaze turns cold with a sharp swoosh, realizing this opponent is more resilient than a common dungeon goblin.
With a thunderous bam, Bjorn executes a powerful shield smash, sending his treacherous companion reeling from the impact. A chaotic whoosh and thud echo as Hans tumbles across the cavern, his body sliding along the cold floor.
A pained ugh and groan sound as Hans struggles to move, while Bjorn's steady step closes the distance.
Standing over the pathetic man, Bjorn ignores the frantic apologies as the sound of his rhythmic step fills the air. Tears stream down Hans's battered face while he desperately pleads for the barbarian to spare his wretched life. Bjorn stares down with narrowed eyes, demanding to know the true motive behind the cowardly sneak attack. Cowering in fear, Hans admits he intended to steal Bjorn's mana stones after knocking the warrior unconscious. The purple-haired man's face is a mask of terror and blood as he looks up at his judge. Hans offers a pathetic, toothless grin, asking if his confession means he is finally free to leave. A sickening bam sounds as Bjorn delivers a brutal kick, silencing the man with a cry of ouch.
Pressing his foot down with a heavy stomp, Bjorn warns Hans that this is his final opportunity for truth.
Hans screams in agony that he wanted the barbarian's heart, his face distorted by the pressure of Bjorn's foot.
A look of genuine shock crosses Bjorn's face as he questions why anyone would want a human heart. Hans clarifies that barbarian hearts are highly valued commodities on the black market for their rare properties. He explains that the organ is a necessary ingredient for a newly developed magic spell, illustrated by a glowing ritual. Bjorn stares into the darkness as the horrific reality of his situation begins to sink in. He realizes that in this man's twisted eyes, he was viewed as nothing more than another monster to harvest. Bjorn reflects on being seen as a creature difficult to kill, but offering a massive reward upon death. The memory of Hans looming with a hammer confirms he was treated like a boss monster meant for loot. Bjorn asks why Hans waited to attack, only to realize the man was simply selfishly waiting to rest himself. A frantic plea for freedom escapes Hans as Bjorn's grip tightens around his throat with a firm press. Silence hangs heavy in the air as Bjorn looks down at the traitor, his expression unreadable and grim. A dark chuckle escapes the barbarian as he repeats the man's request for freedom with chilling amusement. Bjorn reasons that he is likely to encounter more people who will try to kill him for the same prize. Looming with glowing red eyes, he wonders if he is expected to forgive every person who tries to murder him. Hans shakes his head violently, desperately begging for trust while claiming he is different from the other hunters. Bjorn ignores the bribes as a sharp raise sounds, preparing his weapon while Hans offers everything he owns for mercy. A final, desperate cry for a second chance is cut short by a sickening grip and crush. The scene fades into a dark, blood-red mist as the life of the betrayer is extinguished. A wet plop and drip sound as a lifeless, gloved hand rests in a growing pool of dark blood. Standing over the body, Bjorn reflects on the heavy weight of having just killed another human being. A system notification appears as Bjorn loots the corpse, equipping a shoulder guard, backpack, warhammer, and leather boots. Bjorn examines a water container and compass, reflecting on how he has moved past his previous uncivilized lifestyle. He notes how much easier life is now that he has a pocket watch, potions, and healing herbs. Staring at his bloodied equipment, Bjorn finds it ironic that he only gained these tools after committing murder. Turning his back on the carnage, the well-equipped barbarian walks deeper into the glowing crystal cavern. A loud bam sounds as Bjorn shatters a goblin's skull with a single, powerful swing of his new warhammer. Letting out a tired pew, he wonders if his combat prowess stems from the natural instincts of his barbarian body. Spotting more movement, Bjorn gives a quick glance at two green goblins emerging from the shadows. Bjorn tightens his grip as he realizes the dungeon is sending monsters in pairs now that time has passed. A guttural grrr and grrr sound as the goblins charge forward, weapons drawn for a fight. With a violent bam, Bjorn slams his shield into an attacker, controlling the flow of the skirmish. A heavy crush and grrr echo as the barbarian systematically destroys the pests in his way. Exhaustion takes its toll as a sharp psh sounds, causing the bloodied warrior to falter on his knees. A visible bead of sweat rolls down his face as he admits he desperately needs real, uninterrupted sleep. Bjorn leans against a wall, deciding he is better off alone since monsters are easier to predict than humans. A final grrr and grrr sound as more goblins appear, refusing to grant the weary barbarian a moment of peace. Frustration boils over as Bjorn swings his bloody warhammer, cursing the relentless waves of dungeon monsters.
A sudden, low grr sounding alerts the barbarian to another persistent goblin lurking in the shadows.
A thunderous bam echoes through the cavern as Bjorn delivers a crushing blow to his small attacker.
Leaning against the cold stone, a quick tap sounding follows Bjorn's sigh as he hopes the area is clear. Exhaustion weighs heavily on the barbarian, his mind begging the dungeon for just a few moments of sleep. A frantic badum and stab sound as a system notification warns Bjorn of a goblin's sneak attack. Pain and rage ignite in Bjorn's eye, a heavy badum pounding as he realizes his rest was cut short. With a violent bam, the furious barbarian pulverizes the goblin, his shout of rage echoing through the dark. A heavy thud sounds as the remaining goblin trembles in terror before the barbarian's murderous intensity. Panting heavily, Bjorn fixes a glowing, predatory gaze on the next target, his survival instincts fully engaged. The barbarian stands tall over the cowering creature, a low growl sounding from the terrified goblin below. A quick rush and pant sound as the goblin flees, leaving the energy-depleted warrior alone at last. Bjorn winces at a bloody spurt from his chest, realizing the narrow margin between life and a slit throat. With a quick twist sounding, Bjorn prepares a red healing potion, desperate to mend his vulnerable state. A sharp bzzz sounds as the potion sears the wound, the barbarian gritting his teeth against the stinging pain. Wobbling from fatigue, Bjorn reflects on 14 hours of solitude and his growing distrust of deceitful human adventurers. He determines that a fellow barbarian is the only companion he can truly rely on in this floor. Two humans approach with a friendly greeting, but Bjorn remains cold, viewing them with immediate, deep-seated suspicion. Despite their cheerful offers of a party, Bjorn's glare intensifies as he identifies even more humans approaching him. The barbarian bluntly rejects the offers, privately noting his own bloody and uncivilized appearance likely prevents mutual trust. An adventurer informs Bjorn that finding another barbarian will be difficult, surprising the warrior with the news. He explains that most barbarians quickly advance floors, leaving few behind on this entry-level stage. Accepting the well wishes, Bjorn wonders if he should abandon his search for a companion of his own race. Reality sets in as the barbarian decides he needs any companion to survive the long, dangerous nights. A mask of grim determination settles on Bjorn's face as he prepares to find a reliable partner. Rhythmic step sounds accompany his thoughts on why an elf or dwarf might make a more honest ally. Continuing his journey with steady step sounds, he reasons that other races lack the human tendency for treachery. Bjorn stops short as he spots a lone, silver-haired elf sitting quietly in the corner of a cavern. A sharp flinch sounds as the elf girl looks up, her eyes wide with overwhelming terror at him. The elf stares back with a face full of dread, paralyzed by the massive barbarian's sudden appearance. Another visible flinch sounds as she retreats further into the shadows, visibly shaken by his imposing presence. Bjorn looms over the small figure, his massive shield and warhammer making him look like a predatory giant. She fixes a sharp glare on him, her hand gripping her bow, while Bjorn acknowledges her fair caution. Noticing a bloody cut on her waist, the barbarian realizes she was recently attacked by a fellow human. Bjorn asks if a human caused her injury, his voice deep as he observes her desperate, wounded state. A sharp whoosh sounds as he stands before her, the silent tension between them thick and suffocating. With a soft plop, the elf girl collapses to her knees. Her spirit finally breaking under the pressure. Tears stream down her face as she desperately begs the good old sir to spare her wretched life. A look of utter bewilderment crosses Bjorn's face as he processes the elf's pathetic and cowardly display. She cries out with a frantic sniffle,
pleading for mercy for the sake of her young, dependent sibling. Bjorn questions what kind of elf would act so timidly, contrasting her with his memories of arrogant elvenkind. Attempting to be helpful, the barbarian decides a benevolent smile is the best way to calm her fear. Bjorn offers a terrifyingly creepy grin, his shadow looming over the elf's tear-filled, horrified golden eyes. A loud grin and kaya sound as the elf screams in terror, convinced the barbarian is a lying murderer. She continues her frantic sniffle, sobbing while she begs for her life to be spared just this once. Frustrated, Bjorn wonders why his kind is universally feared and misunderstood as nothing more than brutal, mindless savages. With a tired sigh and rustle, the barbarian prepares to act, regretting his failed attempt at being kind. A sudden toss and flinch sound as Bjorn throws healing supplies toward the stunned, trembling elf girl. She stares down in shock at the licho herb and bandages, her confusion matching her previous terror. The silver-haired elf looks up with wide eyes, asking why the scary barbarian is suddenly helping her. Bjorn questions if he needs a reason to help, though he privately admits he has a strategic motive. He offers to keep watch, eyeing the elf as a potential companion for the dangerous dungeon nights ahead. A close-up highlights the elf's bloody side injury, reinforcing Bjorn's internal assessment of her desperate, wounded state. Bjorn notes her extreme fatigue, observing the exhaustion in her golden eyes as she struggles to remain conscious. He reflects that her beauty and current vulnerability make her easy prey for predators within the crystal cavern. The scene shifts to discarded, blood-stained bandages and healing herbs resting on the cold, dark stone floor. Bjorn is surprised by her efficiency, questioning if all elves possess such remarkable skills in performing quick first aid. A fidget and sweat sound accompany the elf's nervous reaction as Bjorn decides it is time to talk. The barbarian formally introduces himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel, speaking with a deep and steady tone. Blushing and trembling, the silver-haired elf girl quietly identifies herself as Erwin while clutching her hands together. Sitting across from her, Bjorn asks why she is so terrified of him just for being a barbarian. A vision of past conflict appears, depicting barbarians and elves locked in a brutal and bloody ancestral war. Bjorn remembers the historical enmity between their races as the memory of a barbarian warrior looms over an elf. Grimacing, Bjorn realizes that the historical hatred between their kinds makes her intense fear perfectly logical. A visible sweat sound accompanies Erwin's frantic explanation that she harbors no personal grudges despite the ancient war. A bright beam sounding marks Erwin's relief as Bjorn confirms he holds no ill will toward her kind. Bjorn asks Erwin if she would like to be his night companion, looking down at the cowering girl. He reasons that they are both exhausted and should help one another survive the long, dangerous dungeon night. A hesitant sound follows Erwin's internal debate as she carefully considers the massive barbarian's unexpected alliance proposal. Erwin mentions barbarian honor, asking if he can swear as a warrior not to attack her while she sleeps. A double swing sound echoes as Bjorn dismisses honor but agrees to the oath for the sake of survival. Bjorn accepts her terms but stops to clarify a specific detail before they finalize their temporary partnership. He firmly corrects her, stating he is only 20 years old and absolutely not an old man. Placing his hand on his chest, Bjorn solemnly swears on his honor as a warrior to uphold their pact. Bowing her head, the elf girl formally swears on her clan name as Erwin Fornaci di Tercia. Having sealed the agreement, both adventurers feel a sense of relief, finally able to get some much-needed rest. Bjorn offers to take the first watch to reassure her, which Erwin gratefully accepts with a nervous smile. Handing over a pocket watch,
Bjorn warns her to be careful with the valuable item while he sleeps. A heavy plop sounds as the exhausted barbarian collapses, reflecting on the extreme difficulty of finding safe sleep.
A sudden open sound marks Bjorn's shock as Erwin wakes him with a loud, frantic shout of, "Good old sir!"
A drool sound follows Bjorn's groggy awakening as Erwin cheerfully tells him he has been asleep for 2 hours. A quick wipe sound accompanies Bjorn's frustration over falling into such a deep, vulnerable sleep during his watch. A soft sound marks Erwin's delight as she snuggles into the warm and comfortable bedding Bjorn provided.
A final swoosh sounds as Erwin thanks him and settles in for her turn to rest in the cavern.
A soft zzz sound follows as Erwin falls asleep instantly, confirming Bjorn's suspicion of her extreme exhaustion.
Watching the sleeping elf, Bjorn notes that she clearly had a rough day in the labyrinth, just like himself.
A lean sound follows Bjorn's sigh as he reflects on his grueling 3-day journey within the dark dungeon.
Staring into the gloom, Bjorn wonders if anyone in the real world has reported him as a missing person. The barbarian decides to forget his past life, choosing to focus entirely on his current reality sitting alone. Bjorn watches Erwin sleep as a soft Z sound persists, debating whether to invite her to travel together. He weighs the tactical advantages of an elven archer against the burden of splitting loot and survival resources. Bjorn calculates his ability to handle goblin groups alone, balancing the desire for profit against his need for safety. A sudden step sound alerts the barbarian as 2 unknown humans emerge from the shadows of the cave. The newcomers whisper frantically to each other, identifying Erwin by her bow as the specific elf they seek. A quick glance sounding follows a man's question regarding Bjorn's relation to the sleeping elf girl. Bjorn states they are night companions, prompting a look of surprise and suspicion from the blonde armored man. The armored man smirks, asking how long it will be before the barbarian and elf go their separate ways. Bjorn bluntly refuses to answer the armored man's inquiries, his expression hard and unforgiving as he maintains his guard. A visible flinch sounds as the 2 human adventurers reel back from the barbarian's intense and cold pressure. The armored man smirks and accepts the refusal, though his eyes remain sharp with hidden and suspicious intent. A turn sound marks the duo's departure as Bjorn watches them leave, while the silver-haired elf Erwin remains asleep nearby. Sweating, Bjorn notes that something feels off, certain the humans were specifically hunting for the vulnerable elf girl. A shake sound follows Bjorn's attempt to wake Erwin, though she only responds with a groggy and incoherent mumble. A soft rustle sounds as Erwin pulls the blanket up, sleepily begging for 5 more minutes of much-needed rest. Bjorn grows visibly frustrated, wondering how she can sleep so soundly when her life is likely in imminent danger. Rhythmic shake sounds continue as the barbarian roughly jostles the sleeping elf, insisting that she get up immediately. Erwin groans as Bjorn grabs her hair through the blanket, finally forcing her to acknowledge his imposing presence. Bjorn realizes she is faking sleep, noting her face was uncovered just moments ago before his sudden and heavy approach. A quick swing sound echoes as Erwin's eye snaps open, the realization of her discovery hitting her with sudden panic. A sharp Kaya sound follows as Erwin screams in terror while Bjorn holds her firmly by the shoulders to steady her. Bjorn demands to know why she was faking, and a blushing Erwin admits she feared waking up would lead to abandonment. A soft sniffle accompanies Erwin's tears as she confesses her dread that their partnership would end the moment she woke. Bjorn reflects that their alliance was strictly temporary, intended only to survive the night together in the dangerous cavern.
A sharp "mmph" sound follows Bjorn's question about her history with the two men, despite their contract being technically finished.
Erwin reacts with shock, frantically insisting that she has no personal connection to the men who were just there.
Bjorn remains skeptical, prompting Erwin to suggest they belong to the same guild that originally attacked her earlier. Identifying a glowing symbol, Erwin explains that her pursuers belong to a powerful organization known as the Crystal Union. Bjorn realizes the danger is far greater if a whole guild is involved, tempted to simply go his own way. A clench sound marks Erwin's nervousness as Bjorn recalls she is only 20, an incredibly young and inexperienced age for elves. With a turn sound and a sigh, Bjorn decides they must move elsewhere to talk safely while traveling through the cavern. A sudden rush sound follows Erwin's hopeful question as Bjorn promises to decide her fate after hearing her full story. A bright beam sounding marks Erwin's joyful relief as Bjorn tells her to explain everything as they move. A soft swish sounds in a memory, showing Erwin vulnerable and sleeping alone on the cold and dark cavern floor. A rustle sound accompanies Erwin's memory of being startled awake by an unsettling and strange noise during her lonely rest. She recalls a predatory man looming over her, creepily telling her she can go back to sleep while leering at her. A dash sound echoes in the present as Erwin reveals her attacker was a high-ranking member of an active guild.
Erwin explains she managed to escape him, but the Crystal Union has been hunting her relentlessly since that traumatic night.
Bjorn is bewildered by her story, struggling to understand how the guild could track her so accurately within the labyrinth.
Erwin mentions a message stone, a term that surprises Bjorn as he recalls no such item from his game knowledge.
Erwin describes the message stone as a paired magical artifact that allows communication within a 1,000-foot radius. Bjorn compares the artifact to a walkie-talkie, realizing she is trapped and helpless if he chooses to leave her side. A visible flinch sounds as Bjorn asks why the guild wants her alive despite the risk she poses to them. Erwin looks down sadly, suggesting that silencing her for witnessing their crimes isn't the only reason for their pursuit. A double swing sound accompanies Erwin's explanation that she fought back with a knife during her initial and desperate escape. Erwin reveals the blade left a permanent and unhealable injury in a very sensitive area, leaving Bjorn absolutely stunned. Sweating and horrified, Bjorn demands to know exactly where she wounded the man to cause such a vengeful reaction. Blushing deeply, Erwin awkwardly identifies the private area as the location of her successful and permanent defensive strike. A playful tee-hee sound follows Erwin's giggle as she reveals the man's injury is completely beyond the power of healing. A shudder sound accompanies Bjorn's grim realization that the guild's pursuit is fueled by a very personal and visceral hatred. Another tee-hee sound follows Erwin's apology, while Bjorn privately thinks the predatory man certainly got what he deserved. A sharp flinch sounds as Erwin's eyes widen, warning the Barbarian that someone is already following their current trail.
A quick flap sound follows Erwin's focused assessment, pinpointing the chaser's distance at exactly 500 feet away.
A heavy dash sound echoes as they run, Bjorn marveling at the innate sensory abilities Elvenkind seems to naturally possess. Bjorn asks if she can maintain a faster pace, and Erwin determinedly confirms she can manage the increased speed. A close-up shows Erwin's side wound reopening and bleeding, though her face remains set with silent and stoic resilience. A dash sound follows as Bjorn acknowledges her inner strength, impressed by her refusal to complain despite her reopening injury. Another dash sound echoes while Erwin reports that their persistent pursuer remains at a steady distance behind them. Bjorn realizes they cannot lose the chaser and suspects he is communicating their location to his guild. He contemplates incapacitating the pursuer, but decides against it, knowing it would only escalate the danger. The Barbarian realizes that killing the guild member would officially place him on their high-priority wanted list.
A sudden dash sound accompanies Erwin's nervous check as they continue their frantic flight through the cavern.
As they run, Bjorn asks Erwin about her specific combat skills to gauge their tactical advantages.
He grows frustrated when the elf girl lists household chores as her primary talents, excluding her poor cooking.
A sharp dash sound follows as Bjorn angrily clarifies that he was asking for her battlefield expertise.
Erwin reveals she is a skilled archer, capable of summoning rare and powerful fire spirits for battle.
Bjorn calculates the tactical value of her rare fire element, recognizing her as an incredibly valuable party member.
A soft clench sound marks Erwin's determination as she steels herself for the lethal nature of combat. The elf girl resolves to do whatever is necessary to survive, even if it means taking a life. Bjorn acknowledges her resolve and finally addresses her by her name as he reaches a final decision. Amidst their desperate escape, the Barbarian formally offers to form a permanent party together with the elf.
Erwin reacts with shock to the sudden proposal while they sprint, her eyes wide with unexpected relief. Despite Bjorn's unfair 9-to-1 loot split, the desperate and grateful elf girl immediately accepts his terms.
Rhythmic dash sounds echo as Erwin reports that their persistent chaser is now only 300 feet away.
Bjorn realizes fleeing is futile as they are being caught, spotting a strategic detour in the dark tunnel. A sudden slide sound follows Bjorn's command to take a detour and summon her fire spirit immediately. A quick dash sounding accompanies the arrival of the glowing fire spirit as they change their course. They hide in a dark alcove where the fire spirit's warmth provides a temporary sense of security. A loud blaze sound marks the spirit's dismissal as Bjorn prepares to ambush their pursuer in darkness. A sudden dash sound precedes the arrival of a cloaked man who stops to search for their trail. Bjorn notes the man's proficiency in tracking, wondering if he relies on innate skill or powerful magical items.
A soft whisper sounds as Bjorn signals the elf girl to prepare her strike from their hiding spot. A sharp swish sound echoes as Erwin aims her bow at the unsuspecting man standing in the corridor.
She focuses her energy into a glowing arrow, her face set with grim determination to end the hunt.
A violent whoosh sound follows as her arrow pierces the man's throat, drawing a sharp "ugh" in pain.
A heavy thud sound marks the tracker's collapse as his blood spills onto the cold cavern floor.
A visible tremble sounds as Erwin stands paralyzed by the weight of having killed a human for survival.
A soft tap sound accompanies Bjorn's praise, reassuring her that her hesitation would have cost them everything.
A sudden crouch sound marks Bjorn's search of the body, discovering a buzzing and active message stone.
Constant bzzz sounds fill the air as guild members' voices call out for the dead man Surdin. Bjorn listens as the guild realizes Surdin is dead, issuing a hostile alert to everyone in the area. A soft sound follows Bjorn's disappointment as he realizes Surdin carried very little valuable loot. He identifies a few mana stones, daggers, and a healing potion among the man's meager belongings. Bjorn notes that the high-quality leather armor Surdin wore is perfect for the vulnerable elf girl's protection. A soft rub sound follows as Erwin changes into the new gear, finding the leather fit incredibly strange. Bjorn notes that she looks much more like a seasoned adventurer now in her functional new outfit. Erwin asks if Bjorn knows how to operate the message stone, admitting her own ignorance of the item. A sharp click sound marks Bjorn's successful activation of a hidden switch on the side of the stone. Constant bzzz sounds accompany a transmission announcing Surdin's death and a massive bounty for the elf's capture. A huge bounty of 10,000 mana stones is issued, turning them into targets for every hunter nearby. A sudden thumping heart sound marks Erwin's terror as she trembles, overwhelmed by the guild's massive bounty. Reassuring her, Bjorn suggests moving through the dangerous dark zones to avoid the incoming wave of hunters. He shocks her by proposing they advance immediately to the much more dangerous second floor of the labyrinth. A sudden rush sound follows Bjorn's lead as they begin their journey toward the deeper cavern levels. A soft slide sound marks Erwin's dread as she questions the wisdom of venturing deeper with only 2 people. Another slide sound echoes while Bjorn grumbles about her persistent use of his nickname despite his youth. Erwin warns him that the second floor is vastly different and deadlier than the first, seeking confirmation.
Bjorn remains confident, stating that their good chemistry and staying near the entrance will ensure their survival. Blushing deeply, Erwin is visibly taken aback by Bjorn's mention of their good chemistry, while the Barbarian confirms it precisely. Narrating the tactical advantage, Bjorn notes that a tank and a range dealer make a classic combination for their new alliance. Erwin hesitates, worriedly questioning if 2 first-timers can survive the dangerous orcs and goblins lurking on the second floor. A sharp flinch sounds as a message stone bzzz, revealing a massive bounty and a cruel fate intended for Erwin. As Erwin begins to tremble in fear, Bjorn reassures her that he has no intention of ditching her, despite the danger. Constant bzzz sounds from the stone reveal the guild's horrifying plans for her, leaving Erwin petrified as Bjorn listens grimly. Shaking uncontrollably, the terrified elf girl agrees to follow Bjorn's lead and advance toward the second floor. Bjorn's gaze hardens with intense focus, his blue eyes showing his grim determination to navigate the coming perils. Bjorn notes that advancing with Erwin is the right move, his mind already calculating the strategic benefits of their partnership. Standing in the dim light, Erwin clenches her hands nervously while trying to process the lethal bounty placed on her head. A sharp clench sound marks Bjorn's resolve, feeling a sense of moral satisfaction in his decision to protect the elf. The scene shifts as an oppressive darkness begins to creep across the cavern walls, marking their transition deeper into the labyrinth. Shadows dance and flicker as the pair moves further away from the safety of the known paths. Rhythmic hop sounds follow as they travel north, Bjorn leading the way while their fire spirit illuminates the dark tunnel. Narration explains that the portal to the next level is located at the very end of the first floor's dark zone. A map of the labyrinth reveals how the darkness itself serves as a guide, leading brave adventurers toward the portal. A sudden flinch sounds as Erwin's keen elven senses pick up a nearby threat, prompting her to halt the Barbarian. A bright blaze sound follows as Bjorn identifies a jagged goblin trap lying directly in their path. Bjorn reflects on his past bad luck with traps, noting it took surprisingly long to encounter one this time. A sudden da-dun sound marks Bjorn's realization that goblins might be avoiding the lightless areas of the cavern. A loud slap sounds as Bjorn hits his forehead in frustration, while Erwin cheerfully offers to handle the trap herself. Bjorn tells her to stop, advising the elf to use her bow instead of the fire spirit to conserve her mana. Sweating slightly but smiling, Erwin enthusiastically agrees to show off her archery skills as they prepare for a confrontation. Stiff sounds follow as Erwin walks awkwardly forward, bewildered by how Bjorn could sense her nervous and rigid movements. A loud shriek and swoosh sound as 2 goblins leap from the darkness, surprising the prepared elf girl. A heavy thump sound marks a goblin's landing, while Erwin performs a quick jump back to create distance for her shot. A violent whoosh sounding follows as Erwin releases a high-speed arrow with practiced and lethal precision. A loud bam follows as the arrow strikes true, drawing a pained grr from the goblin as it collapses. A sudden dash sound accompanies a second goblin charging through the shadows to avenge its fallen comrade.
The goblin lets out a fierce grrr as it lunges through the air with its dagger drawn.
A sharp swoosh and flash sound as Erwin takes aim, her arrow glowing with energy as she tracks her target. A sudden pierce sounding marks the arrow finding its mark, sending a spray of blood across the dark stone floor. Blood spatters against the cavern wall as the elf's lethal accuracy brings the skirmish to a swift end.
A soft gush sound follows as the defeated goblin dissipates into a cloud of mana smoke around the victorious Erwin.
Erwin turns toward Bjorn with a radiant smile, excitedly asking for his professional assessment of her combat performance. A bright beam sounding marks Bjorn's praise, secretly impressed by her speed and efficiency in the heat of battle.
A soft swish sounds as Erwin presents 2 glowing mana stones, the hard-earned spoils of their brief encounter.
Erwin confirms their loot split of 9 stones for Bjorn and 1 for her, her eyes bright with satisfaction. A joyful sparkle surrounds Erwin as she dreams of buying a special item her younger sibling has been craving. Bjorn tells her to do her best, privately wondering if her cheerfulness regarding the unfair split is actually sarcasm. A clench sound follows a sudden bzzzt from the message stone, announcing a new dead or alive order for the elf. Bjorn reassures a clenching and fearful Erwin that no guild member would dare follow them through the dark zone. Constant bzz sounds accompany transmissions from other hunters, some of whom seem completely uninterested in the guild's petty vendetta. Bjorn notes that everything is going exactly to plan, which makes his naturally unlucky self feel deeply suspicious. A fierce grrr echoes as Erwin shouts a warning, pointing out a group of ghouls emerging from the shadows ahead. Bjorn is stunned by the ghouls' presence, knowing they are supposed to be confined to the southern section of the floor. The barbarian's eyes narrow in thought, wondering if they have accidentally crossed the border into the more dangerous southern territory. Erwin gazes at the undead monsters nervously, asking Bjorn if she is expected to face this new threat alone. A sharp clench sound follows Bjorn's firm declaration that they will fight together, explaining his unique need to hunt new monster types. Bjorn moves to the front, instructing Erwin to provide long-range support while he draws the ghouls' attention. A rhythmic step sounding follows as the pair approaches 3 ghouls, Bjorn noting they only strike within a specific range. A sudden swing sound accompanies a ghoul's aggressive lunge as it detects the intruders within its territory. Ghouls charge from the darkness while Bjorn expresses relief that the monster's behavior matches the game mechanics he knows. A violent bash sounding marks Bjorn's powerful strike as he holds the line, drawing a pained grrr from the undead. A loud swoosh follows as Bjorn maneuvers with focused intensity, his eyes tracking the next target in the dark cavern. Heavy pow sounds echo while Bjorn swings his massive hammer, delivering bone-shattering blows that send the ghouls reeling back. A fierce grrr sounds as a ghoul lunges from behind Bjorn, but he remains calm under pressure while guarding his partner. A sharp pierce sounding marks Erwin's arrow striking the ghoul, drawing a pained grrr and saving Bjorn from the sneak attack. A soft beam sounding accompanies Erwin's proud smile as she successfully provides long-range support with her glowing bow. Erwin directs Bjorn's attention to the ground, calling him good old sir as she notices something unusual on the floor. Erwin examines a blood spatter and a strange breadcrumb, while Bjorn stands behind her with a shadowed, realization-filled face. A heavy loom sound follows as Bjorn stares in disbelief, realizing the artifacts on the floor have a personal meaning. A soft step sound marks their movement over the dark bloodstains that lead further into the tunnel. Rhythmic step sounds lead to a discarded sandal and a jagged trap, followed by a heavy done realization. A bright flash sounding follows as Bjorn illuminates his own discarded sandal and the trap that once nearly ended him.
A soft glance follows Bjorn's internal narration as he recognizes this spot as his initial spawn point in the labyrinth.
A loud dun sounds as Bjorn realizes the portal to the next floor was right behind him the whole time. Standing before the massive glowing portal, Bjorn and Erwin stare at the threshold while his old bloodied sandal lies nearby. A flashback shows the desperate moment Bjorn first arrived in the cavern, wounded and struggling to survive the initial trap. A loud slam sounds as the flashback Bjorn rages at his terrible luck, while present-day Bjorn is overcome with fury. Terrified by his sudden outburst, the trembling elf girl apologizes profusely while Bjorn shouts in frustration over his past misfortune. A heavy fume sound follows as Bjorn curses his terrible luck stat, realizing how easily he could have progressed sooner. A visible tremble sounds as Erwin begs for forgiveness, completely misinterpreting Bjorn's self-directed rage as anger toward her. Gritting his teeth, Bjorn tells her to calm down and clarifies that his anger has nothing to do with her. Erwin pauses in thought, connecting the blood, crumbs, and sandal to Bjorn's current expression, before letting out a surprised "oh." Bjorn watches suspiciously as Erwin seems to deduce his past struggle, wondering if she has actually figured everything out. Erwin prays for Bjorn's lost companion, while he realizes she has hilariously misunderstood the evidence as a tragic sacrifice. Bjorn decides to let her believe the lie, and asks if she is ready to advance to the second floor. A soft step sound marks their entry into the glowing portal, with Bjorn vowing to survive the upcoming challenges. A loud whoosh sounding follows as the two are pulled into the portal's vortex, beginning their transition between labyrinth floors. A heavy land and thump sound mark their arrival as Erwin checks on Bjorn, who is sprawled on the ground. Bjorn groans in nausea, describing the sensation of portal travel as being spat out by a giant toad. A soft pew sounds as Erwin recovers quickly, her elven nimbleness allowing her to land much more gracefully than the Barbarian. Bjorn scans the new environment, identifying their location as the Forest of Goblins on the northern part of the second floor. A soft whoa sounds as Erwin gazes at the bright stars above, while Bjorn notes the tactical advantage of the clear visibility. Erwin questions if they are truly on the second floor, while Bjorn explains that different sectors have wildly different environments. Narration details the 4 cardinal portals, showing the north's goblin forest and the east's nests of the beasts. The guide continues, revealing the west's land of the dead and the south's black rocky desert filled with monsters. A joyful sparkle surrounds Erwin as she remembers that all paths eventually converge on the third floor's single meeting point. Erwin asks about the method for returning to the city, prompting Bjorn to explain the mechanics of exiting the labyrinth. Erwin explains that they are automatically teleported back to the city once the labyrinth's specific duration closes. A diagram shows adventurers being ejected from the portal, explaining the different closing times for the first and second floors. Bjorn plans to hide on the second floor until the last moment, certain the guild won't follow them into such danger. Bjorn suggests exploring the forest for valuable items rather than just waiting by the portal for the time to pass. A rhythmic step sounds as Bjorn follows Erwin's lead, trusting her elven instincts to navigate the dangerous, trap-filled forest. Rhythmic step sounds accompany Erwin's chatter about how the woods remind her of her nostalgic and beloved elven home. Erwin chatters happily about her sacred grounds while an uninterested Bjorn follows behind, keeping his guard up for monsters. Erwin warns Bjorn to follow her footsteps exactly, explaining that the forest floor is riddled with hidden, deadly traps. Erwin points out another hidden trap ahead, demonstrating her keen senses and superior tracking abilities to the impressed Barbarian. A soft swing sound follows as Erwin prepares to reveal a trap hidden beneath the leaves, teaching Bjorn how to spot them.
A sharp click sounding marks the trap's sudden activation after being triggered by a well-aimed stone.
Erwin shrugs playfully, while Bjorn privately admits to himself that her elven scouting skills are genuinely impressive.
Bjorn observes his partner's confident stance, noting that she seems more reliable and capable than ever before.
The dark-haired barbarian lets out a thoughtful as he carefully weighs his next words to her. Bjorn acknowledges her skill, but sternly warns her against becoming complacent or overexcited during their dangerous mission. Erwin reacts with a pained humph, feeling underappreciated when Bjorn coldly reminds her she is just doing her job.
Bjorn doubles down on his professionalism, stating that all seasoned adventurers must perform their duties without seeking constant praise.
Erwin's eyes widen as she blushes deeply, stunned and moved by Bjorn finally acknowledging her as a seasoned adventurer.
A soft giggle sounds as a delighted Erwin beams, while Bjorn secretly congratulates himself on successfully buttering her up.
Erwin pauses as a sudden sound marks her realization that traps are present, but no goblins are in sight.
Bjorn urges her forward, eager to begin their exploration of the vast forest, despite the hidden dangers ahead.
Narration warns of dangerous goblin specialists lurking on the forest outskirts, alongside even more formidable and deadly monsters.
Bjorn decides on a cautious approach, planning to stay near the portal's safety while exploring the immediate area. The barbarian explains the need to clear all nearby traps first, ensuring a safe retreat path if needed.
A quick clink sound follows as Erwin expertly triggers another trap, proving her precision under Bjorn's watchful eye.
Rhythmic clap sounds echo as Bjorn praises Erwin, reinforcing her new identity as a seasoned and reliable adventurer.
A sudden stop sounding precedes Erwin's hushed whisper as she senses a large group of goblins nearby.
Crouching low, Erwin whispers that over 10 enemies are positioned roughly 150 feet away from them.
Erwin continues her report in a soft whisper, asking for orders while noting that the monsters haven't detected them. Bjorn whispers his decision to fight, inquiring how close Erwin can get to the group without being seen.
With a determined whisper, Bjorn sets the plan in motion as Erwin prepares to execute their usual combat strategy.
Erwin's ghostly silence accompanies a soft step sounding as she prowls through the brush with natural elven grace.
Erwin peers through the foliage, spotting the cluster of goblins waiting in a clearing just ahead of her.
A quick wave sounds as Erwin signals to the waiting Bjorn that she is in position.
Taking a steady breath, Erwin draws her bow and aims at the unsuspecting targets from her hidden vantage point. A violent whoosh sounding follows as Erwin looses her arrow, the projectile streaking toward the enemy with lethal intent.
A heavy step sound marks Bjorn's entrance into the fray, his boots crushing the forest floor as he charges.
Bjorn performs a sudden dash sound, racing toward the distant clearing while noting the eerie silence of the area.
Bjorn roars for Erwin to fall back, which she immediately confirms as they prepare for the coming clash.
A chorus of fierce grrr sounds and heavy step sounds follows as 3 massive goblins lunge at the barbarian. Bjorn notes the overwhelming numbers on this floor, spotting a dangerous goblin swordsman leading the aggressive group of monsters. A rhythmic badoom sounding marks Bjorn's excitement, his warrior's heart racing with passion instead of the expected fear. The barbarian's inner spirit burns brightly, his very life force pulsing with the thrill of a high-stakes battle. Bjorn charges with a fierce whoosh sounding, shouting a defiant battle cry as he slams into the enemy ranks. Low grrr sounds echo from the monsters as they surround the barbarian, baring their teeth and readying their weapons. A loud bam follows as Bjorn delivers a crushing blow, his sheer power sending a goblin flying backward.
Sudden dash sounds and a swoosh sounding accompany two goblins launching a coordinated ambush from both sides of the warrior.
A heavy bash sounding marks Bjorn's masterful shield work as he parries the incoming strikes with clinical precision.
A violent whoosh and bam sounding follow as Bjorn's massive weapon arcs through the air, shattering everything in its path.
A heavy thump sounding marks a sudden, unexpected impact as the barbarian focuses intently on his next lethal move.
Blood sprays across the scene as a goblin is brutally crushed under the weight of Bjorn's unrelenting physical assault.
A sharp shriek sounding cuts through the air, catching the barbarian's attention as a new threat emerges from above.
A pained grrr and sharp swoosh sounding follow as a goblin's blade narrowly misses Bjorn, drawing an instinctive grunt.
A heavy slide sound follows as Bjorn puts distance between himself and his foes, realizing he narrowly avoided death.
Constant shriek and dash sounds accompany a growing wave of goblins, forcing Bjorn to acknowledge their collective lethality.
The barbarian realizes that solo combat against such a group would almost certainly lead to a serious injury.
Rhythmic whoosh and clink sounds follow as Erwin's arrows rain down, providing the crucial support Bjorn needs to survive.
Erwin lets out a soft pew as she reloads, while Bjorn prepares to decisively end the brutal skirmish.
Bjorn lets out a thunderous roar, challenging the remaining bastards to come at him and face their inevitable end.
A bright sparkle surrounds a glowing pink mana stone, marking their successful acquisition of 11 valuable pieces of loot.
Bjorn squats low to inspect their latest spoils, noting that their loot collection is progressing much faster today. Erwin's eyes sparkle as she presents 2 rare pink mana stones, while a surprised Bjorn appreciates their increased value. With the loot secured, Bjorn suggests they continue their trek through the woods, and Erwin enthusiastically agrees to follow. As they expand their search radius, the pair encounters increasingly aggressive goblin groups lurking within the dense, dark foliage.
A low grrr sounds as a goblin archer emerges from the shadows, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on its prey.
Erwin cries out a warning as a sudden whoosh sounding marks the goblin archer vanishing behind a veil of magic.
Bjorn braces himself for an ambush, while a heavy step sounds as he remains alert for the hidden, magical threat. A chorus of low grrr sounds and a sudden dash sounding follow as several goblins spring forward from their hiding spots.
A loud thump sounds as Bjorn intercepts the first attacker, using his sheer physical strength to halt their momentum. The barbarian's counterattack is devastating, leaving the monster crushed and broken against the forest floor in a display of power. A repeated pow sounds as Bjorn swings his hammer, while a sharp sping sounds from Erwin loosing a support arrow. Bjorn senses a sudden shift in the air as a violent whoosh sounding precedes a lethal arrow aimed at his head. Gritting his teeth, the barbarian barely avoids the projectile as a sharp whoosh sounding marks its narrow, deadly miss. Spotting the archer hidden in the brush, Bjorn performs a sudden dash sounding as he charges straight toward the cowardly monster. A violent swoosh sounding follows as Bjorn brings his massive hammer down, leaving the goblin archer with no time to react. The cornered monster freezes in place, cold sweat dripping down its face as it realizes the barbarian has finally closed in. A loud bam sounds as Bjorn delivers a crushing blow, earning himself a single experience point for the brutal kill. Amidst the oppressive darkness of the ancient trees, the pair decides to finally take a much-needed rest for the night. A soft pew sounds as a weary Erwin sits with a heavy plop sound, her strength finally failing after hours of tracking. Bjorn offers his partner the first watch, allowing her to rest while she stares up at him with grateful, tired eyes. A loud, rhythmic grorg sounds as Erwin falls into a deep slumber, her gear leaning silently against a nearby tree. Bjorn watches over the sleeping elf,
surprised by her loud, rhythmic groar snoring that echoes through the quiet forest camp. As the loud groar sounds continue, Bjorn muses that her deep sleep is a sign of her newfound trust and stability. Looking up at the starry sky, Bjorn reflects on their grueling 15-hour hunt and the progress they have made together.
Narration details their encounters with other parties, noting that most groups are larger and feature various rare races like beastken. Bjorn rests against a tree, thinking that while he avoids others' business, these encounters keep his nerves on a razor's edge.
The barbarian watches his sleeping companion, realizing that protecting her gives him another vital reason to remain constantly vigilant.
Erwin's eyes snap open as she overhears Bjorn's quiet mumble about her beauty, catching him completely off guard in the moment.
A delighted sparkle surrounds Erwin as she teases him about the compliment, while a flustered Bjorn tells her to just sleep. With a soft giggle and a happy plop sound, Erwin settles back down as her loud grorg snoring resumes almost instantly. Day 4 arrives with a flurry of action as Bjorn and Erwin coordinate their strikes to eliminate a new goblin pack. On Day 5, the exhaustion begins to show as Bjorn lets out a loud grorg, while Erwin rests against a rock. A heavy step sounds on Day 6 as the pair warily approaches a group of unknown adventurers blocking their path. Bjorn announces it is time to depart the labyrinth, noticing how fatigued Erwin looks as the final floor countdown begins. Leaning on her gear, Erwin admits her extreme exhaustion and her desperate need for a long, peaceful nap once home. Bjorn agrees to head back toward the portal early, preferring to wait in safety rather than risk being trapped inside. A sharp click sounds as Erwin spots a freshly laid trap, warning Bjorn that the monsters have already begun to respawn. Erwin whispers a tactical report, detailing a large group of 12 goblins positioned just 200 feet ahead of them. With a firm nod from Erwin, Bjorn declares their intent to fight their way through the final obstacles to the exit. A repeated low grrr sounds from the shadows where the goblin squad waits, unaware of the approaching barbarian and elf. A loud bam sounds as Bjorn launches a surprise assault, blood spraying as the monsters react with a shocked, pained grrr. The barbarian looms like a vengeful titan over the trembling goblins, who can only flinch in the face of his overwhelming presence. Bjorn's eye glows with a crimson light as he lets out a thunderous grah shout, terrifying his enemies into total submission. The scene shifts into a blur of high-speed movement as the two warriors tear through the woods toward their goal. A repeated rhythmic step sounds as the goblins scramble to organize a defense against the relentless and powerful human intruder. Bjorn smashes through a goblin's guard, trusting Erwin to handle the archers while he focuses his fury on the swordsmen. A loud bam sounds as Bjorn delivers a finishing blow to a monster, sending its broken body flying through the trees. Triumphant, Bjorn stands amidst the carnage, having earned the fearsome and legendary title of Bjorn of the Thousand Hands. A loud bam sounds as Erwin provides lethal cover fire, sniping a hidden goblin that attempted to ambush Bjorn from behind. Standing tall amidst the glowing remnants of their foes, Bjorn knows that no arrow will ever reach him with Erwin watching. Bjorn offers Erwin a thumbs up, praising her for the increased efficiency in their goblin hunts today. A glowing whoosh sounding accompanies Bjorn's request for Erwin to signal him whenever the enemy archers are cleared. Erwin admits her uncertainty about her last shot, while a surprised Bjorn listens with a slight startle. Narration notes: Erwin did the right thing by being cautious, as she smiles with a slight appreciative blush. The barbarian smugly credits himself for Erwin's significant progress and growth as a capable adventurer. A heavy step sounding follows Erwin as she points toward a fallen monster,
spotting something rare and unknown.
The pair discovers a glowing blue essence hovering over the goblin archer Erwin just skillfully took care of.
Bjorn is visibly shaken, his face covered in sweat as he realizes they've acquired a rare essence. Narration explains that an essence is a massively valuable loot, providing permanent stat increases and powerful new skills. A flashback shows Bjorn performing a quick tap sounding on his keyboard, reflecting on the strict intake limits.
Standing over the glowing prize, Bjorn notes its incredible rarity, while Erwin stares at the essence in awe.
A sudden sweat sounding marks Bjorn's rising insecurity as he feels his luck is becoming far too good.
Erwin asks if the essence causes a transformation, but Bjorn clarifies it only grants specific monster-like abilities. Bjorn recalls a scout who likely consumed a blade wolf essence to gain an enhanced sense of smell. The Barbarian asks Erwin if she wants the essence, surprising the white-haired elf with his unexpected offer. Erwin flashes a confident grin, sounding and shamelessly accepts, while Bjorn muses on her growing, bold personality. Bjorn decides the Goblin Archer essence is useless for his build, preferring to wait for something more fitting. Bjorn prepares to hand over the loot, but a sudden "hey" shout from the shadows interrupts their moment.
A close-up reveals the armored gauntlet of an intruder reaching greedily toward the glowing, valuable monster essence.
A group of hostile adventurers looms over the pair, shouting a command for them to stop right there. A loud man points a finger at them, demanding to know what the Barbarian and elf are doing. Erwin tries to explain herself as Bjorn lets out a rise sounding, looming over her with protective intent. With a gentle top sounding, Bjorn places his hands on Erwin's shoulders, telling her she needn't answer them. A sudden push sounding follows as Bjorn shoves Erwin toward the essence, urging her to take it immediately. A bright flash sounding and quick tap sounding mark the moment Erwin successfully activates the rare, glowing essence. The lead intruder rages with fury, cursing them for taking the loot he believed was rightfully his own.
A massive flash sounding erupts as the essence's power is claimed, leaving the rival party blinded and absolutely livid.
With a tap sounding and whoosh sounding, Bjorn helps a dazed sounding Erwin recover from the process.
Bjorn realizes the rival party likely saw the essence's light from afar and rushed over to steal it.
The Barbarian smirks at the thief's failure, noting their attempt to steal what wasn't theirs was far too late.
A dark, grainy transition marks the rising tension as the confrontation between the two groups reaches a peak.
Bjorn takes a heavy step sounding forward, causing the rival party to flinch as he challenges their resolve. Sensing the enemy's hesitation, Bjorn stands firm, knowing that showing any sign of weakness would make things worse. The Barbarian hefts his massive hammer, taunting the cowards to either come at him or walk away. A sudden dash sounding follows as Bjorn's boot kicks up dust, signaling a rapid and tactical retreat. Bjorn roars for Erwin to run toward the portal without slowing down as they make their clean escape. While performing a dash sounding, Erwin questions if the four men will pursue them back to the portal. Bjorn glances back as a thief curses them, realizing the villains are likely headed toward the same exit. Narration explains that the rival group was likely lurking near the portal to leave when the floor closes. Bjorn's tactical insight impresses Erwin, who praises him as they continue their race through the dark woods. Erwin's eyes widen as she lets out a flinch sounding, sensing a massive new threat lurking nearby. Erwin warns that a group of goblins is ahead, suggesting they avoid them to maintain their lead. Erwin realizes avoiding them is impossible, as the monsters are already performing a dash sounding toward their location. Bjorn grits his teeth during a dash sounding, noting that their luck has finally reached its breaking point. Bjorn takes a heavy step, sounding as he orders Erwin to follow him in a completely different direction. A swoosh-sounding arrow whizzes past as Erwin's eyes widen in shock, catching her completely off guard.
A whoosh sounding and swoosh sounding follow as Bjorn dives, pulling Erwin out of the arrow's path.
Bjorn's eye twitches with a sweat sounding, his mind racing as the ambush tightens around them both.
Erwin lets out a cough sounding while Bjorn identifies the attackers as the same rival group from before.
Bjorn deduces the rival party lured the goblins toward them, setting a trap to reclaim the essence. Bjorn realizes the rival party is using the goblins to drain their strength, urgently ordering Erwin to use her ability.
Erwin is confused about having a special ability until Bjorn reminds the white-haired elf of the essence she consumed.
Narration explains that every monster essence grants a unique power based on the creature it was taken from. A status window details Erwin's massive stat boosts and her new passive ability to fire lethal poison arrows.
As Erwin admits her uncertainty, Bjorn gives her a quick glance, sounding as her new powers begin to manifest.
A glowing whoosh sounding erupts around Erwin as she unlocks the Thief Step skill, allowing her to move in total stealth. Bjorn watches in awe as Erwin effortlessly activates her new skill, while she marvels at the cool power. With a sudden swish sounding, Bjorn hands over his heavy pack, preparing Erwin for her tactical mission. The Barbarian declares he will handle the goblin swarm solo, while Erwin hunts down the enemy's hidden crossbowmen. Erwin is terrified by the danger of him fighting alone, but Bjorn remains focused on their survival. Bjorn gives his final orders. Erwin must remain hidden and only strike the crossbowmen upon his specific signal. As Bjorn performs a dash sounding away, Erwin desperately asks what kind of signal she should be looking for. A loud stop sounding Bjorn's firm stance as he decides this is the perfect place to fight. Low grrr sounds echo through the woods as the Barbarian readies himself for the incoming goblin assault. The goblin squad approaches with repeated grrr sounds, brandishing their daggers as they prepare to swarm the lone warrior.
Performing a dash sounding, Bjorn curses the cowards who continue to hide while sending monsters to do their work.
A massive swoosh sounding follows as Bjorn swings his hammer, confident the thieves will reveal themselves soon enough. A thunderous bam sounding and repeated pow sounding erupt as Bjorn smashes through the goblin line with overwhelming force. The Barbarian is a blur of violence, delivering a repeated pow sounding to every monster that dares to get close. With a loud bam sounding and swoosh sounding, Bjorn wonders if the archers have abandoned their assault. A heavy bam sounding rings against his shield as Bjorn realizes he spoke far too soon about his safety. A goblin leaps onto his back with a vicious grrr sounding, attempting to stop the Barbarian during the chaos. A loud bam sounding marks Bjorn's struggle as he fends off melee attacks from multiple directions simultaneously. Bjorn realizes the lethal difficulty of fighting alone without Erwin's support while being targeted by a hidden marksman.
Multiple pant-sounding breaths follow as Bjorn notices his wounds are starting to take a serious toll on him.
A massive thump sounding echoes as Bjorn's heavy hammer strikes the ground, his strength beginning to fail. Bjorn drops to one knee with a whoosh sounding, panting heavily as he admits his stamina is nearly depleted. The Barbarian's eye widens in a moment of pure shock as he senses a new, incoming threat. A loud whoosh sounding accompanies two deadly projectiles flying toward the exhausted Bjorn at the same time. A close-up shows a single, powerful arrow whizzing through the air with incredible speed and lethal intent. Bjorn identifies the dual attack, one arrow from a goblin and another bolt from the rival party's crossbowmen. Realizing he cannot avoid both, Bjorn prepares a desperate swing sounding to block the most dangerous projectile. A sharp clink sounding and screech sounding ring out as Bjorn successfully blocks the crossbow bolt with his shield. A sudden swoosh sounding follows the other arrow as it narrowly misses its mark. whizzing past the barbarian. A loud shake sounding marks the moment a poisoned arrow pierces Bjorn's elbow with a sharp pierce sounding. Bjorn realizes the arrow was poisoned as his arm begins to feel completely paralyzed and numb. A heavy drop sounding follows as Bjorn loses his grip on his hammer, forced to rely only on his shield. With a repeated twitch sounding in his poisoned arm, Bjorn stands firm and chooses to prioritize his defense. The barbarian swings his massive shield in a wide arc, determined to defend himself despite his mounting injuries. A loud bash sounding erupts as Bjorn strikes a monster, though he remains wary of the hidden crossbowman. Bjorn continues his relentless defense with a repeated pow sounding, refusing to fall despite the poison. A sudden thwoosh sounding clears the area as Bjorn pushes through the pain to survive the ambush. The barbarian lets out a pant-sounding glare, wondering just how many more enemies are waiting in the dark. With a sudden rush sounding, Bjorn unleashes a terrifying red aura that sends the growling goblins into a panic. Bjorn lets out a pew sounding of relief, glad he managed to hang on until the monsters fled. A quiet rustle sounding from the bushes marks the arrival of the rival party, who mock his solo victory. 3 men emerge with a da-dun sounding, led by the smug warrior wearing a white headband. Bjorn glares at the group, demanding to know the location of the hidden crossbowman who shot him. The man with the headband confirms their presence and cruelly mocks the absence of Bjorn's elven companion. Enraged by their mockery, Bjorn tells them to just come at him as a dark power begins to surge. The warrior with the headband lets out a sweat sounding, acknowledging Bjorn's impressive victory over the goblin horde. With a chilling chuckle sounding, the headband-wearing warrior offers to spare Bjorn if he betrays Erwin's hidden location. Bjorn responds with a mocking chuckle sounding, seeing through the enemy's obvious lies and refusing to be a fool. Livid, the headband-wearing warrior orders his group, the shield holder and hat-wearing man, to kill the barbarian immediately. The trio of thieves performs a firm grip sounding, preparing to hunt Bjorn down like a dangerous monster. A sudden dash sounding follows as the enemies charge, while Bjorn braces himself against the massive shouting for a charge. Bjorn worries about his paralyzed arm with a shake sounding, desperate to signal Erwin so she can target the crossbowman. A sudden da-dun sounding marks the moment Bjorn raises his finger, finally realizing the perfect signal for this world. Bjorn lets out a confident grin, sounding prepared to execute his plan and draw all the enemy's focus to himself. A bright flash sounding from Bjorn's finger causes the headband-wearing warrior to flinch, sounding in confusion at the strange gesture. Bjorn realizes Erwin must be far away, as he hears nothing despite his blatant attempt to signal her position. Performing a rapid dash sounding, Bjorn charges back into the fray, choosing to have absolute faith in his companion. A thunderous bam sounding erupts as Bjorn slams his shield into the headband-wearing warrior with incredible brute force. A sharp screech sounding follows as the headband-wearing warrior struggles, grunting in pain while calling out to Illis for aid. The hat-wearing man, Illis, swings his blade with a sharp strike sounding, forcing an ouch sounding from the barbarian. With a heavy step sounding, Bjorn refuses to retreat, knowing he must hold his ground to protect Erwin's mission. Bjorn focuses on remaining the center of attention, providing the necessary opportunity for Erwin to strike from the shadows. Facing 2 opponents at once, Bjorn suddenly pauses, struck by a horrifying thought regarding his partner's safety. The barbarian's eye widens as he realizes Erwin might have already been defeated by the enemy's hidden crossbowman. A sudden, powerful projectile whizzes through the air, cutting through the darkness with lethal speed and intent. The rival party lets out a panicked flinch, sounding as someone shouts a warning about the incoming projectile. A loud whoosh sounding accompanies the projectile as Bjorn wonders whether it is a bolt or an arrow. A massive bam sounding rings out as a projectile hits the enemy's shield, confirming that Erwin is still alive. The shield holder barks orders for the others to focus on Bjorn while he promises to handle the arrows. A heavy bam sounding follows as the shield holder blocks another shot, mocking the archer's futile attempts to hit them. Bjorn performs a frustrated bite sounding, realizing the shield holder was strategically positioned to nullify Erwin's ranged support.
A sudden dash sounding marks the moment the headband-wearing warrior and Illis resume their coordinated assault on Bjorn.
Repeated clink sounding and clank sounding ring out as Bjorn desperately fends off both warriors with his massive shield.
Performing a tactical dash sounding, the hat-wearing man positions himself to strike while Bjorn is occupied with the other attacker. A vicious slash sounding cuts across Bjorn's back, but the barbarian grimly accepts the wound to create a counter-opening. A sudden gush sounding and clench sounding follow as Bjorn uses his deadened left arm to trap the enemy's blade. A thunderous bam sounding erupts as Bjorn smashes the headband warrior's face, causing the thief to let out an sounding. Narration explains that Bjorn considers the injury a worthy trade for the chance to cripple one of his attackers. The headband-wearing warrior stammers in shock with a quick glance sounding as Bjorn's eye glows with a menacing light. A loud bam sounding and dash sounding follow as the hat-wearing warrior continues his relentless pursuit of the barbarian. With a quick whoosh sounding and slide sounding, Bjorn retreats a few steps, maintaining his defensive stance against the thieves. The hat-wearing man freezes with a shock sounding as he hears a sudden, strange whoosh sounding from the side. A sharp clink sounding rings out as the shield holder blocks another projectile, reassuring his ally that he has everything under control. A massive blaze sounding suddenly erupts as a flaming arrow strikes, causing the rival party to cry out in total shock. A powerful whoosh sounding engulfs the shield holder in fire as Bjorn praises Erwin for her perfect elemental strike. Performing a rapid dash sounding, Bjorn mocks the shield holder for believing he could stop Erwin's powerful enchanted arrows. A sharp pierce sounding hits home as Bjorn explains that Erwin has officially awakened as a deadly elemental archer. A sudden clink sounding follows as Bjorn clashes with the hat-wearing man, while the headband-wearing warrior lets out a scream sounding. Multiple pant-sounding breaths follow as the headband-wearing warrior realizes their trap has completely backfired on them. With a sharp screech sounding, the headband-wearing warrior performs a dash sounding away, intending to personally hunt down Erwin. A loud clank sounding rings out as Bjorn is blocked by Illis, unable to chase after the fleeing leader. A sudden slide sounding marks Bjorn's struggle as he digs his boots into the ground, forced to trust Erwin's survival skills. A powerful swoosh sounding follows as the hat-wearing warrior swings his katana against Bjorn's durable protective shield. A massive bash sounding follows as Bjorn counterattacks, delivering a heavy blow that forces an sounding from his opponent. A final sounding and bright explosion mark the escalating violence as Bjorn continues his desperate fight for survival. A sudden heavy thud sounding and bam sounding mark the bald thief being sent flying backwards as he lets out a frustrated curse. The bald man recovers with a quick swoosh sounding strike and step sounding, desperate to land a hit on the wounded Bjorn. A loud land sounding accompanies Bjorn as he acknowledges his opponent's superior skill compared to the other fools in the rival party. Sharp clink sounding and clink sounding ring out as the two warriors trade blows with intense step-sounding footwork in the forest.
The bald thief claims to see through Bjorn's stalling, determined to finish him before the redhead can return to provide support.
His focus sharpening, Bjorn prepares a clever feint, planning to use his massive shield to create a lethal opening in the thief's guard. A massive bam sounding erupts as Bjorn hurls his shield with an sounding impact, catching his stunned opponent squarely in the face. With a firm grab sounding, Bjorn seizes the bloodied thief's throat,
his expression cold and full of lethal barbarian intent. Letting out a ragged pant sounding, Bjorn declares he is finished with this struggle as he prepares to end the enemy leader's life.
A violent swoosh sounding follows Bjorn's arm as he slams the man against the background, his eyes burning with primal fury.
The scene captures a silent, terrified gape sounding from the dying thief as he realizes the barbarian is truly a monster in human skin. A sickening bite sounding rings out as Bjorn savagely attacks the man's throat, screaming for his enemy to die in the red-soaked chaos. A massive splatter of blood coats the white background, signaling the gruesome and final end of the brutal confrontation. Standing amidst the carnage with a heavy pant sounding, the blood-soaked barbarian stands tall in the silence of the night. Bjorn lets out a ptu sounding as he spits out blood, his body trembling from exhaustion and a final ragged pant sounding. With a rapid dash sounding, Erwin reappears and cries out in pure joy and worry for her battered and bloodied companion.
The tearful elf archer asks if he is okay, having successfully neutralized her own pursuers while Bjorn fought for his life.
Distraught by his injuries, Erwin produces a red potion and frantically urges the confused barbarian to drink it without delay.
Erwin explains he must drink it immediately to combat the poison and his internal injuries, and Bjorn finally accepts the medicine.
A soft psh sounding marks the empty potion bottle falling to the ground after Bjorn consumes the last of the healing liquid. With a heavy whoosh sounding and pained pant sounding, Bjorn collapses as a red aura flares, feeling his internal organs begin to boil. Bjorn grinds his teeth with an sounding and pant sounding, enduring the agonizing burning sensations spreading throughout his battered skin. Erwin tries to keep him conscious as Bjorn weakly asks about the time, desperate to know if they can survive the labyrinth's deadline. Checking her pocket watch, Erwin reveals it is 11:20, leaving them with only 40 minutes until the first floor of the labyrinth closes. Erwin lets out a shocked blush sounding, completely misinterpreting Bjorn's urgent request and reacting with a high-pitched total panic. With a quick zip sounding, Erwin begins to undo her top before Bjorn clarifies he meant the dead thieves' clothes and gear. Bjorn decides they only have time for weapons and pouches, sending Erwin to loot the other bodies while he focuses on recovery. As the timer counts down across several intervals, the duo rushes through the dark woods, heavily burdened by their massive haul of spoils. A sudden dash sounding carries them toward the glowing exit as Erwin spots the shimmering blue portal just ahead in the dark.
With a thunderous whoomp sounding, the pair leaps into the swirling light, determined to escape before the floor closes for good.
A final, blinding thwomp sounding engulfs the scene as the last seconds of the timer tick away into a void of pure energy. A heavy thump sounding and step sounding mark their arrival on solid ground, as a notification confirms they made it in time.
While Erwin celebrates with a cheer, an exhausted Bjorn wonders how she manages to land on her feet after such a rough toss.
Radiant with a happy beam sounding, Erwin cheers for their success as she looks back at her battered but alive partner. Bjorn grumbles a tired acknowledgement, noting that another 30 seconds in the labyrinth would have meant their certain doom. Erwin asks about the essence and a promise, reminding Bjorn of a commitment he made to her earlier in their adventure. Bjorn remembers the promise, but insists they can't speak long as he begins to struggle with remembering a specific tavern's name. Stunned with an sounding, Bjorn scratches his head while the timer counts down, frustrated that he can't recall the important location. With an arg sounding of pure frustration, Bjorn clutches his head as the final seconds of their stay in the labyrinth disappear. He suddenly remembers the Black Whale Tavern and shouts it to Erwin just as the teleportation magic pulls them away. A system notification appears against the swirling magic, announcing that the first floor is closed and they are being transported home.
The name Rafdonia appears over the majestic, sunlit spires of the city, confirming the adventurers have finally reached safety.
Bjorn lets out a long pew sounding and a quiet psh sounding, his tension finally breaking as he realizes he is safe. Standing tall in the city square, the bloodied and exhausted barbarian quietly acknowledges that he has finally returned to the world of men. Bjorn gazes at the massive stone walls of the city, overwhelmed by the feeling of being back in Rafdonia after his ordeal.
Amidst the bustle sounding of the crowded streets, Bjorn navigates the city and reflects on the immense crowds returning from the labyrinth. With a steady click sounding of his watch, Bjorn considers the strange time dilation that keeps the city at noon regardless of his journey.
A sudden shout sounding rings out as a fellow barbarian enthusiastically calls out Bjorn's name from the middle of the crowded square. Clasping hands with a grab sounding, the man corrects Bjorn's greeting, identifying himself as Carrick, the third son of Fanun. Carrick expresses his joy at seeing Bjorn alive while greeting their friend Serum, glad they all returned from the dungeon in one piece. Loud chatter sounding fills the square as Karak boastfully shares his survival stories with a boisterous group of fellow barbarians. Bjorn watches the raucous reunion with a weary gaze, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the intense extroversion of his loud kin. A barbarian suggests visiting the inspection office to compare their spoils, prompting a tired, sweating reaction from the heavily burdened Bjorn. With a sudden rush sounding, the boisterous warriors head toward the office, eager to prove their courage through their loot. Called by his companions, Bjorn lets out a heavy, tired sigh and reluctantly agrees to follow them inside the facility. A sudden tap sounding echoes as the blonde clerk counts Karak's haul, announcing a respectable total of over 40,000 stones. The room erupts in cheers for Karak, while a loud plop sounding marks Bjorn placing his own massive bags down. The clerk eyes the massive pouches, confirming with the brown-haired barbarian that they are filled entirely with valuable mana stones.
A rapid swish sounding follows as the clerk begins counting at incredible speeds, leaving the observing Bjorn completely stunned.
A heavy da-dun sounding punctuates the clerk's shocking announcement that Bjorn has secured a staggering total of 182,413 stones. The crowd goes wild with a thunderous whoa sounding, celebrating Bjorn's record-breaking achievement as a legendary haul for any rookie. A triumphant sounding escapes Bjorn as he is hailed as the greatest warrior, his massive frame towering over the crowd.
Bjorn realizes the barbarians are going nuts because his achievements are unheard of for a rookie with only basic equipment. Flashing a confident grin sounding, Bjorn reflects on his pride in returning from the labyrinth as a truly civilized warrior. With a powerful lift sounding and joyful whoa sounding, the barbarians hoist Bjorn into the air to celebrate his victory. A celebratory hooray sounding rings out as the crowd tosses Bjorn, while a nervous official begs them to stop the chaos. Outside the office, a weary sigh follows the barbarians' loud apologies as locals grumble about the noisy warriors' recurring antics. The square remains filled with constant chatter, sounding as various adventurers and barbarians regroup after their arduous journeys.
Bjorn sits among his kin, deciding to wait for the group to move together so he can learn more about the city. Bjorn's focus shifts as he spots Erwin standing with a group of elegant, well-dressed elves across the busy square.
The silver-haired elf smiles brightly, looking radiant and healthy as she enjoys the company of her own people. Erwin animatedly discusses her mastery over fire spirit elementals, while her companions listen with genuine interest and encouragement. Bjorn contrasts Erwin's graceful circle with his own companions, one of whom is crudely picking his nose beside him.
Noticing Erwin looking his way, Bjorn realizes this is his only chance to communicate without drawing too much unwanted attention.
Through a quick whisper sounding, the two coordinate a secret meeting for tonight, keeping their alliance hidden from their peers.
When her companion asks about the Barbarian, Erwin panics and loudly denies knowing him to avoid any social friction.
A sudden glance sounding follows as Bjorn's companion asks if he knows the elf, prompting Bjorn to bark out a denial.
The Barbarian loudly insults the elves as cowards, causing the silver-haired elf woman nearby to react with visible offense.
Feeling like a cursed Romeo, Bjorn watches the tension loom as he realizes the deep-seated prejudice between their two races.
A sudden rush sounding marks the departure of more barbarians, signaling that the administrative business is finally concluding.
With a determined rise sounding, Bjorn stands up and agrees to head out, eager to leave the awkward situation behind.
A steady step sounding carries Bjorn away as he decides to wait until their night meeting to speak freely with Erwin.
A joyful shout of "Daddy" rings out as the returning adventurers finally reunite with their waiting families in the sunlit square.
A father and child share a tender clasp sounding, expressing their relief and love after the long, dangerous separation.
Bjorn watches the emotional reunions, remembering that this heartwarming feature was a core part of the original game's world. The atmosphere shifts to tragedy as an adventurer delivers a tearful gravestone sounding and a heartbreaking apology to a grieving wife. Sobs fill the air as a young girl asks for her brother, while a guilt-ridden warrior collapses in total despair. Bjorn walks through a gauntlet of grief, passing families crying out for lost loved ones who will never return home. Bjorn reflects on the raw, pained expressions of the survivors, realizing these human emotions were never visible on a computer screen. Staring into the distance, the silent barbarian absorbs the heavy weight of the city's collective sorrow and hard-won relief. The scene shifts as a gloved hand firmly grasps a large wooden mug, preparing for a much-needed drink. A thunderous "yeah" sounding erupts in the tavern as the barbarians celebrate their survival with reckless, high-energy drinking. A series of loud, glug-sounding swallows follow as the warriors pour ale down their throats in a frantic celebration. Amidst a loud rumble sounding of flying mugs, Bjorn sits at the bar, annoyed that the rowdy behavior never stops. Watching his kin get wasted, Bjorn decides that staying in the tavern is a complete waste of his limited time. With a heavy rise sounding, Bjorn announces his departure, leaving his drinking companion shocked by his sudden exit.
The other barbarians protest his leaving, calling him the hero of the day, making Bjorn fear they might keep him forever.
Bjorn makes his escape as his companions offer their blessings, shouting for the protection of Rafdonia to follow him. A quick rush sounding carries a child past Bjorn as he walks through the peaceful, sun-drenched streets of the city. Bjorn looks at the diverse citizens, finding peace in the knowledge that this safe place holds no monsters or hostile intent. Bjorn shops for clean clothes, reflecting on the law and safety provided by the sunlit city of Rafdonia. Clasping a set of fresh garments, Bjorn realizes the luxury of being able to sleep safely in this civilized world. Stepping into his lodging, Bjorn acknowledges that despite its lack of modern comforts, this world feels relatively secure. With a refreshing splash sounding, Bjorn scrubs away the dungeon's filth, his massive, tattooed muscles relaxing under the water. Amidst the steam and another splash sounding, Bjorn finds unexpected peace, deciding that living in Rafdonia might be tolerable. After drying off, a heavy plop sounding follows as the exhausted barbarian collapses onto his bed for a much-needed rest. Bjorn tosses and turns with a tense bite sounding, his mind still racing despite his overwhelming physical fatigue. Staring at the ceiling, the displaced warrior lets out a heavy sigh as he admits how much he misses home. Outside, a bright full moon hangs over the quiet city, marking the passage of several hours since Bjorn's arrival.
Waking up at 9:18 p.m., Bjorn stretches his sore limbs, surprised by the length of his accidental afternoon nap.
Sitting up, Bjorn calculates that he has been asleep for nearly 5 hours after returning from the labyrinth at noon. Seeking information, Bjorn visits a local shop where an elderly clerk reacts with shock at his sudden presence.
The shopkeeper explains that the Black Whale Tavern closed years ago because the owner's son gambled the business away.
Bjorn realizes the game's timeline is years behind his current reality and asks for the name of the new business. Remembering the name is now Fiddenpuss, Bjorn heads toward the familiar building under the starry night sky. Standing before the establishment, Bjorn stares at the sign, confirming that the tavern he sought has indeed changed identities. Bjorn reflects on the differences between the game and this reality, thankful he can still read the local language.
Amidst the bustle sounding of the crowded tavern, Bjorn is spotted by a familiar voice calling out to him.
Erwin waves enthusiastically while her short-haired sister Tercia watches the approaching barbarian with a cold, suspicious gaze.
Tercia immediately confronts Bjorn, her sharp eyes scanning him as she acknowledges his presence with clear disdain.
Bjorn introduces himself, but the defensive sister quickly identifies herself as Tercia, Erwin's protective older sibling. Bjorn mocks the sister's name, prompting Tercia to coldly insist he use her title, while the barbarian remains unimpressed. When Bjorn asks her business, a thunderous slam sounding echoes as Tercia demands to know his intentions with Erwin. Glaring with intense suspicion, Tercia questions why Bjorn arranged a meeting with her sister late at night. Amidst the chatter sounding of the room, Tercia accuses Bjorn of being a flake for missing their scheduled meeting. With a nervous glance, Erwin watches as her sister berates the brown-haired barbarian for his perceived disrespect. Completely confused, Bjorn asks what she means, unaware that far more time has passed than he originally thought. Tercia mocks his confusion, believing the barbarian is simply pretending to be forgetful to dodge her righteous anger. Bjorn turns to Erwin, stunned to learn that they actually exited the labyrinth over 30 hours ago. The realization hits Bjorn like a physical blow. He didn't nap for 5 hours. He slept through an entire day. Facing the two elves, Bjorn is mortified to realize his quick rest lasted for more than 24 hours. Looking at the patient but exhausted Erwin, Bjorn feels a wave of guilt for leaving her waiting all night. Bowing his head, Bjorn offers a rare apology, explaining that he genuinely didn't realize how much time had passed. The sisters are genuinely shocked as Bjorn wonders if they've simply never encountered a barbarian who knows how to apologize. Tercia reluctantly drops the subject, mockingly noting she didn't expect punctuality from a barbarian before asking his real goal. Picking his ear with a dismissive pick sounding, Bjorn tells the nosy sister that his business is between him and Erwin. Insulted by his crude manners, Tercia calls him a stinking, uncivilized barbarian, though Bjorn remains completely unfazed by her labels. A crackling bzzzt sounding marks the intense tension as Bjorn and Tercia trade insults while a panicked Erwin tries to intervene. Ending the argument with a heavy slam sounding, Bjorn drops a massive bag of 350,000 stones. Bjorn explains the gold is meant to compensate Erwin for the valuable essence she consumed during their dungeon crawl. After a sudden slap sounding of money hitting him, Bjorn humorously imagines Tercia acting out a stereotypical K-drama rejection scene. Tercia stares at the bag in silence, her initial anger replaced by a cold, calculating curiosity about Bjorn's motives. With a sharp glare, the suspicious sister concludes that the barbarian must be after something far more valuable than gold. Bjorn ignores the sister and asks Erwin directly if she still agrees with their original plan for their partnership.
Bjorn clarifies his terms, requesting that Erwin continue to help him explore the labyrinth until he secures his own essence.
Erwin is surprised by the fair offer of a 50-50 loot split, finding the Barbarian's proposal unexpectedly generous.
Radiating a happy beam sounding, Erwin is about to agree enthusiastically to continue their journey together as a team.
Suddenly, Erwin's expression falters, her joy vanishing as she remembers the harsh reality of her current social situation.
With a sulky-sounding sigh, Erwin apologizes, making Bjorn worried that their successful partnership is coming to a sudden end.
Tercia grabs her sister protectively, announcing that Erwin will no longer be exploring the dangerous labyrinth with a barbarian.
Close-up of Tercia explaining Erwin was only alone because of a custom for first-time explorers.
Bjorn looks annoyed, realizing that nepotism and connections drive success even in this fantasy world.
A firm, quick push sounding slides an additional pouch of gold across the table to the Barbarian.
Tercia demands more gold, insisting on a 9-to-1 loot split according to their prior agreement. With a devious chuckle, Tercia revels in her clever financial manipulation of the unsuspecting massive Barbarian. A sudden tap sounding punctuates the arrival of the extra gold as Bjorn fumes at Tercia's greed.
Boiling with silent rage, Bjorn asks to speak with Erwin in private to escape Tercia's cold presence. Tercia catches Erwin's arm with a firm grab, questioning what more the Barbarian needs to say. Radiating a joyful sparkle sounding, Erwin begs her sister to let her properly thank her savior. Tercia yields, acknowledging that her sister has grown up and deserves to make her own social choices.
With a sudden rise sounding, Tercia demands Bjorn swear an oath of honor before she leaves them.
A massive speech bubble booms with the command that Bjorn must never sleep with the young elf.
Tercia points sternly, promising to depart immediately if Bjorn simply swears to respect her sister's virtue.
Amidst a heavy blush sounding and a frustrated humph, Bjorn wonders if the oath permits everything else.
Tercia yells impatiently, forcing the Barbarian to finally swear the oath to keep her sister safe. Bjorn makes a formal vow, though internally he admits he values his survival over any warrior honor. Tercia leaves satisfied while Erwin cries out for her sister, embarrassed by the blunt, protective demand. Pausing at the door, Tercia offers a final, genuine thanks to Bjorn, son of Yandel, for his heroics. A long, weary sigh sounding escapes Bjorn as Erwin slumps onto the table, completely drained by the drama.
Erwin looks up with a worried fearing she was too disrespectful to her sister during the argument.
Bjorn reassures her, noticing the subtle smile on Tercia's face that suggested she wasn't actually truly angry. With a saddened gaze, Erwin apologizes for declining his partnership offer to fulfill her promise to her sister. Bjorn understands, secretly admitting he wouldn't turn down an adventure with a high-level elf companion either. Erwin hands over 63,000 stones, representing Bjorn's share from the fallen redhead and the crossbowmen. With a gentle nod sounding, Erwin invites him to check the remaining loot in her room tomorrow afternoon. Seeking to make things right, Erwin asks how she can properly compensate Bjorn for saving her life.
Bjorn watches Erwin closely, realizing Tercia's oath was likely meant to prevent him from demanding inappropriate favors.
Bjorn exhales slowly, taking a moment to process the chaotic day before responding to the elf's offer. A quick, subtle glance sounding follows as Bjorn suggests they share a meal before discussing any more business.
Erwin admits she isn't hungry, prompting the massive Barbarian to decide to just order for himself instead.
Erwin gazes at Bjorn thoughtfully, her expression soft as she considers the strange, honorable Barbarian before her. With an energetic rise sounding, Erwin suggests they celebrate their return to the city with some cold ale. Radiating a happy sparkle sounding, Erwin confesses she waited to have her first celebratory drink with him.
Erwin playfully demands that Bjorn thank her, and the barbarian begrudgingly complies with a brief, quiet thanks.
Erwin erupts in pure, radiant laughter, the heavy tension finally breaking into a moment of genuine friendship.
Bjorn questions her claim about celebrating, pointing out this certainly isn't her first drink since they returned.
Bjorn reveals his true age is 20, leaving a shocked Erwin to realize she misunderstood his experience level.
With a quiet chuckle sounding, Bjorn admits he was also a complete novice during their dangerous labyrinth run.
A feast of roasted meats and appetizers fills the table, marking the beginning of their celebratory tavern meal. Erwin raises her mug in a toast, thanking Bjorn once again for his guidance throughout the deadly labyrinth. A thunderous cheers sounding erupts as Bjorn raises his mug, acknowledging their hard-won victory and survival together. A sharp, rhythmic tap sounding echoes as their wooden mugs collide, sealing their bond as comrades in arms. Amidst the background chatter sounding, empty plates and drained mugs signal the end of their hearty celebration. Erwin lets out a playful he and tea sounding, teasing Bjorn about his habit of never wearing shirts.
A series of deep glug-sounding swallows follow as Bjorn downs his ale, surprising Erwin with his speed.
Wiping his mouth with a quick wipe and top sounding, Bjorn proposes a specific way for her repayment.
Erwin reacts with surprise, her eyes widening as she waits for the barbarian to reveal his hidden request.
Leaning in with a quiet whisper sounding, Bjorn cautions her that they shouldn't be overheard by the crowd. Erwin blushes deeply, her heart racing as she misinterprets the barbarian's secretive and intense leaning-in proximity. With a flushed, knowing smile, Erwin seems to accept the suggestive nature of Bjorn's request with excited anticipation. Through the door of room 305, the barbarian tells Erwin to open wider as she groans in protest. Strained and sweating, Bjorn listens to Erwin's pleas for him to be gentle following a sharp sounding.
A loud crack sounding echoes as Bjorn stretches Erwin's arm, testing the limits of her surprisingly low flexibility.
Tears well in the elf's eyes as she cries out in pain, enduring the barbarian's rigorous physical testing.
Erwin passionately swears an oath on her clan's name before Bjorn finally allows her to take a break.
Gasping with a sudden rise sounding, Erwin checks her twitching arm, terrified that the barbarian might have broken it. Erwin glares at Bjorn, questioning if his only motive for the late-night meeting was testing a specific special ability.
Bjorn explains city laws prevent active skill use, leaving a sulky-sounding Erwin disappointed by the mundane reality.
A blue notification window displays complex character stats, illustrating the deep mechanics of the world's physical and mental systems.
Bjorn examines the thousands of hidden substats, noting how specific numbers like weight and stamina influence a character's potential.
Visualized stat increases show how raising strength directly impacts muscle mass, inventory capacity, and raw physical damage output.
Two warriors with identical physique stats are shown, highlighting how different substat allocations create unique roles within a party.
Bjorn frowns at mysterious stats like obsession, which even a 9-year veteran like himself still fails to fully understand.
With a quick glance sounding, Bjorn realizes the goblin essence Erwin consumed significantly altered her hidden obsession substat.
A blue glow radiates from Erwin's chest as she nervously asks if the barbarian noticed any other strange changes.
Bjorn observes her carefully, asking if she's experienced loss of restraint or intrusive thoughts since leaving the dangerous labyrinth.
Erwin admits to an uncontrollable craving for cookies, having devoured an entire bag immediately after their successful dungeon run.
Bjorn realizes the obsession stat manifests as intense physical cravings, a detail he never could have noticed while playing. With a firm grab sounding, Bjorn pulls up the covers, deciding to treat the new stat effects like a patch.
Seeing Erwin's exhaustion,
Bjorn decides to end his investigation for the night so the weary elf can finally rest.
A soft blow sounding extinguishes the candle, plunging the room into darkness as the long, stressful day finally ends.
Bjorn's eyes open with a start, realizing a drooling Erwin has fallen asleep right next to him in bed.
Watching the sleeping elf, Bjorn remembers Tertius' warning, though he justifies this platonic rest as something entirely different.
The morning sun reveals a massive pile of weapons, armor, and equipment gathered from their successful labyrinth exploration. Bjorn and Erwin survey the loot, planning to sell everything except the specific gear they need for future runs.
Erwin joyfully asks to keep a leather jerkin and belt, which Bjorn permits as part of her loot share.
A merchant enthusiastically offers 350,000 stones for a sword as gold coins rain down.
Moving between shops, Bjorn sells the remaining bags of equipment, securing another massive sum of 250,000. A thunderous "da-done" sounding punctuates the final tally of nearly 1.5 million stones from their sales.
Stunned by the fortune, the duo clutches bags of gold, realizing they've made more money than most veteran explorers.
Radiating a satisfied beam sounding, Bjorn smiles to himself, knowing his strategic planning has finally paid off in gold.
Standing before the castle walls, Bjorn bluntly announces it's time for them to part ways, leaving Erwin completely shocked.
Erwin's spirit visibly falls with a heavy droop, sounding as she reluctantly accepts that their partnership has reached its end. Amidst the chatter sounding of the square, a massive crowd gathers around a guillotine for a looming public execution. Bjorn and Erwin approach the chaotic scene, wondering why the central square is so unnervingly packed with local citizens.
A knight in shining armor shouts for the crowd to keep back as the grim public execution begins.
Prisoners sob and gag as they face the guillotine, having been sentenced for crimes driven by pure, desperate survival.
A sudden grip sounding marks the moment the executioner prepares to release the blade on the bound, terrified criminals.
Narration explains the harsh reality of Rafdonia, the world's final city, where resources are only found within the labyrinth.
A grayscale image of the loot pile serves as a reminder of the wealth that fuels this dying world's economy.
A sickening slice and splatter sounding echoes as the blade falls, executed solely to reduce the number of hungry mouths.
The crowd erupts into a frantic rush sounding, pushing toward the execution site with a desperate, terrifying intensity.
Driven by superstition and hunger, citizens dip bread into the fresh blood, hoping for a material blessing from the dead. Horrified, Bjorn and Erwin watch the gruesome display, flinching at the barbaric customs of the desperate, starving city dwellers.
Blood spattered across the background frames the explanation that tasting an executed criminal's blood is believed to bring wealth. Bjorn's expression hardens as Erwin explains the non-human tox is 700,000 stones, confirming the system's brutality. Erwin's worry grows as she reveals the tox increases to 800,000 stones for those entering their second year.
Walking through the square, Bjorn realizes the first year is his only chance to succeed before toxes become insurmountable.
Staring at the blood-stained ground, Bjorn darkly reflects that any failed explorer could eventually become a meal for the desperate. Detailed maps display the 6th floor of the labyrinth, representing Bjorn's ultimate goal for securing his financial future and survival. Bjorn marvels at the sheer scale of the massive library, noting it was still under construction during his gaming days.
A library patron gives Bjorn a judgmental glance, sounding before the Barbarian spots a blonde woman sleeping at a table.
Bjorn struggles to remember the name of the sleeping barbarian, Einar, who snores with a rhythmic grorg and pew sounding.
With a gentle poke sounding, Bjorn tries to wake the sleeping warrior, wondering why a fellow barbarian is in a library.
Einar wakes up with a groggy expression, drool still clinging to her chin as she stares blankly at the massive barbarian. Recognizing him, Einar calls out to Bjorn, expressing her relief and joy that he survived the deadly labyrinth in one piece.
Einar's loud, energetic shout sounding echoes through the quiet halls, drawing annoyed stares from the other studious library patrons.
Bjorn urges her to be quiet, but Einar excitedly explains she never expected to find another tribal warrior seeking knowledge here.
Einar explains she's trying to gain knowledge to think before acting, referencing the advice Bjorn gave her during their survival.
Bjorn is genuinely impressed by her logic, acknowledging that Einar possesses a rare wisdom compared to most of their kind. Einar candidly admits that the labyrinth taught her to fear more than just monsters, showing an honesty rare among boastful barbarians.
With a weary top sounding, Einar closes her book, frustratedly confessing that she hasn't actually managed to learn anything through reading. Einar rises with a sudden rise sounding, deciding to return to their sacred grounds so the elders can teach her literacy.
She insists on acting immediately before she forgets, leaving Bjorn to reflect on the often tragic and simple nature of barbarians.
Before leaving, Einar pauses to remind Bjorn that she still owes him for the life-saving advice he gave her previously.
With a confident smile, Einar pledges to help Bjorn to the best of her abilities whenever he might need her.
Bjorn watches her go with a stoic, contemplative expression, processing the earnest vow of his fellow tribal warrior. As Einar walks away, narration confirms that Bjorn will indeed require her strength and loyalty in the very near future.
Bjorn surveys the vast, intimidating layout of the library, overwhelmed by the task of finding the specific historical records he needs.
A rhythmic step sounding follows as Bjorn approaches the main desk, where a woman with long, pale blue hair is seated.
Finding the librarian asleep with a soft Z sounding, Bjorn tries to get her attention with a polite, intentional ahem sounding. The librarian wakes and blinks her light blue eyes, calmly asking the massive barbarian how she can assist him today.
Bjorn explains he is searching for historical records, hoping to reconcile his gaming knowledge with the reality of this strange world.
With a sudden swoosh sounding, the librarian casts a guidance spell, her hands glowing as she chants the incantation Parsitiev.
A vibrant whoosh sounding erupts as a magical aura envelops Bjorn, startling him as the librarian's spell takes immediate effect.
The librarian yawns, explaining the spell will naturally draw his eyes toward the books he desires before warning him against theft. Before Bjorn can even ask for clarification, the librarian falls back into a deep sleep with a quiet ZZ sounding.
Bjorn stares in disbelief, bewildered by the librarian's incredible ability to fall asleep again just seconds after casting a spell.
Walking through the stacks, Bjorn is amazed when a specific book begins to glow, perfectly responding to the keywords in his mind. Picking up a red volume, Bjorn realizes the spell is an incredibly efficient tool for navigating the massive collection of knowledge. He notes the convenience of the magic, realizing why a single, constantly sleeping librarian is sufficient for such a large facility. Bjorn opens the first book, which details an ancient curse placed by an evil witch that caused the world to wither.
The text describes how the city of Rafdonia barely survived the world-ending calamity that forced humanity into its final fortified settlement.
Historical records describe the royal court opening portals to the labyrinth, a detail that perfectly aligns with Bjorn's gaming knowledge.
With a quick flip sounding, Bjorn begins a second book on alchemy, eager to learn any practical skills for his survival. He reads about how mana stones are converted into vital resources like food and metal, resolving to memorize these foundational principles.
After skimming a book on the ancient feud between barbarians and elves, Bjorn turns his focus to a crucial fourth volume.
A book on evil spirits describes entities that possess innocent bodies, a description Bjorn darkly realizes applies to his own situation.
The records explain how the royal court and Templars ruthlessly hunt down these apparitions, highlighting the extreme danger he faces.
With a final top sounding, Bjorn closes the book, realizing he must avoid certain taboo words to prevent being branded an evil spirit.
A fifth book reveals that King Rabigion III, the immortal founder, actually died 150 years ago.
Bjorn is stunned to realize he is over a century ahead of the game's timeline, explaining the discrepancies in his knowledge.
Holding his chin thoughtfully, Bjorn wonders if this is the information the blonde knight who rescued him was referring to. A flashback shows the blonde knight who saved Bjorn from a rare anomaly, his words now carrying a much heavier weight.
The book's hypothesis suggests that entering a portal right before it closes causes anomalies, confirming Bjorn's own mistake led to his plight.
Bjorn sits alone in the dark library, feeling depressed as he realizes his own hesitation caused his disastrous starting position.
Noticing the late hour, Bjorn decides to finish his research later, heading back as the city is shrouded in night. Back in his room, Bjorn reflects on the 3 days since his return, lying awake in the quiet, dim light.
Bjorn calculates he has 27 days left to prepare for the next labyrinth run before his eyes shut with a close sounding.
A sudden, sharp slam sounding echoes through the darkness, marking the end of his brief moment of peace.
Bjorn is jolted awake by a loud slam sounding as Erwin frantically demands he wake up immediately. Opening the door with a weary creak sounding, Bjorn asks the white-haired elf what brings her by so early. A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding of green energy blasts Bjorn in the face, leaving him completely startled.
Erwin joyfully announces she finally contracted a spirit elemental after 10 expensive attempts with stones bought by her sister.
Cradling the adorable green wind spirit, Erwin beams with delight as it swirls around her with a soft wish sounding.
Narration explains the low success rate and high cost of spirit stones, highlighting the immense wealth of Erwin's clan.
Erwin eagerly offers to show off more of her new power, but Bjorn quickly stops her with a dismissive comment.
Bjorn bluntly points out that her spirit has already made a massive mess in his room with its chaotic whoosh-sounding energy. Mortified by her clumsiness, Erwin cries out a panicked yikes sounding and promises to clean up the mess right away.
Following a brief tidy sounding, Erwin breathes a few sounding, while Bjorn notes that she truly is skilled at cleaning.
Letting out a playful tee-hee sounding, the elf thanks him, her face radiating pure, genuine happiness. Bjorn pragmatically advises her to spend her time more efficiently instead of traveling so far just to see him. Erwin's expression freezes in shock, her eyes wide as she processes the barbarian's cold, logical dismissal. With a heavy droop sounding, Erwin mumbles sadly that he was simply the first person she wanted to tell. Bjorn reflects on Erwin's strange attachment to him, recalling when they first met, while resolving to keep things professional. He tells Erwin he'll be staying here, inviting her to visit whenever needed to maintain a mutually beneficial connection. Erwin's face erupts into a bright blush, sounding as Bjorn refers to them both as comrades in arms. Letting out a joyful tee-hee sounding, Erwin agrees, while Bjorn concludes that having such connections is highly advantageous. The sky glows as a notification marks the 26 days remaining until the labyrinth portals open once more. Bjorn arrives at the Angry Rhino Inn, where fellow barbarians stay, determined to utilize his time for maximum preparation. Amidst the chatter sounding of the inn, a scarred barbarian recognizes Bjorn and hails him as a great warrior. A sudden gush sounding of praise follows as the crowd celebrates Bjorn's exploits, making the barbarian's ears pop.
A fellow warrior mentions the cheap nightly rate of 300 stones, which initially leaves Bjorn feeling quite surprised.
Surveying the crowded bustle sounding of 10 men sharing 5 beds, Bjorn quickly understands why the price was so low. Bjorn clarifies he is there to find Einar, though his companion corrected him on her specific tribal lineage first.
Spotting her across the hall, Einar looks up in surprise at the news that Bjorn was seeking her out. With a firm step sounding, Einar approaches the massive warrior, wondering why he has come to find her specifically. Bjorn offers a stoic nod, sounding as he requests a sparring match to improve his raw, unrefined combat techniques. Einar lets out a nervous sweat sounding, noting that he could have found any sparring partner outside the inn. Bjorn watches the chaotic sparring in the yard filled with shouts like "Ha-ya" and "Hoo-ha," realizing his choice was perfect.
Einar agrees to spar, excluding mornings spent learning to read, and Bjorn accepts her terms with a simple approval.
With a massive whoa sounding, the two barbarians take their positions, the ground shaking beneath their heavy steps sounding. Bjorn charges forward with a sudden dash sounding, determined to test his limits against the skilled blonde warrior. Marking the moment with a tight grip sounding, Einar prepares a devastating overhead swing with her massive, heavy sword.
A thunderous whoosh sounding echoes through the training ground as Einar's blade descends with incredible, terrifying speed.
Bjorn lies flat on the ground with a nosebleed, breathing a dazed whoa sounding as he admits he got owned.
After a quick rub sounding of his injuries, Bjorn notes Einar's incredible skill, calling the painful session highly productive. Despite the blood and the defeat, Bjorn immediately requests a rematch, his gaze burning with intense, focused determination.
A sharp clink sounding rings out as their weapons meet again, the force of the impact vibrating through the air.
Bjorn exerts himself with a strained swoosh sounding as he barely manages to deflect Einar's relentless and powerful assault.
The yard echoes with a screech and clank sounding as they clash repeatedly under the setting sun's orange glow. Under the full moon, Bjorn pants heavily while a light tap sounding marks Einar's approach toward the exhausted warrior. Breathing a weary phew sounding, Einar asks if he wants more, while Bjorn reflects on her immense natural strength. Bjorn decides to end the session, satisfied that Einar is both strong and loyal, a rare combination among their kind.
He asks if she intends to enter the labyrinth alone, and Einar admits she lacks the funds for a party.
Bjorn extends his hand toward her, silhouetted against the night sky, making an offer she never expected to hear. Bjorn details a loot split and offers to cover costs, but Einar cuts him off with a sharp, unexpected interjection.
Panicked that he offended her, Bjorn tries to offer even better terms, including covering the cost of all necessary potions.
With a sudden, powerful grab sounding, Einar seizes Bjorn's hand, cutting his desperate bargaining short in an instant.
Einar smiles broadly, confessing she doesn't understand ratios, but trusts Bjorn completely to lead her into the labyrinth.
With a firm shake sounding, Bjorn secures a partnership, satisfied with finding a reliable companion for the nights ahead.
The following morning, the scene shifts to the sprawling land of barbarians, where yurts dot the sun-drenched landscape. Einar and Bjorn are greeted by the white-bearded chieftain, though Bjorn secretly dreads having to meet the leader again.
The chieftain asks if Bjorn seeks literacy like Einar, but the brown-haired warrior quickly clarifies that his mission is different.
With a sudden da-dun sounding, Bjorn boldly announces his desire to acquire the powerful immortality spirit imprint immediately.
Narration details the unique racial abilities of elves and dwarves, contrasting their elemental and equipment skills with barbarian traits. Further records explain that beastmen possess the ability to form powerful pacts with ancient, glowing entities known as soul beasts.
Standing tall, a muscular barbarian reveals the intricate spirit imprint tattoos that cover his back, representing their race's specific power.
The chieftain is visibly startled, letting out a sharp flinch sounding as he questions how a young warrior knows such secrets.
Following a menacing glare sounding, the chieftain expresses deep suspicion, noting that such knowledge is far beyond Bjorn's expected level. Bjorn recalls his extensive research at the library, where he carefully studied ancient records to prepare for this exact moment. After Bjorn's explanation, the chieftain erupts into laughter with a bah-ha-ha-ha sounding, impressed by the young warrior's rare intellectual curiosity. Grinning broadly, the chieftain acknowledges Bjorn's wisdom and grants him permission to seek the coveted spirit imprint he desires.
Bjorn's eagerness is met with a sobering reality as the chieftain reveals the staggering 800,000 stone cost.
With a confident grin sounding, the chieftain mocks the high price, certain the young barbarian lacks the necessary funds. Bjorn calmly confirms he has the money, leaving a stunned Einar to question his claim with a shocked "Really?" sounding.
Floating windows explain that while high-tier imprints require rare ingredients, low-tier versions can be purchased with enough wealth.
With a triumphant "done" sounding, Bjorn presents heavy pouches of stones, proving he possesses the wealth to proceed immediately.
The chieftain's skepticism returns as he demands to know how Bjorn acquired such an immense fortune so quickly.
A devious grin spreads across Bjorn's face, signaling that he has already crafted a perfect deceptive explanation.
The warrior looks back at the white-haired elf, Erwin, who sits huddled in a dark corner of the labyrinth. Bjorn spins a tall tale of ruthlessly exploiting the elf, claiming he forced her to work and extorted her stones.
He boasts about tricking the foolish elves and their family, painting himself as a cunning master of wit and manipulation. The chieftain lets out a booming "ga-ha-ha-ha," sounding completely delighted by the story of a barbarian outsmarting their longtime rivals.
A chorus of "whoa" sounding cheers erupts from the surrounding barbarians, who praise Bjorn for his supposed victory over the elves.
Recognizing Bjorn's potential, the chieftain offers a generous gift with a soft tap sounding, further solidifying the warrior's status.
Bjorn is stunned to find 200,000 stones in his palm, realizing his clever story just earned him a fortune. With a triumphant "whoa" sounding, Bjorn joins the celebration, vowing to continue his heroic exploitation of any elf he encounters. Despite his lies, Bjorn feels a genuine surge of affection for his kin, appreciating the simple, blunt honesty of barbarian culture. A faceless barbarian figure sits in meditative focus, showcasing the complex, glowing tattoos that channel ancient soul power. Mystical text reveals that spirit imprinting transfers raw soul energy from rare ingredients directly into a barbarian's physical form.
A horned shaman warns Bjorn that the choice is permanent, reminding him that these sacred tattoos are traditionally given at birth.
Sitting within a glowing ritual circle, Bjorn reaffirms his commitment to the immortality path, crucial for his defensive shield build.
With a stoic nod sounding, the shaman begins the painful tattooing process, acknowledging Bjorn's unwavering resolve to gain power.
A repetitive stab sounding echoes as needles pierce Bjorn's skin, embedding the magical patterns deep into his muscular back.
Bjorn winces as the intense stab sounding continues, the agonizing ritual testing the limits of his physical and mental endurance.
Clenching his teeth with a pained sounding, the warrior endures the brutal procedure, fueled by his desperate need for survival.
Later that night, a soft rustle sounding Bjorn's movement as he prepares to leave the shaman's private ritual chamber.
Bjorn offers his thanks despite feeling incredibly sore-sounding, while the shaman watches him depart with a low, amused laugh.
Noticing the shaman's odd behavior, Bjorn wonders why he's laughing while his newly imprinted back tattoos pulse with a golden light. The horned shaman smiles, noting that Bjorn is remarkably the first warrior to ever show gratitude for his painful services.
With a hurried step sounding, Bjorn beats a hasty retreat, worried his polite manners might have made the shaman suspicious.
Time passes in a blur as the stars fade, eventually giving way to the bright, warm rays of a new dawn.
Amidst the distant chatter sounding of the city, Bjorn realizes that agile weapons, like short swords, simply don't suit his barbarian physique.
Entering a shop with a bright ding sounding, Bjorn asks the merchant for a sturdy, one-handed bludgeoning weapon instead.
The shopkeeper presents an array of massive, heavy weapons with a proud ta-da sounding, noting their popularity among barbarians.
Bjorn finds the huge axes and hammers too bulky sounding, searching instead for something more practical for the labyrinth's first floor.
Finding a heavy, spiked mace, Bjorn smiles with satisfaction, realizing this more compact weapon is the perfect fit for him. After purchasing a custom-made helmet and plate armor, Bjorn views system notifications confirming a significant increase in his item level. Erwin waves energetically as she spots Bjorn, signaling the start of their established daily routine in the bustling city.
Bjorn starts his day with breakfast, sharing a meal with the cheerful, white-haired elf, Erwin.
In the library, Bjorn studies stacks of books while the blue-haired librarian dozes off at her desk. A sudden bustle sounding fills the pub as Bjorn gathers rumors about monsters over a quiet dinner. As a sharp hi-ya sounding echoes, Bjorn arrives at the Angry Rhino Inn for his evening sparring sessions. With a heavy bam sounding, Bjorn overpowers his opponent during the intense physical barbarian training in the yard.
Panting heavily, Bjorn acknowledges the effectiveness of the barbarians' raw, instinctive combat style, despite their lack of technique.
After winning a match, Bjorn is cheered by the crowd as he shakes hands with the blonde warrior, Einar. Einar beams with pride at Bjorn's growth, though he secretly analyzes the simplicity of her combat movements. Back at the inn by nightfall, Erwin arrives to invite Bjorn out for a second dinner. With a playful tee-hee sounding, Erwin ignores Bjorn's concerns about her long travel time, insisting she is hungry. Erwin waves goodbye after their meal, while Bjorn reflects on the month of routine they have shared. Before leaving, the white-haired elf offers a final word of encouragement for Bjorn's upcoming expedition into the labyrinth. Bjorn returns her well wishes, feeling prepared after 30 days of rigorous, dedicated training and research in the city. A chatter sounding fills the air as Bjorn reviews his improved status window before heading to the guild. The guild is crowded with adventurers, the ambient chatter sounding marking the anticipation of the labyrinth's reopening.
Now fully armored, Bjorn requests a companionship spell to ensure he and Einar remain together during their descent.
The receptionist instructs the pair to place their hands on a glowing crystal to register their partnership. A brilliant flash sounding erupts as the magic activates, costing Bjorn 15,000 stones for the tier-based service.
Einar is visibly horrified by the steep price, while Bjorn values the spell's ability to prevent random spawns.
The receptionist explains that an adventurer's tier is determined by the number of magical essences they have consumed. After the spell is finalized, the receptionist warns them that its binding effects will only last 24 hours. Einar blushes with intense confusion, unsure how to react to the magical bond they just established at the counter. To mark their last supper, Bjorn splurges on an incredibly expensive and lavish feast worth 800 stones. Einar begins drooling at the sight of the gourmet meat, hardly believing such a luxurious meal is for her. Overwhelmed by the delicious flavor, Einar cries with joy and declares the meal to be a taste of paradise. With a repetitive chomp and slurp sounding, Einar devours everything, vowing to earn enough wealth to eat like this again. The night sky transitions into deep shades of purple as the hour for the labyrinth's opening finally approaches. A loud chatter sounding surrounds the massive, glowing portal, as guards maintain order among the gathering crowd of warriors.
Bjorn gazes at the towering portal through his helmet, waiting for the perfect moment to execute his plan.
With a triumphant whoa sounding, a pink-haired barbarian named Partoon leads a group of excited novices to the gate.
Bjorn watches the newcomers with mild amusement, questioning how the directionally challenged novices managed to find the city.
After a quick sniffle sounding, Einar nostalgically watches the novices, though Bjorn reminds her they are only slightly more experienced.
A powerful zwoomp sounding signals the gate's official opening as the crowd prepares to enter the swirling purple energy.
Bjorn firmly stops Einar from rushing in with the others, insisting they wait for a very specific timing.
He explains his theory about dimension instability, while Einar happily agrees to trust his judgment without further explanation.
As the sweat sounding of panic sets in, Einar worries they will miss the closing gate with only 1 minute left.
Bjorn watches the portal shrink, waiting for the guards' final warning before making their desperate, high-speed move.
With a sudden dash sounding, Bjorn orders Einar to run as the portal reaches its most unstable state.
A blinding flash sounding consumes them as they leap through the closing gate, much to the shock of the guards. Bjorn's vision is obscured for a moment as they transition into the unknown depths of the magical labyrinth.
Opening his eyes with a sharp, open sounding, Bjorn confirms his theory was correct as they arrive safely. Einar panics in the absolute darkness, but Bjorn remains calm despite the rustle sounding of their pitch-black surroundings. Bjorn lights a torch, revealing he anticipated the dark area and prepared the necessary supplies for their survival.
With a sudden da-dun sounding, they discover a massive monumental stone hidden deep within the dark ruins.
Bjorn lets out a low chuckle, sounding planning to use his knowledge of in-game bugs to bypass the first floor.
A bright flash and thwoomp sounding erupt as Bjorn activates the stone, triggering a powerful hidden teleportation mechanism.
The two barbarians stand silhouetted against the blinding light of the monumental stone as they prepare to ascend. Despite Einar's visible shock and sweat sounding, Bjorn confidently leads them forward into the next stage of their journey.
With a heavy step sounding, they emerge into a muddy, ruin-filled environment far beyond the labyrinth's entrance.
Einar is amazed by the 3-day shortcut, while Bjorn simply attributes his success to the research he conducted.
A caw sounding echoes through the purple, crow-filled sky, signaling their arrival in a realm of restless spirits.
Standing amidst dead trees, Bjorn and Einar confirm they have successfully reached the ominous land of the dead.
As the blonde warrior looks on in surprise, Bjorn asks if she can sense the strange energy nearby.
A sudden badoom sounding thumps in Bjorn's chest as a mysterious, powerful sensation surges through his entire body.
Einar enthusiastically congratulates him on his raised soul dignity, confirming that Bjorn has just achieved a level up.
A system window displays Bjorn Yandel's stats, explaining how soul power increases his capacity for special magical essences. Now at level 2, the tattooed warrior realizes he can harness 2 powerful essences to further his path.
While Einar wonders why they leveled up without combat, Bjorn secretly credits his knowledge of secret game rewards.
Bjorn recalls how accomplishments serve as experience points, though leveling becomes increasingly difficult as more monster types are defeated.
He remembers that speed running to open portals for the first time is a reliable trick for continuous growth.
Bjorn determines to keep this tactical advantage secret, wanting to exploit the information as long as possible.
He instructs Einar to tell others their journey took days, ensuring she won't leak their true rapid progress.
Bjorn reflects that other adventurers would grow suspicious of their efficiency if they discovered the true shortcut they took.
Preparing to move, Bjorn admits that treacherous rival adventurers are a far greater threat than any dungeon monster.
With a pull and crackle sounding, Bjorn ties a torch to his helmet,
becoming a practical yet embarrassing barbarian candle.
Einar is amazed the magical flame isn't hot, while Bjorn explains its long-lasting properties during their dark trek.
The land of the dead presents a terrifying array of monsters, from ghouls and skeletons to a headless horseman. Bjorn notes the terrain's lack of traps, making it the perfect environment for a heavy-hitting barbarian party to advance. Einar alerts him to approaching ghouls with a sudden shout as a low grrr sounding echoes from the darkness.
With a determined step sounding, the blonde warrior draws her massive blade, eager to handle the first encounter herself.
A rapid slash and pierce sounding follows as Einar effortlessly tears through the undead ghouls with raw, brutal power. Einar grins at their easy victory, but a sudden, chilling shriek sounding nearby quickly changes her confident mood. The blonde warrior's face pales with terror as she breaks into a cold sweat from the bone-chilling noise. With a sudden clasp and shriek sounding, Einar clings to Bjorn as he explains the harmless nature of banshees.
Bjorn warns her that attacking the intangible spirits would only result in a persistent and dangerous labyrinth curse.
As a shriek and grroar sounding surround them, Einar praises Bjorn's wisdom while shivering in fear of the spirits.
Panic-stricken, Einar accidentally chokes Bjorn from behind with a sudden kaya and choke sounding as more shadows appear.
Bjorn identifies the newcomers as common skeletons, as a clink sounding reveals the animated remains rising from the ground.
Realizing she overreacted, Einar looks sheepish while Bjorn stares ahead with a weary, unimpressed expression at his partner's fear. With a step and rub sounding, Einar charges forward while Bjorn tries to offer tactical advice on hitting vitals.
Einar ignores his advice and delivers a massive crush-sounding blow, proving her raw strength is more than sufficient.
Their steady step sounding continues as they venture deeper, encountering a fresh wave of diverse undead monsters.
Massive elder ghouls tower over the standard zombies, significantly increasing the physical threat in their path forward.
Disciplined skeleton soldiers and archers join the fray, adding ranged attacks and weaponry to the monster's arsenal.
Amidst a low grrr sounding, Bjorn and Einar engage the horde, both noticing their combat skills have significantly improved.
With a swoosh and bam sounding, Bjorn uses his new mace to shatter a monster's skull with satisfying ease.
A zombie's strike generates a clink sounding as it harmlessly hits Bjorn's new chest armor, vindicating his equipment choices.
A skeleton's arrow flies past with a sharp whoosh sounding as Bjorn remains focused on the melee battle ahead. The arrow deflects with a clink sounding off his helmet before he delivers a heavy bam sounding to a skeleton. Bjorn shoots a quick glance toward Einar, acknowledging her impressive combat prowess and reliability as a frontline partner.
Einar unleashes a devastating attack with a massive thwoomp sounding, obliterating the skeleton soldiers in a single wide sweep.
With a crush and crumble sounding, the monsters fall, as Bjorn reflects on the barbarian's ancient ancestor god, Bahela. A skeleton makes a sudden dash sounding toward Bjorn, but the armored warrior is ready for the close-range ambush. Bjorn delivers a final, powerful bam sounding, realizing that the directness of barbarian combat is incredibly exhilarating and efficient. With a triumphant da-done sounding, the two barbarians stand ready, embodying the absolute epitome of a powerful party.
Einar notices a scratch on Bjorn's arm and points it out with concern after the intense melee combat.
A soft psh sounding marks the steam rising from the wound as it begins to heal itself almost instantly.
Einar is visibly amazed by the rapid healing, questioning if this incredible durability comes from his secret spirit imprint. Revealing his glowing back tattoos, Bjorn confirms the immortality path's power as a steady psh sounding continues his regeneration.
With a quick top sounding, Bjorn notices the terrain has hardened, indicating they have successfully traveled a great distance. As the banshee's howls intensify, Bjorn kneels and warns Einar to prepare for the approaching danger. Amidst a purple, desolate landscape filled with ga-ha-ga and shriek sounding, Bjorn notes they will soon face Tier 8 monsters.
Einar panics at the chilling sounds, but the armored warrior firmly orders her to prepare for the coming battle. A massive, three-eyed death fiend lunges from the shadows with a terrifying grrr sounding, towering over the barbarians.
Bjorn reflects on the labyrinth's poor lighting, which allowed the monstrous creature to close in completely undetected.
The death fiend lets out a ferocious grah sounding, looking far more nightmarish than Bjorn had originally anticipated.
Bjorn commands Einar to focus her strikes exclusively on the monster's head to maximize their damage.
With a thunderous barbarian war cry, the battle begins as the massive creature roars in response.
Einar leaps high into the air, her silhouette framed against the purple sky as she prepares a devastating strike.
A massive bam sounding echoes as Einar's greatsword crashes against the monster, creating a brilliant white flash of impact.
Bjorn follows up with a sudden dash, sounding, moving with practiced speed to exploit the opening Einar created.
A heavy thwack sounding marks Bjorn's head, but a psh sounding of rising steam leaves him shocked and swearing.
Bjorn's eye widens in realization that the monster is as sturdy as solid rock, completely unfazed by his strike. With a sudden thump sounding, the three-eyed beast readies its own counterattack, its red eyes glowing with malice. Bjorn grunts with an sounding as he is forced back, his shield vibrating from the monster's immense power. Despite the monster's strength, Bjorn buys enough time for Einar to swing her massive blade with a sharp swoosh sounding. Einar's blade creates a loud screech sounding against the creature's hide, yet she fails to draw any blood. A sudden, powerful bam sounding sends Einar flying through the air as she cries out in pain. With a sharp slide sounding, Einar's sword skids across the muddy ground as she struggles to recover from the blow. Einar recovers her footing and shouts to Bjorn, visibly shaken by the monster's nearly impenetrable and hardy defense. Bjorn recalls the creature's high defense from his game knowledge, though experiencing its raw power firsthand is far more daunting. He notes that Einar's powerful strike only caused a minuscule cut that healed instantly with a soft psh sounding. The death fiend roars grah, sounding as Bjorn identifies its passive ability, body preservation, which grants it unnatural resilience. Einar stares up in horror, asking what the drooling beast is doing as it prepares to unleash its true power. Bjorn explains the monster's activated ability as massive, pale hands erupt from the ground with a rhythmic whoomp sounding. With a ferocious grah sounding, the fiend uses its call of the dead to summon a horde of ghouls. Bjorn and Einar stand ready as the terrain becomes a battlefield, acknowledging the challenge of fighting a swarm. The death fiend continues its grah-sounding roar, commanding its newly risen army to surround the two barbarians. Ghouls approach with a low grrr sounding as Bjorn and Einar prepare to face the overwhelming numbers together. Bjorn takes command, ordering Einar to prioritize clearing the ghouls while he handles the primary threat. With a rapid dash and swoosh sounding, Bjorn charges the death fiend to keep the massive beast occupied. A sharp clink sounding rings out as Bjorn's shield absorbs a heavy blow from the monster's giant arm. Bjorn grunts with an sounding as the impact of the monster's slam sends a shockwave through the ground. Narrowly avoiding a follow-up, Bjorn slides back with a sharp whoosh sounding, his eyes focused on the monster's movements. A rapid succession of clink and clink sounding echoes as Bjorn skillfully parries the beast's relentless, heavy-handed strikes. Einar suddenly dashes back into the fray with a loud bam sounding, announcing she has finished off the ghouls.
A soft dun sounding marks the end of the lesser undead as their remains dissipate into the dark air. Einar declares her readiness to help, her eyes glowing with determination as she prepares to rejoin the main fight.
With a powerful swoosh sounding, Einar swings her giant greatsword in a wide arc, aiming directly for the fiend's head.
A massive bang sounding erupts as Einar's blade connects, finally cracking the monster's skull with sheer barbarian strength.
Bjorn clenches his mace with a determined clench sounding, refusing to be sidelined in their most dangerous battle yet. Delivering a ferocious bang-sounding blow, Bjorn hurls an insult as he smashes his weapon into the monster's face.
The massive death fiend begins to falter, its body swaying under the combined, brutal assault of the barbarian duo. A dark gush sounding marks the first real damage as black blood erupts from the monster's wounded head. Bjorn grins with satisfaction, believing that the massive strike and subsequent blood loss have finally secured their victory. A sudden, unexpected bam sounding sends Bjorn reeling as the monster retaliates with a desperate, heavy swing.
Bjorn slides across the ground, swearing in disbelief as he realizes the monster appears completely undamaged despite their efforts.
Dark, thick blood drips onto the purple soil, yet the creature shows no signs of slowing its assault. Wiping his face with a dizzying wipe sounding, Bjorn realizes this beast is incomparable to the weak goblins he previously defeated. With a low grrr sounding, the monster's wounds heal instantly, leaving Bjorn stunned by its perfect, high-speed regeneration.
Bjorn and Einar realize they cannot damage the death fiend faster than it regenerates and consider retreating.
Einar suddenly lifts the massive creature's leg, catching Bjorn completely off guard with her sudden burst of strength. Straining with a mighty shout, Einar channels her ancestor god Behela to execute a massive, ground-shaking throw. Bjorn quickly realizes Einar is trying to unbalance the beast and prepares to assist her bold maneuver.
With a thunderous bam sounding, Bjorn strikes the monster's leg to ensure it loses its footing completely.
Their combined effort works as the creature falls over with a terrified gra sounding and a swoosh sounding.
A heavy thud sounding echoes as the massive death fiend crashes to the ground, finally vulnerable to attack. The monster desperately flails its arms with a series of grrr sounding roars, unable to right itself. Bjorn and Einar loom over the fallen beast, realizing it is completely helpless while stuck on its back. They laugh together, a series of thump-sounding blows echoing as they compare the execution to kneading dough. Amidst a sequence of bam-sounding strikes, the two barbarians admit they are having immense fun in battle. Black blood splatters everywhere as Bjorn and Einar continue their joyful, relentless assault on the grounded monster. A rhythmic sequence of bam and thump sounding continues as Bjorn finds himself loving the barbarian combat style. Einar triumphantly displays a large, glowing red mana stone dropped by the defeated fiend, expecting a high reward. Bjorn's disappointment is clear as he reveals the stone's low value, shocking the expectant blonde barbarian woman. Despite their near-death struggle, Bjorn calculates the total loot is still a meager 300 stones. Einar asks about the price of their favorite cream-filled bread, discovering it matches their entire day's earnings. Einar decides to use the expensive bread as her new economic standard, gleaming with a beam-sounding joy. Bjorn reminds Einar she needs several more kills to afford her bread after their lopsided loot split. Bjorn reflects on the ease of traveling with Einar, compared to the constant encouragement his former partner needed. They refine their strategy, using a whoosh-sounding throw to immediately ground any new death fiends they encounter. A sequence of bam-sounding blows follows as they efficiently dispatch 70 fiends in a single day. As evening falls, Bjorn decides to call it a day, reflecting on the game's punishingly low drop rates.
Bjorn guards their camp while Einar sleeps with a Z sounding,
disappointed he didn't find a single essence.
The next day brings new challenges as the fiends begin appearing in pairs with a grrr-sounding growl. They adapt quickly, using a thump-sounding tackle to ground the pair before glaring down at their prey.
Einar and Bjorn retreat with a rush-sounding dash when a grrr-sounding horde of ghouls threatens them. They decide to avoid a group of 3 monsters, wisely choosing to find a different path forward.
By the second day's end, they find a ruined structure and decide to set up a cozy campsite.
Their rest is interrupted as a trio of human adventurers suddenly appears, surprised to find the camp occupied. The newcomers sweat nervously as they realize they have stumbled upon the camp of 2 powerful barbarians. Bjorn demands to know what they want, looming over the intruders with a terrifying and unimpressed expression. Einar commands them to leave immediately, her intense gaze causing the strangers to shudder in pure fear. With a rush-sounding retreat, the trio of adventurers apologizes profusely and quickly flees back into the darkness. Einar watches them go, her face partially obscured by an ominous shadow as she grips her greatsword. A dark and grainy transition reflects the shifting mood as the night grows more dangerous and uncertain. Einar warns Bjorn that they must move, firmly stating that humans are fundamentally untrustworthy in the labyrinth. Bjorn wonders what past experiences led Einar to despise humans as they continue with steady step sounding. Bjorn decides he will eventually ask the blonde barbarian about her history when the right opportunity arises. As they search for a new camp, a sudden sounding cry for mercy echoes through the trees. Bjorn and Einar stop immediately as a sharp stop sounding marks their sudden alert to the nearby danger.
A sharp slash sounding follows a desperate plea as the barbarians stare in shock toward the scream's source.
Bjorn and Einar realize they are witnessing an adventurer murdering another, a grim reality of the ruins. A brilliant flash-sounding light illuminates the woods, drawing the barbarians' attention to a figure in the distance. They discover 4 fresh bodies, signs of fire and poison, proving it was a brutal human-on-human attack. Bjorn and Einar approach the scene cautiously, their weapons ready as they scan the dark, blood-stained clearing. They spot a red-haired woman standing over the victims, her cape billowing as she calmly inspects the carnage. A drop of black blood falls with a drip sounding as the red-haired woman glances back at them. The woman calls them novices, and Bjorn realizes she is a plunderer who hunts other adventurers for profit. Bjorn reflects on the cruelty of plunderers who choose to slaughter fellow humans instead of hunting monsters. Narrates the penalty for plundering as a grave crime while a man lies dead in the shadows. Bjorn recalls killing 6 others in self-defense, knowing the authorities only learn what someone reports within the labyrinth. The red-haired woman flips her dagger with ease, questioning if the barbarians are new to seeing plunderers. With a quick catch sounding, she stares them down, identifying their barbarian nature with a cold gaze. Bjorn grows wary, noting that he has never encountered a plunderer who radiates such lethal experience. He observes her tall build, red hair, and a distinctive cut on her right ear as she poses. Because she doesn't hide her face despite her crimes, Bjorn realizes she likely leaves no witnesses alive. Einar senses the woman's overwhelming strength as Bjorn breaks out in sweat with a nervous gulp sounding. The grim reality of the situation is punctuated by the presence of 4 lifeless victims in the clearing. Bjorn analyzes the corpses, concluding the high-level party was poisoned before being finished off by force. The red-haired woman remains unbothered, calmly asking if the fallen adventurers were the barbarians' former companions. With a firm grab sounding, she begins to disturb one of the bodies to claim its valuables. She loots the corpses with total confidence, her back turned to Bjorn and Einar in an insulting display.
Using an expensive magical backpack, she stows a massive sword with a fluid, swish-sounding motion.
Bjorn stands paralyzed by her power while she addresses them once more, clearly unimpressed by their presence.
Realizing the gap in their abilities, Bjorn searches for the only logical path to ensure their survival. Einar looks to her partner, sweating as she asks if they must prepare for a dangerous fight.
Bjorn rejects the idea, ordering an immediate dash-sounding retreat as they flee the scene at full speed.
Their only objective is to put as much distance between themselves and the lethal woman as possible.
The red-haired plunderer watches them run, her narrowed eyes tracking their desperate attempt to escape.
Though they gain some distance, the threat of her catching up looms over them as they continue running.
Bjorn gives a quick glance sounding back, his expression tight with fear as he checks their trail. He spots the marks he previously left, guiding them back toward the safety of the first floor.
Continuing with a rapid dash sounding, they follow the trail in hopes of reaching the portal quickly.
Bjorn suddenly skids to a stop sounding, his eyes widening as a new obstacle appears before them.
They find themselves face to face with a party of 4 adventurers blocking their path through the ruined structure.
A bald man leading the group reacts with surprise at the sudden appearance of the 2 barbarians.
Desperate, Bjorn begs the group for help, explaining that a dangerous plunderer is chasing them through the woods.
The bald man is skeptical, but Bjorn swears on his honor as a warrior to prove his sincerity.
The bald man accepts his word, and Bjorn internally celebrates using his barbarian reputation as a persuasion tool.
The party agrees to help under the condition that they keep all the loot from the red-haired woman. The bald leader directs them to follow, promising to use a special ability to hide them from detection.
He activates a gnome ability, claiming the barbarians will be invisible and safe from the approaching plunderer.
The skill creates a powerful illusion, effectively hiding them by making them part of the natural terrain.
The man comments on their luck, though his tone takes a sudden, sinister turn as they wait.
A malicious grin appears on the bald man's face as he revels in finding easy targets.
A heavy da-dun sounding marks the realization of the trap as Bjorn and Einar find themselves paralyzed.
The bald man laughs, mocking their inability to move or speak while under his party's control.
Bjorn's heart sinks as he realizes they escaped one plunderer, only to fall right into another's trap. He identifies the curse as stone golem immobilization, knowing only damage can break the binding effect. The grim reality is confirmed. They are completely at the mercy of their attackers until blood is shed.
The new group gloats over the wealth they've stolen, mocking the barbarians as they surround them.
One man lifts Einar's chin with a lift-sounding gesture, expressing disappointment in her barbarian blood. Another member chuckles at the prospect of selling their hearts for a high price on the black market.
Bjorn feels their vile ambitions as the plunderers mock his futile attempts to break free from immobilization.
The leader orders his subordinate to execute Bjorn with a single, clean strike to avoid any complications. As the killer steps closer, Bjorn faces the terrifying possibility of dying like a helpless animal. With a lethal swoosh sounding, the plunderer swings his blade directly at the barbarian's exposed neck. The steel edge cuts through the air with a sharp swoosh sounding as the killing blow descends. A final, rapid swoosh-sounding blade strike nears Bjorn's throat, signaling the end of the line for him. Bjorn takes a direct hit to the neck, blood splattering as the lethal blade connects with a sharp stab sounding. With a sudden whoosh sounding, Bjorn moves despite the injury, leaving his attacker completely stunned by his resilience. A massive whoosh-sounding swing follows as Bjorn immediately counters the man's failed attempt at a killing blow. A heavy bam-sounding strike lands as the barbarian's unexpected resistance shocks the group of plunderers. The survivors stare in disbelief as the supposedly paralyzed barbarians begin a brutal and efficient counterattack.
With a sharp pull sounding, the blade is ripped out as blood gushes from the deep neck wound.
Bjorn shouts Einar's name as a dagger flies with a lethal toss sounding directly toward the blonde barbarian.
Einar is struck by the blade with a sharp stab sounding, her expression turning pained as blood splatters.
Bjorn hunkers down behind his shield, grimly leaving the rest of the fight in Einar's capable hands.
Bjorn's strength begins to falter sounding as he collapses to the ground, his gaze fixed on his partner.
Einar retaliates with a lethal slash sounding, her eyes glowing with a feral, vengeful light as she grips her sword.
A heavy step sounding echoes as the blonde barbarian advances relentlessly on her remaining terrified prey.
Einar looms over the trembling man, ignoring his desperate pleas as she prepares to deliver a final blow.
A massive slash sounding tears through the air as Einar executes the plunderer without a moment of hesitation.
With a quick swing sounding, Einar narrowly avoids a counterstrike during the chaotic and bloody woodland skirmish.
The bald leader makes a rush-sounding retreat while Einar stands alone amidst the bodies of the fallen plunderers. Einar's fury turns to pure panic as she realizes Bjorn is in critical condition and bleeding out.
Einar cries out in shock at the amount of blood, desperate to save her fallen comrade before it is too late.
Bjorn struggles to speak while Einar swears a warrior's oath to avenge his impending death with her honor.
An empty glass bottle lies on the ground, reflecting the grim reality that their healing resources are completely exhausted. Einar inspects Bjorn's neck scar while he reflects on how his immortality imprint saved his life today.
Einar laughs with genuine joy at Bjorn's survival, finding the massive scar to be a mark of great honor. Bjorn prepares to hunt down the escaped plunderer once the looting of the fallen group is finally finished. With a powerful grab sounding, Bjorn captures the bald man who desperately and pathetically pleads for mercy. Bjorn orders Einar to stand down, planning to exploit the man's special concealment ability to avoid the red-haired woman.
A sudden whoosh sounding marks a flying spike that strikes the prisoner with a loud, bone-chilling bam sounding.
The man falls with a thud, sounding as the lethal red-haired plunderer suddenly reappears from the shadows.
The woman mocks their performance, her presence radiating an aura of overwhelming and lethal experience.
Bjorn shouts a warning while Einar glares, both realizing their only path forward is a desperate fight for survival.
Both barbarians charge forward with a rapid dash sounding to engage the dangerous red-haired woman at once.
The plunderer remains perfectly calm and composed as the two powerful warriors close the distance at full speed.
A heavy swoosh-sounding blade strike misses its mark as the woman effortlessly evades their opening attack. The barbarians launch a simultaneous assault, determined to overwhelm the lethal woman through sheer brute force.
With a fluid swoosh-sounding motion, the woman weaves through their massive, heavy weapons with practiced ease.
She gives a cold glance, sounding back at the barbarians, clearly unimpressed by their predictable movements.
A heavy clink sounding rings out as Bjorn's mace finally connects with her defensive, low-profile guard.
Bjorn is stunned by the woman's immense strength as their locked weapons produce a high-pitched creak sounding.
With a release sounding and a quick clasp sounding, Bjorn tries to pin the woman down with his shield. Bjorn creates a brief opening for Einar, but a sudden and precise stab sounding interrupts their desperate gambit.
Bjorn falls to the ground with a dull plop sounding, his legs giving out from the sudden shock.
A quick flip sounding reveals the woman standing victoriously over him, having bypassed his heavy armor with ease. Bjorn realizes the woman has awakened her aura as Einar charges back in with a furious battle cry.
The air hums with tension as the scene shifts to a frantic blur of high-speed, lethal movement.
With a heavy swoosh sounding, Einar swings her massive greatsword in a final, desperate attempt to end the fight.
A lethal slash sounding lands as Einar is ruthlessly cut down by the red-haired plunderer's lightning-fast counter.
Blood sprays with a gush sounding as Einar collapses, leaving Bjorn to scream her name in pure agony. The woman walks with a steady step, sounding toward the paralyzed Bjorn, noting his certain death from her poison. Bjorn pants heavily, faced with the terrifying and cold reality of his own mortality in the ruined structure. With a sharp point sounding, the woman aims her dagger directly at the fallen barbarian's exposed throat. She offers a final deal, promising to spare Bjorn's life if he swears a warrior's oath of silence.
The red-haired woman holds a dagger to Bjorn's throat, offering him a proposition to spare his life.
She turns her gaze away, explaining that she feels a sense of debt toward the barbarian race. Bjorn realizes she wanted to loot them, while the wounded Einar weakly tells him not to trust her. Trembling with pain and fury, Einar feels humiliated for falling so easily into such a cruel trap.
Sweat drips from Bjorn's metal helmet as he asks the dangerous plunderer about the consequences of declining.
She looms over him with a shadow-filled face, stating she will only kill them per their agreement. Bjorn kneels before the lethal woman, solemnly swearing on his honor as a warrior to accept the deal.
The red-haired plunderer leans forward, observing that Bjorn is unusually pragmatic and strange for a typical barbarian.
A sudden splash sounding occurs as liquid drips down the side of Bjorn's helmet during the tense exchange. The woman looks down at the bleeding Einar, demanding her answer to the same life-saving proposition.
Bjorn reacts with shock as the woman hands him a small item, signaling the start of their pact.
With a lethal swish sounding, the plunderer raises her dagger over Einar, threatening to end her life immediately. Faced with a terrifying choice, Bjorn realizes he cannot let Einar die like a helpless animal.
Bjorn shouts desperately, ordering Einar to accept the offer and prioritize their survival over her personal pride.
Einar gazes up at him from the blood-stained ground, her expression filled with shock and lingering hesitation. She argues through her pain, believing that a warrior's honor is far too sacred to be used lightly. Bjorn's loud shout sounding commands her to trust him and do as he says to ensure they both live. Bjorn internally scorns the idea of pride, finding no value in honor that comes at the cost of life. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Einar finally closes her eyes and swears on her honor to comply.
The scene shifts to the dark, gnarled silhouettes of dead trees against a gloomy and oppressive purple sky.
The red-haired woman stands tall in the ruins, her presence commanding and lethal as she concludes the meeting.
While Einar smokes a pipe to calm herself, Bjorn asks the plunderer which floor of the dungeon they occupy.
The woman gives a silent, cold glance, sounding back over her shoulder before she begins to walk away. With a heavy step sounding, she departs, mentioning the 8th floor while Bjorn reflects on their narrow survival. The two barbarians watch her leave, Bjorn's eyes narrowing as he marks her words for a future confrontation.
A final, silent vow echoes in the ruins, promising that things will be different next time they meet.
With a powerful whoosh sounding, they dive into a swirling blue portal to escape the dangerous ruined structure. Einar lands on the stone floor with a heavy thud sounding, her body finally succumbing to the exhaustion. Bjorn checks on her while her body releases a light psh sounding steam from the intense physical strain. Einar smirks through her shame, while Bjorn worries that her mental state is worse than he previously imagined. Bjorn tries to offer warrior wisdom, but Einar bluntly tells him to keep it short to avoid losing her.
Looking weary, Einar admits that she is beginning to understand the logic behind Bjorn's desperate survival tactics. She thinks to herself that Bjorn possesses a rare ability to overcome the urge for self-destruction from shame.
Bjorn sweats nervously, internally confessing that he feels fine because he isn't truly a real barbarian at heart. A dark cloud of resolve forms as Bjorn vows to eventually pay the plunderer back for this humiliation. Hours later, Bjorn sits awake by glowing blue crystals, unable to find rest after the day's traumatic events. He reflects on his intense hatred for receiving pity, a feeling that has haunted him since his past. Einar sleeps soundly nearby while Bjorn remains lost in his thoughts within the quiet crystalline dungeon cave. A flashback shows Bjorn being rescued by a nightly party, though the memory is tainted by cold indifference. He recalls the cleric's refusal to heal him and a knight tossing a life-saving potion away like garbage.
Bjorn remembers lying face down in the dirt, abandoned by the very people he thought would help him.
His hand gives a tight clench, sounding as he remembers his vow to never experience such helplessness again. Standing alone in a spotlight of memory, Bjorn reflects on his constant search for any option to survive. He stares forward with cold resolve, knowing that his path was dictated by the harsh necessity of staying alive. The memory of a brutal beheading flashes by, reminding him of the constant, lethal danger he has faced. Scenes of chaotic combat and surreal violence replay in his mind, fueling his determination to grow much stronger. Bjorn announces a firm change of plans, his gaze hardening as he decides on a new, bolder strategy. He asks the resting Einar if she would take a surefire, risky path to power to avoid certain death. Einar looks up with a resolute expression, agreeing that they must become stronger regardless of the high risks.
With his hands firmly clasped, Bjorn vows to strike first from now on as he begins their transformation.
Bjorn announces his plan to enter the rift and confront potential disasters before they can find him. A distorted blur of dark energy pulses across the screen, signaling the start of a new trial. Status windows confirm his victory over floor monsters as Bjorn notes the unique, high-density spawn area they found. Walking with a steady step sounding, Bjorn explains why this dark, torch-requiring area is unpopular for most adventurers. They discover a hidden monument, which Bjorn identifies as a memorial for the labyrinth's legendary first discoverer. Bjorn guides Einar past the monument, explaining its historical significance while keeping their true objective in mind. The inscription honors the great sage Diplan Groundel Gabrielius, a name deeply rooted in the labyrinth's ancient history. Bjorn notes the text matches the game perfectly, confirming the requirements for the hidden rift remain unchanged. Bjorn prepares to open the portal, and Einar gives a nod, sounding while swearing her warrior's silence. A confused Einar asks about rifts, prompting Bjorn to explain they are secret gateways to internal instance dungeons. Bjorn recalls the mechanics of instance dungeons, which require specific party sizes and offer unique, high-tier challenges. He carefully places several mana stones, including a high-tier Death Fiend stone, onto the ritual altar. A powerful rumble sounding erupts as red energy flares, and the two barbarians rush toward the opening rift. Bjorn considers the randomized party matching system, wondering which fellow adventurers the rift will pull in with them. The rift's cooldown and unique spawn conditions are revealed, showcasing the difficulty of entering these hidden labyrinth layers. Bjorn explains that instead of waiting months for a natural opening, he is forcing the rift to appear. Dark crimson energy swirls as the narration reveals there are only 4 such rifts on the entire floor. A haunting caw sounding echoes under a blood-red sky, setting a grim tone for the new area. The massive, ruined structure known as the Bloody Citadel looms ominously beneath a dense, red-tinted horizon. Bjorn and Einar step onto the scorched earth of the citadel, dwarfed by the scale of the ruins. Einar is visibly overwhelmed by the citadel's size, while Bjorn reflects on the high-tier stone used to enter. With a heavy gulp sounding, Bjorn observes the breathtaking scenery, relieved that the first-floor rifts are still survivable.
Tensions rise as Bjorn realizes they have no choice but to form a party with whoever enters next. A sudden whoosh sounding signals a portal opening as a mysterious figure's foot steps through the red void.
Meanwhile, Erwin is startled by a small, floating fire spirit in the depths of the crystal cave.
Erwin's sister lectures her on self-sufficiency, insisting she must defend herself without relying solely on her bow.
Erwin sulks at the advice, preferring to trust her party members to cover her weaknesses, as advised previously.
Her sister gives her shoulder a quick tap, reminding her that world plans rarely go as expected.
The sister warns Erwin not to place too much weight on any companion's words, viewing them as temporary.
Erwin quietly agrees, though her thoughts linger on her deep bond and secret respect for the barbarian.
Erwin suggests moving to the second floor, assuming Bjorn has already forged ahead to earn more money.
Her sister reveals her own plan to use a rift, aiming to reach deeper floors much faster.
As they walk with a steady step sounding, Erwin is shocked to learn that rifts can be predicted.
The sister explains the rift's 8-month cycle, confident that a new opening is imminent on the first floor.
She dismisses Bjorn as an inefficient novice, unaware of the immense progress he has already achieved.
A sudden rumble sounding cuts her off as the air begins to tear open right before their eyes.
A massive, jagged red rift manifests in the crystal cave, glowing with an intense and inviting energy.
The sisters move with a quick dash, sounding as the sister commands Erwin to enter the rift portal. They sprint toward the tearing energy with a rapid step sounding, determined to seize the rare opportunity.
Reaching the portal with a firm step sounding, the sister leads the way into the unknown instance dungeon.
A whoosh sounding accompanies their disappearance as both elven warriors dive headfirst into the crimson light. The portal flares with red light, bridging the distance between the crystal cave and the bloody citadel. A heavy swoosh sounding echoes within the citadel as the portal stabilizes, revealing the new arrivals. Bjorn and Einar watch the portal intently, eager to meet the companions fate has chosen for them.
A burly dwarf steps through with a dun sounding, grinning as he finds a capable pair of barbarians.
A second person makes a soft step sounding, their pink footwear hinting at a very different kind of warrior. A blonde mage in vibrant pink attire steps out, her eyes shining with excitement at seeing the citadel.
The dwarf and barbarians watch as the mage and her porter walk deeper into the ruins with confidence. The dwarf is stunned by her arrival, while the mage offers a mysterious smirk from beneath her hut.
Einar gives a confused scratch sounding, asking Bjorn if mages are truly the elite assets everyone claims. Bjorn reflects on the high status of mages, noting how essential they are to city life.
Arua Raven chuckles, finding Bjorn's extensive knowledge quite unusual for a barbarian adventurer.
Introducing herself as a Tier 6 mage, Arua's snobbish attitude reminds Bjorn of difficult characters from the game.
The porter bows and introduces himself as Tarzine, joining the group as Arua's personal support.
Hikarod Murad, a third-year adventurer dwarf, offers a handshake while Bjorn notes his impressive equipment.
Einar enthusiastically introduces herself and Bjorn, though a brief moment of hesitation occurs during the handshake.
Hikarod questions how the two barbarians reached the rift, noting they look far too strong for the first floor.
Arua smiles and claims she predicted the rift cycle, while Hikarod remains wary of their hidden methods.
Bjorn acknowledges that neither party will reveal their secrets, as keeping advantages hidden is standard practice. Arua assumes leadership, dictating that loot will be split equally as long as everyone follows her orders.
While Bjorn tries to remain low profile, Einar suddenly shouts her disagreement, shocking the entire group. Bjorn breaks into a sweat as Einar prepares to challenge the leadership hierarchy with her own perspective. With a loud shout sounding, Einar proclaims Bjorn as the wisest warrior and the only fit leader.
Einar reveals Bjorn's secret scholarly habits, leaving the others stunned that a barbarian would read books. Einar's intense declaration of Bjorn's extraordinary nature leaves the mage and dwarf completely speechless and confused.
Einar commands the group to remember Bjorn's greatness, while Bjorn stands behind her in absolute agony.
A heavy, awkward silence hangs over the group as they process Einar's bizarre and passionate outburst. Bjorn buries his face in his hand, begging Einar to stop her humiliating and unnecessary public praise.
Hikarad laughs and mistakes them for a married couple, causing Einar to flinch and blush in shock.
Arua ends the conversation with several quick claps sounding, demanding the party focus on the mission ahead.
Bjorn is relieved the attention shifted, silently hoping for a swift end to this awkward alliance.
Hakurod attempts to coordinate their abilities, but Arua dismisses the need for teamwork with cold arrogance.
Arua boasts that she and Tarzine can easily handle the Citadel's monsters without any assistance.
Einar and Hikarad watch with growing irritation as the mage continues her condescending display of power.
Arua reveals her greedy intention to claim the guardian monster's entire loot drop for her research.
Hikarad begins to shake with fury, outraged by the mage's attempt to hoard the most valuable treasure.
The dwarf snarls at Arua, refusing to be treated like a fool in her unfair loot distribution scheme.
A sharp glare passes between the two as the party's cohesion crumbles over financial interests.
Bjorn notes that while mages seek materials, gold is the only thing that matters to true adventurers.
Aru tries to compromise, offering all the mana stones to the others in exchange for the guardian loot.
Hikarad remains furious, viewing the mana stones as mere leftovers compared to the guardian's rare drop.
Bjorn observes Arua's genuine surprise, wondering if she is truly clueless or just playing mind games. Arua offers the numbers item, but insists on keeping the guardian's essence, prompting Hikarad to suggest a dice roll. With a firm step sounding, Bjorn refuses to be sidelined after doing the hard work to open the rift. Bjorn demands the rift stone, but Tarzine looms over him as Arua questions the barbarian's necessity. Hikarad turns against Bjorn, siding with the mage to secure his own interests in the rift stones.
Yielding to the pressure, Bjorn demands the consumption rights to 2 essences from lower-tier monsters instead.
Arua gives a cold, calculated glance toward the dwarf as they weigh the barbarian's new terms.
Arua smiles and accepts the deal, while Hikarad also agrees to the adjusted loot distribution plan.
Bjorn notes the hollow smiles of his companions, realizing their alliance is built purely on mutual greed.
The party moves out with a rhythmic step sounding, while Bjorn's resentment toward his greedy allies grows. Bjorn hardens his resolve, vowing to do whatever it takes to gain power without relying on others. He stares ahead with cold determination, knowing his path to strength requires absolute self-reliance.
The narration describes the drawbridge, marking the start of their dangerous trek into the Citadel's keep.
They pass through the courtyard, surrounded by the looming and ruined walls of the ancient fortress.
The scene shifts to the dark and oppressive underground dungeon hidden beneath the inner castle structures.
Their goal is the demon worship sanctuary, a place of dark power located deep within the Lord's chamber. Moving with a steady step sounding, the party traverses the scorched earth beneath a crimson sky. 2 massive gargoyle statues stand guard at the entrance with a heavy step sounding as they approach. Bjorn reflects on the danger of gargoyles, Tier 8 monsters that remain still until the moment they kill. The narrator warns that the statues become deadly once enemies are in sight, beginning a heavy shake sounding. A gargoyle's eyes glow red as it launches a sudden attack with a quick, powerful flap sounding. Bjorn's body emits a sharp, resonant crackle, sounding as he is suddenly consumed by the monster's petrification ability. Einar screams Bjorn's name in terror, while Arua Raven prepares to intervene with a swift, magical swoosh sounding.
Aru Raven offers a confident, knowing grin, stating that petrification is no threat with a mage in the party.
Radiating brilliant light, the blonde mage raises her staff to channel a powerful cleansing spell against the stone curse.
Arua Raven casts a restoration spell that shatters Bjorn's stone casing with a loud, forceful crack sounding.
The gargoyle lets out a piercing, high-pitched shriek, sounding as it dives toward the party, its primary advantage neutralized.
Einar and Hikurad Marad counterattack with a powerful, heavy bam and slash sounding, shredding the monster's wings.
Hikurod Marad roars a challenge, smashing his hammer into the monster with a massive, booming bang sounding.
The gargoyle falls to the floor, its stone body beginning a slow, heavy crumble sounding as it weakens. Hikurad Marad leaps into the air with a swift, whistling swoosh sounding to deliver a finishing blow from above.
The monster's red eye widens in shock as the dwarf's hammer descends with a rapid, windy whoosh sounding.
The battlefield settles with a soft, fading psh sounding as the party regroups over the defeated gargoyle's shattered remains.
Hikurad Marad wipes his face, acknowledging that the barbarians are quite capable fighters after witnessing their coordination.
Bjorn silently evaluates the dwarf's combat style, noting how his tactical strikes effectively incapacitated the guardian monster.
Einar is startled as a mana stone rises into the air with a light, airy swoosh sounding near Tarzine. Arua Raven explains she used a telekinesis spell to collect the loot, promising to manage the distribution fairly.
A powerful, explosive bam sounding marks the destruction of an obstacle as the party ventures deeper into the ruins. With a synchronized rhythmic step sounding, the 5 adventurers advance through a dark, arched gateway into the citadel.
Hikurod Marad and Arua Raven agree that they need a light source to navigate the pitch-black corridor ahead.
Arua Raven raises her hand, summoning a brilliant light that illuminates the darkness with a soft, glowing warmth.
The light reveals a group of pale monsters that let out a low, guttural grrr sounding as they approach. The narration identifies the new foes as stout undead, ancient guardians inhabiting the citadel's dark lower levels.
A massive, bloated undead creature lumbers forward, each heavy step producing a dull, echoing thump sounding. Arua Raven decides to save her mana, letting the frontline warriors handle the low-tier monsters with a steady step sounding.
The stout undead let out a collective, hungry growl sounding as they accelerate toward the approaching party. Einar and Hikurad Marad charge forward with a rapid dash sounding, their battle cries echoing through the chamber.
Einar delivers a devastating, high-speed slash sounding that cleaves through the nearest undead's rotting, bloated flesh.
With another sequence of precise, fluid slice and slash sounding, Einar continues her lethal dance through the monstrous crowd.
Hikurad Marad smashes his hammer into the floor with a resonant, heavy bang sounding, crushing several undead at once.
Bjorn swings his heavy mace with a powerful, whistling swoosh sounding, determined to clear his own path.
Bjorn's shield and mace impact the undead with a sequence of heavy bang sounding, sending limbs flying in every direction. Bjorn's eyes narrow as he notices a unique item fall from a defeated commander with a light metallic drop sounding.
A mystical warhorn lies on the ground, identified as the stout undead commander's warhorn by the system.
Einar and Hikurad Marad inspect the massive warhorn, wondering about the specific purpose of such a strange artifact. The party reaches a massive steel door, and Arua Raven steps forward to use her magic where brute force fails. Arua Raven unleashes a massive, fiery explosion with a thunderous boom and swoosh sounding that blasts the steel door open.
Bjorn and Einar shield their faces as the intense heat and pressure from the blast fill the narrow corridor.
Bjorn stares in awe as the dust settles, realizing the true, overwhelming power a mage brings to a party.
Arua Raven stands triumphantly before the ruins of the door as it settles with a final, fading psh sounding.
Arua Raven confidently leads the way while Bjorn reflects on how exceptionally powerful mages are in this high-tier dungeon. The narration transitions to the Citadel's keep, where the group arrives at the massive drawbridge leading to the entrance. Reaching the edge of the chasm with a heavy step sounding, they find the bridge raised, blocking their path.
Arua Raven instructs Einar to blow the warhorn they found earlier, sensing it is the key to the mechanism.
Einar takes a deep breath and blows the warhorn, producing a long, deep baru sounding that shakes the air.
The party stands ready on the edge of the scorched earth as the horn's call echoes across the empty citadel. A magical notification confirms that the protective magic cast over the keep has been successfully activated by the horn.
Einar is startled by a sudden, intense rumble sounding that begins to vibrate through the stone floor beneath them.
The massive stone bridge begins to descend toward them with a continuous, heavy rumble sounding, granting them entry. Einar stares at the massive pool of red liquid with a splash sounding, wondering if it's actually blood. Einar points toward the water with a frantic splash sounding as giant, pale hands emerge from the bloody depths. Arua Raven confidently reassures Einar that these stout undead are no threat, though the blonde barbarian denies being afraid. A bloated, gray hand slams onto the bridge with a wet squelch sounding, signaling the arrival of the horde. Hordes of stout undead crawl onto the stone with a low, collective grrr sounding as the system objective appears. The narration explains that holding off such a massive horde for any length of time is normally an impossible feat.
Arua Raven offers a knowing grin, stating she has already made thorough preparations for this exact combat scenario.
Arua orders everyone to gather near her, boasting that her area of effect spells make this encounter trivial.
A brilliant, swirling energy marks the activation of the Storm of Blades spell, illuminating the entire bridge. Shouting the spell's name, Arua raises her staff as a massive, luminous energy whoosh sounding erupts from her magic. A titanic green energy vortex whoosh sounding sweeps across the path, instantly obliterating everything in its path. The magical storm continues its devastation, and Hikurad Murad watches in stunned silence as the undead are shredded. The green magic dissipates with a soft whish sounding, leaving behind a field of defeated, unmoving monsters. The party advances through the graveyard of bloated corpses, which still glow with the residual sparks of Arua's power.
Hikurad Murad chuckles in amazement, admitting that the undead are truly no threat with such a mage present.
Bjorn gulps as he reflects on his own progress, feeling like a mere toddler compared to Arua's overwhelming strength.
Adjusting her hut, Arua notes they have plenty of spare time while waiting for the Citadel's drawbridge to lower.
A sudden, powerful rumble sounding vibrates through the keep, followed by a heavy thump sounding from deep within.
Arua leads the group forward with a steady step sounding, declaring that it is finally time to enter.
Bjorn remains stoic, his eyes shadowed as he processed the effortless victory achieved through Arua's magical prowess. A crimson screen emphasizes the ease of their progress, noting they advanced without even breaking a sweat. Bjorn towers over the scene, his expression hard and focused as the party reaches the inner courtyard of the citadel. A map displays their progress across the drawbridge, confirming they entered the outer courtyard without facing any resistance. Arua radiates confidence and joy as she maintains her magical light, clearly relishing her successful display of power. Aru channels more magic with a sharp krakakaka sounding, though several skeletons and stout undead still remain. Bjorn observes that while her spell was terrifyingly powerful, it failed to kill every single monster this time. The surviving undead and skeletons let out a collective growl sounding, preparing to launch a counterattack. A massive, multi-eyed death fiend roars with a terrifying grah sounding, dwarfing the party with its sheer size.
Arua tells the warriors she will leave the remaining monsters to them, trusting in their capable hands.
Bjorn and Einar charge forward with a rapid dash sounding, answering Arua's call to clear the remaining foes.
Bjorn's boots strike the stone with a swift dash sounding as he positions himself for a decisive strike.
The Death Fiend attempts a grab as Bjorn and Einar engage the monstrous beast in close quarters.
Bjorn and Einar strike in perfect unison with a powerful whoosh sounding, their weapons biting deep into the monster. A sequence of heavy bam and thwack sounding marks their brutal coordination, impressing even the veteran dwarf. Arua unleashes Raviad Elton, a crackling purple lightning spell that strikes the Death Fiend with a loud bzzzt sounding.
The monster gurgles with a pained, bubbling grr sounding as a wound exacerbation curse begins to eat away at it.
A final, thunderous bam sounding echoes as the party's combined efforts finally bring the resilient Death Fiend down.
Einar delivers a lethal slash sounding, while Bjorn lands a heavy smack sounding, ending the battle in the courtyard.
A small loot item falls into Tarzin's backpack with a light drop sounding as the dust of battle settles.
Einar turns to Bjorn, admitting she finally understands why mages are held in such high regard by everyone. Hikarod Murad laughs and flips his hand, noting that a mage drastically expands the party's tactical possibilities.
Arua lets out a self-satisfied ahem sounding, bragging about her natural talent and the countless hours she spent researching. Aru sparkles with pride, maintaining a facade of modesty while clearly enjoying the admiration of her companions. Arua asks for help gathering research materials, and the others quickly agree, knowing just how to butter her up.
A pack filled with books and rare materials sits ready as Arua suggests proceeding to their next location. Einar is momentarily distracted by thoughts of loot, wondering how many loaves of cream bread their haul could buy. Bjorn glances toward a nearby fountain, finding it strange that his greedy allies are leaving a specific item behind.
A tense da-dun sounding punctuates the moment as Bjorn spots a hidden treasure lying beneath the statue's feet.
A blurry transition marks a shift in Bjorn's thoughts as he considers the secret he's just uncovered.
A pixelated screen describes the gamer's instinctual drive to interact with anything unique or unusual in their environment.
Bjorn decides to suppress his advanced knowledge, acting like an unrefined barbarian to avoid arousing the mage's suspicions. The party moves deeper into the ruins, their steady steps sounding echoing through the crimson-lit halls of the castle. A sudden whiz sounding of wind sweeps through the debris as they confirm they have entered the inner castle.
Arua Raven assesses the fortress's ruinous state, while Hikarad Murad notes the eerie absence of any monsters in the vicinity. A low rumble sounding vibrates through the stones as Hikarad investigates while Arua expresses her bubbling excitement.
The party descends a dark staircase, the light of Hikarad Murad's torch pushing back the heavy shadows of the citadel.
Einar remains vigilant as they trek through the gloomy basement, which feels increasingly like an ancient, forgotten dungeon. Arua Raven lists the potential threats ahead, ranging from skull rats to the terrifying presence of an undead golem. Hikarod Murad admits he has never faced an undead golem, noting they only ever spawn within this specific citadel. Arua Raven warns about the golem's acidic blood and lethal explosions, though she boasts of her ability to protect them. Bjorn watches Hikarod Murad and Arua Raven exchange forced pleasantries, annoyed by their sudden change in attitude. Einar points toward a shelf where a skeletal skull rat stands, asking Bjorn if it is a threat. Einar sharply snaps at Arua Raven, making it clear she only wants Bjorn's opinion on the small monsters. Arua Raven turns away with a sulky expression, clearly feeling wounded by the blonde barbarian's cold and direct rejection.
Einar clings to Bjorn in terror as a banshee appears, letting out a haunting and piercing shriek sounding. The spectral creature lunges with a gaping maw, unleashing another high-pitched shriek sounding that fills the dark corridor.
With a sinister grin, Arua Raven warns the warriors to be extremely careful and avoid touching the ghostly beast.
Arua Raven enjoys teasing her trembling allies, claiming that contact with the banshee leads to a truly horrendous experience.
Arua Raven radiates satisfaction as Einar frantically demands an explanation for the terrifying threat she's just described.
Arua Raven is momentarily surprised when Bjorn displays knowledge of advanced mage tactics for efficiently dispatching the spectral spirits.
Arua Raven steps forward with a confident step, sounding, deciding to handle the multiple ghosts with her own magic. A massive magical blast sounding erupts from her staff, flooding the hallway with a wave of destructive crimson energy. The banshees let out a final, pained growl, sounding as they are consumed by the intense magical heat. Arua Raven stands tall as several spirits are shredded by her power, punctuated by a fading shriek sounding. Fire begins to crackle, sounding as Arua Raven unleashes a blinding incineration spell that clears the path of all ghosts. Glowing with power, Arua Raven suggests proceeding while Bjorn reflects on the staggeringly overpowered nature of high-tier mages. Einar and Hikarod Marad stand frozen as a heavy drop sounding punctuates the sudden, overwhelming dread filling the room. A massive chimera wolf snarls in the shadows, its multiple serpentine tails ready to strike at the approaching intruders. A ghoul lord stands amidst the ruins of a laboratory where twisted experiments seem to have once taken place. Hikarod Marad calls Arua Raven a tough cookie for maintaining her composure despite the grotesque and disturbing sights around them. Arua Raven credits her research for her resilience as she stops at a wall, declaring they have reached their destination. Arua Raven explains that a secret door hides the path forward and an undead golem lies in wait directly behind. Bjorn ignites his helmet torch with a bright blaze sounding, preparing for the inevitable combat as they leave their packs. The party stands before a horrifying mountain of pale, waterlogged corpses piled high within a flooded, dark chamber. Narration describes the sickening stench of decaying flesh that hangs heavy over the massive pile of remains.
The group advances with a careful step sounding, wading through the grim and silent graveyard of the fallen.
Bjorn remains focused with a heavy step sounding, his sturdy barbarian body providing resistance against the nauseating atmosphere. Tarzine the carrier is the first to falter, doubling over with a sudden, retching, blurg sounding.
Arua Raven's composure breaks as well, and she clutches her face while letting out a muffled, gagging blurg sounding.
Arua Raven hunches over with a wet blarg sounding, proving that even extensive anatomical research can't prevent physical nausea.
Hikarod Marad encourages the party to keep moving, grateful that the warriors are still handling the situation relatively well. A loud splash sounding echoes as they venture closer to the center of the horrific pile of bodies. The party comes to a sudden stop sounding as they realize the pile of remains is beginning to stir.
A chilling greeting resonates from the corpses, confirming the horrifying reality that the mound is actually alive.
The bodies begin to twitch sounding and shriek sounding in a terrifying chorus, begging for help or food.
Einar and Hikarod Marad are paralyzed with horror as the voices of the damned plead for their parents.
Bjorn's eyes widen as he hears a piercing shriek sounding, catching the reflection of a singular glowing orb.
A system notification announces the mid-boss undead golem as the bodies let out a final pained shriek sounding.
A colossal monster rises from the remains, a mountain of screaming faces dominated by one large central eye. Bjorn ignores his internal complaints and commands everyone to stay vigilant as the horrific boss battle finally begins. Hikarud Marad is shown trembling with a look of pure shock on his face as he stares ahead.
A thought bubble emphasizes that the dwarf is frozen in fear, while the screams of the dead echo nearby.
The horrific mountain of faces shrieks for their fathers, while the veteran dwarf and the blonde mage remain paralyzed. Bjorn grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he must carry the burden of the battle on his own back. Bjorn and Einar face the massive, multi-faced undead golem as it looms over them with a single glowing eye. A black and white depiction of the monster highlights how terrifyingly real its appearance felt within the original game.
A meta-commentary image showing a forum post comparing the monster's horror to the feeling of going to work.
Bjorn prepares for the fight, acknowledging that game images are nothing compared to the visceral reality of first-hand experience. The undead golem's central eye glows with a malevolent red light as the cries of the tormented souls continue. The blonde mage, Arua Raven, and the dwarf, Hikarud Marad, are shown completely incapacitated by the horrific sight. Even the capable backpack carrier, Tarzine is shown drooling and dazed, unable to cope with the overwhelming psychological pressure. Bjorn clenches his mace tightly, noting that only he and Einar have the spirit to face this nightmare. The two barbarians, Bjorn and Einar, stand ready to fight as the only ones remaining capable of combat.
Einar tisking at the group's sudden incompetence as a flash of green magical energy erupts in the background.
Einar lets out a surprised shout as a spectral green head flies toward her with a sudden swoosh sounding. Einar glares intensely, shouting a warning that the enemy's next wave of attacks is coming straight for them. The undead golem launches a projectile with a rapid whoosh, sounding as Bjorn and Hikarud Marad scramble to avoid it. Einar pulls the dwarf out of harm's way, just as the golem's attack lands with a sickening splat sounding. A close-up shows green ichor splat sounding against Hikarud Marad's helmet, narrowly missing his exposed eyes. Hikarud Marad screams in agony about his eyes, while Einar stands guard over her fallen and incapacitated allies. Arua, Raven, and Tarzine are shown in a pathetic state, still vomiting from the stench and horror of the battlefield. Bjorn takes command, barking orders for Einar to protect the mage and the dwarf while he draws the monster. Einar shouts a battle cry as she prepares to dash forward and execute the defensive maneuver Bjorn commanded. Bjorn charges into the fray alone, his sturdy mace ready to meet the massive mountain of shrieking corpses head-on. Narrative text explains that Bjorn understands the golem's movement patterns from his past knowledge of the game. The undead golem launches several corpse bombs with a repetitive fwhip sounding before they explode with a loud boom sounding. The golem prepares a powerful area of effect attack with a sudden swoosh sounding of its massive multi-limbed body. The monster lets out a terrifying grah sounding as it attempts to pull its foes into its gaping, toothless maw. Bjorn stays light on his feet with a quick step sounding, narrowly avoiding the golem's reaching arms and grasping hands. Bjorn executes a defensive slide sounding, reminding himself that getting too close to the golem is a lethal mistake. Bjorn strategizes his positioning, knowing that if he hides, the golem will target the more vulnerable blonde mage. A wide shot shows the massive scale of the golem compared to the tiny adventurers scattered around the dark chamber. Bjorn maintains his distance to keep the boss's attention, avoiding the acid splat sounding as he buys time for others. A projectile hits Bjorn's shield with a heavy boom sounding as he holds his ground, waiting for the mage's recovery. Arua Raven begins to regain her focus, gasping for breath as she prepares to unleash her true magical potential. The blonde mage recovers and chants a powerful spell, summoning a massive blaze sounding of incinerating magical fire. The undead golem roars with a final, pained gra sounding as it is consumed by the intense heat of Arua's magic. Einar looks on in awe at the power of mages, while a crackle sounding fills the air around the burning boss. Internal dialogue notes how long it would have taken to burn through the golem's outer layer with just a torch. Arua Raven's single spell ends the boss's first phase, leaving the remains of the golem to crackle sounding in the fire. The intense heat creates a massive whoosh sounding as the golem's core is finally exposed to the party. The undead golem transitions to its second skeletal form, letting out a piercing shriek sounding from within the flames. Bjorn commands Einar to join the assault immediately, urging her to aim for the creature's exposed skeletal ribcage. A close-up of the skeletal golem emphasizes its Tier 7 status as it moves with an eerie swoosh sounding. Narrative text explains that 2 barbarians can finish the job once the outer armor of corpses has been destroyed. Bjorn and Einar strike together with a fierce battle cry, their combined strength focused on the monster's core. A massive bang sounding punctuates the golem's defeat as a system notification confirms the party has gained 3 experience points. Bjorn pants for breath as a mysterious, swirling magical energy begins to whoosh sounding from the fallen monster's remains. Bjorn and Einar stare in wonder as he confirms that the glowing orb is the true essence of the undead golem. The narration details how elite monsters drop high-quality loot, which serves as a vital resource for growing adventurers. Fine jewelry and sparkling gemstones shimmer, representing the potential riches hidden within these dark, ancient corridors. A massive cluster of jagged green crystals glows with an inner light, humming with latent magical energy. A rare monster essence swirls in the dark, pulsating with power as drop rates dramatically increase. Bjorn's eye reflects the glowing essence as he notes the oddity of finding it so late. The party rests in the dim light, while Bjorn wonders what their next move should be. Standing over the spoils, Bjorn asserts their right to the essence after such a grueling fight. While the others recover, Bjorn considers 2 specific essences he desires for their unique combat buffs. Visions of the Death Fiend and Chimera Wolf appear, representing the regenerative power and immense strength Bjorn seeks. He reflects on the Tier 7 mid-boss, a rare encounter that provides exceptional rewards in the Bloody Citadel. Bjorn examines the golem's impressive stats, calculating how its resistances and strength bonuses fit a tank's needs. He weighs the massive gains in bone strength and weight against the slight penalty to his awareness. The barbarian imagines the practical benefits of poison and pain resistance in the harsh reality of their journey. A heavy attack lands with a loud bam sounding as Bjorn critiques the essence's inefficient vitality drain. A passive acid skill causes his armor to sizzle with a sharp pzzzt sounding, damaging his equipment. With a weary sigh, Bjorn prioritizes healing the dwarf, while the essence loot waits for its owner. A vial of crimson liquid spills onto the floor as a grateful voice begins to offer thanks. Hikarod Murad sits slumped, breathing heavily while expressing his profound gratitude for the party's timely intervention. Bjorn credits Einar for the rescue, while the dwarf sheepishly admits to being paralyzed by pure terror. Murad laughs at his own shock, while Bjorn reflects on how different reality is from a game. Arua Raven shakes off her trauma and offers a humble apology for her temporary lapse in composure. Feeling the weight of their victory, Bjorn decides it is the perfect time to renegotiate his salary. Arua Raven's inner thoughts reveal her annoyance that adventurers boast about deeds before acknowledging the help she provided. Bjorn presses his advantage, asking the mage to agree that they saved her and made vital contributions. Bjorn places his hand firmly on his leg and begins a slow, deliberate rise to stand tall. Towering over Arua, Bjorn declares their intent to keep the Riftstone as payment for their services. The party stands in a tense circle within the dark, flooded chamber, awaiting the mage's final response.
Hikarod Murad interrupts the silence by clearing his throat with a loud, raspy, ahem sounding.
The dwarf laughs and agrees to the terms, praising the blonde barbarian lady for saving his skin.
Arua Raven clutches her hat tightly, her voice wavering as she prepares to voice her own conditions. Bjorn stares ahead, considering the chance to bid for rare items a significant upgrade to their deal.
Changing the subject, Bjorn casually mentions the essence dropped by the defeated golem to gauge her reaction.
A magical light begins a bright rise, sounding as the group stares in shock at the rare find.
Arua Raven is flabbergasted, noting that the golem's essence is even rarer than that of the Citadel's guardian.
As the mage mumbles about research, Bjorn smirks, knowing he has successfully seized the upper hand. Bjorn makes a bold offer, promising to give Arua the rare essence if she truly desires it.
Stunned into silence, Arua Raven stares at the barbarian's hand, unable to believe his sudden, generous proposal.
Bjorn watches her intently, waiting for a response as the mage clutches her collar in disbelief.
Arua Raven asks if he would truly trade the golem essence for whatever the guardian might eventually drop.
Bjorn confirms his willingness to take the risk, despite the uncertainty of future loot from the guardian.
Overjoyed, Arua Raven accepts, admitting she is far more interested in the golem's essence for her research.
The deal is struck, and Bjorn asks if she plans to give the essence to the luggage carrier.
Arua Raven chuckles and reveals a rare magic vial, explaining her intent to study the essence in her lab.
The golden vial is showcased, a costly item capable of perfectly preserving high-tier monster essences for study.
Hikarod Murad beams with excitement as Arua Raven proudly displays the magic vial she brought for this purpose.
The essence enters the vial with a soft drop, sounding as Bjorn hopes his gamble pays off later. With negotiations finished, the party regroups in the dark, prepared to leave the horrific sight behind. The group prepares to depart the wretched chamber, their spirits lifted by the successful deal and survival.
Bjorn focuses on the future, hoping the guardian will provide the specific essence he gambled for today.
Their boots echo with a heavy step, sounding as they pass looming demon statues guarding the hallway. Hikarod Murad wonders if the statues are dangerous, but Arua Raven dismisses them as mere decorations devoid of magic.
Arua Raven rubs her chin while reflecting on the ruined palace above, before a sudden realization strikes her. Her finger presses against a hidden mechanism on the gargoyle statue, with a sharp, echoing click sounding.
A skull-faced grimoire drops with a heavy drop sounding before Arua catches it with a quick grab sounding. Murad asks how Bjorn knew the location, but the barbarian claims he learned about it from a magical book.
Narrative text identifies the grimoire, while Bjorn secretly regrets losing the chance to loot it alone later.
Arua insists on keeping the loot based on their agreement, noting that only she can cast distortion spells.
Arua gives an awkward laugh, while Bjorn's inner thoughts suggest she likely knows the grimoire's true nature as well. Thought bubbles reveal that the Necronomicon is a normal item that won't be destroyed by light without magic.
Bjorn stares at a fountain while wondering why Arua didn't know about the hidden item located beneath it.
Narrative text notes their slow progress through the sanctuary as they hunted down various dangerous monsters along the way. Einar slashes through gargoyle statues with a bam sounding, while Bjorn faces chimera wolves with a whoosh sounding. A swirl of dark, ominous smoke gathers in the hallway, signaling the arrival of a much stronger foe. The skeletal bow knight appears riding a spectral horse, identified as the dungeon's second formidable mid-boss encounter. Arua cheers at their incredible luck in finding a lust-type boss immediately after the undead golem's rare essence.
Bjorn's eye narrows as he reflects on his own incredible streak of good luck during this dungeon crawl. Internal narration explains the different Bone Knight types, including sorrow, hatred, and the lust type they currently face.
Arua prepares a spell to nullify the knight's healing ability, urging her allies to launch a full-scale attack.
Magical energy surges with a bzz sounding as the Bone Knight lets out a pained growl sounding during combat. Einar delivers a series of powerful slashes with a loud slash sounding, easily overpowering the weakest skeletal variant. A radiant pink magical orb pulses with a dun sounding, manifesting as the coveted Bone Knight essence. Bjorn grins triumphantly as he realizes the magnitude of finding 2 rare boss essences in a single run. Murad congratulates the party, acknowledging their right to consume the dropped essences as payment for their hard work. Bjorn offers the essence to Einar, causing the blonde warrior lady to hesitate and ask if she truly deserves it. A game wiki entry explains that Einar is the most logical choice to consume the essence for her build. Bjorn reflects on how vitality absorption synergizes perfectly with bladed weapons like Einar's massive blood-stained greatsword. He further notes that his own combat style focuses on shield mastery rather than the offense this essence provides. Past visions show Einar's unwavering loyalty, confirming her status as an absolutely trustworthy ally in Bjorn's strategic eyes. Einar consumes the essence with a massive whoosh sounding as Bjorn anticipates her becoming a much stronger teammate. A blinding light erupts from the Barbarian lady, but Bjorn realizes there is one side effect he forgot. The intense glow reaches a crescendo with a bright flash sounding, signaling the completion of her physical transformation. A thought bubble emphasizes Bjorn's sudden regret over failing to warn Einar about the essence's strange cosmetic cost. Einar's bandages and sandals become loose with a droop sounding as her entire body undergoes a drastic size change. Einar looks at her hands with a psh sounding, confused by the fact that she doesn't feel any stronger. Einar panics, shouting that Bjorn has grown massive while she clutches her stomach in utter confusion and distress. She points a trembling finger at Murad, accusing him of becoming a half-dwarf as her world turns upside down. Bjorn corrects her, noting that she is the one who has shrunk to a height of 5'7". Arua explains with a chatter sounding that the essence increases bone density while significantly decreasing the user's height. A system window details the passive preservatives and activated vitality absorption skills gained from the powerful Bone Knight essence. Einar's heart breaks as she screams about being ruined, her ears ringing with the harsh reality of her transformation. Tears stream down Einar's face as she laments the loss of her warrior image with a loud wah sounding. Arua Raven leans in with a swoosh sounding, trying to console her friend by calling her absolutely gorgeous. Einar pauses in her grief, stunned by the mage's compliment as she considers her new, slender, feminine appearance. Bjorn sits with a droop sounding, desperately trying to find words to console the warrior about her tribe's perception. The rest of the party discusses research and invisibility, while Einar remains hunched over in a state of despair. Bjorn tries to calm Einar down while she continues to sniffle, sounding clearly distraught by her sudden transformation. A massive, three-eyed demon boss lets out a terrifying shriek, sounding as Bjorn commands Einar to test her strength. The party regroups to face the new threat, while Bjorn prepares for a fight with his shield and mace. Einar accepts her fate with a heavy droop sounding, determined to do her job despite no longer feeling like a warrior. The demon lets out a loud growl sounding as Einar drags her greatsword forward with a steady step sounding. With a powerful slash sounding, Einar delivers a devastating strike that cleaves through the towering, three-eyed demon boss. Arua Raven and Hikarad Murad watch in stunned silence, amazed that Einar slew the elite death fiend in one hit. Bjorn cheers for Einar, triumphantly declaring that her new essence has made the blonde warrior lady significantly stronger. Despite her victory, Einar lets out a soft sniffle, sounding tearfully asking if she can still be considered a true warrior.
Bjorn reassures her of her growth while the group shares a celebratory moment before stepping toward the final chamber.
The party stands in awe before a massive, ornate door, preparing to face the ultimate guardian of the Citadel.
Murad and Arua Raven reflect on their bittersweet journey, admitting they have truly enjoyed exploring this dangerous dungeon together.
Bjorn notes their proximity to the end, hoping their incredible luck continues with the Guardian's rare essence drop. Bjorn reflects on their massive gains, knowing the contributions they made against the undead golem secured their victory. Visions of his past life in a hospital room flash through Bjorn's mind as he questions his suspiciously smooth progress.
Hikurod Murad excitedly reaches for the handle, opening the heavy door with a long, slow creak sounding.
Internal narrative highlights a subtle, chilling detail as Bjorn realizes the door handle has turned a deep, bloody red. Bjorn lunges forward with a frantic shout, urging Murad to close the door immediately with a sudden swoosh sounding. Murad is bewildered as a dark, ominous mist surges from the opening with a powerful whoosh sounding. A system notification rumbles, sounding as it announces the awakening of the terrifying Lord of the Bloody Citadel. Arua Raven gazes into the Crimson Chamber with absolute terror, realizing her group is far too late to retreat. The mage is flabbergasted, having expected a skeletal death knight instead of the powerful vampire lounging upon the throne. The creature's wide, toothy grin reveals its hunger as it mocks the intruders for ending its long, lonely slumber. Arua Raven trembles in disbelief as she stares at the legendary vampire lord, whose presence defies all known dungeon logic. Narrative text explains the nature of elite bosses, highlighting that this creature possesses both a name and human-like intellect. Sitting with crossed legs, Cambormir, the vampire duke, asks the travelers from whence they have hailed. Internal documentation defines veteran monsters, which possess specialized combat roles and enhanced equipment compared to their common counterparts. Elite monsters are described as significantly more powerful variants, such as the massive death fiends encountered earlier in the trek. Rare monsters are identified as entities appearing only under special conditions, like the undead golem or the deceptive mimic chest. Unique monsters, or elite bosses, are established as the highest tier of foes, carrying deep lore and individual names. The party retreats in a frantic sprint, as Bjorn commands the panicked dwarf to keep running for his life. Bjorn bites his lip in concentration, identifying Cambormir as a deadly Tier 5 elite boss proficient in magic and combat. Carried by the porter, Arua Raven exclaims that encountering an elite boss as a floor guardian is completely unprecedented. Bjorn's inner monologue notes that even after playing the game 10,000 times, a vampire duke never appeared here. A flashback reveals gamer Bjorn witnessing this exact encounter in a rare playthrough video uploaded by another player. Arua Raven asks how Bjorn could have possibly known something was wrong before the door was even fully opened. Bjorn ignores her curiosity, focusing entirely on fleeing the chamber while the porter carries the blonde mage to safety. Staring ahead with intense focus, the barbarian simply claims his warning was the result of a sudden gut instinct. A close-up reveals the subtle change Bjorn noticed. The handle was a different color than the standard dungeon doors. Bjorn recalls watching the video intensely, searching for any small detail that would explain his previous failures to find Cambormir. A bead of sweat rolls down Bjorn's face as he wonders if he would have missed the clue while distracted. Murad dashes forward, suggesting it might be better to stand and fight since they cannot leave without slaying the Guardian. A dark, magical trail whiz-sounding follows them as the vampire's voice echoes, calling them rude and mannerless guests.
The group flinches as the Duke enters vengeful spirit mode, signaling the start of a much more dangerous chase.
Bjorn vents his frustration regarding magic users before Arua Raven casts a blinding spell with a massive flash sounding.
A sudden, agonizing "Ach" sounding erupts as the radiant magical light consumes the dark hallway, blinding their pursuer.
The intensity of the flash sounding reaches its peak, turning the entire corridor into a void of pure white energy. Arua Raven's magic staff glows brilliantly, its divine power serving as their only hope for escaping the vampire's grasp.
Bjorn stares in shock as the vampire disappears with a whiz sounding, leaving Einar confused by this sudden silence.
Narrative text explains the Vengeful Spirit spell, which allows a vampire to project its spirit and teleport its physical body. Murad's eyes widen in terror as he shouts that the vampire has successfully captured the blonde mage in the chaos.
The porter lets out a worried cry as Arua Raven goes limp in his arms with a heavy droop sounding. Arua Raven coughs blood as a throb sounding fills Bjorn's head, leaving him wondering how the internal attack occurred.
Bjorn reflects on the game footage, realizing the player died too quickly to reveal the vampire's full range of skills.
Bjorn demands they reach the surface immediately, but Murad argues that the unconscious Arua is their only guide home. Murad flinches as Bjorn claims he knows the way out of the citadel despite the chaos. Bjorn decides to act like a peculiar barbarian to ensure the group's survival through the dangerous ruins. Bjorn and Murad sprint through the dark corridors, their torches blazing as they lead the group. With a sudden dash sounding, the entire party follows Bjorn's lead through the labyrinthine dungeon halls. He recalls his extensive gaming experience, knowing exactly which paths will lead them safely toward the surface.
Murad shouts in disbelief as they finally spot a glowing exit at the end of the tunnel.
With a sudden flinch sounding, Bjorn's eyes widen as a sharp flash of light hits him.
The group charges toward the surface while Bjorn urges them to hurry before they are caught.
Bjorn dashes through the blinding threshold, desperately leading his weary party out toward the open courtyard.
A dark, ethereal wisp trails behind them with a powerful whoosh sounding as they escape the dungeon.
With a heavy whoosh sounding, the party arrives in the courtyard as sunlight finally touches them. The blonde warrior lady pants heavily, her face drenched in sweat after the frantic and narrow escape. The lingering shadows of the dungeon dissipate into the air with a soft psh sounding. Resting in the courtyard, the group realizes vampires are significantly weakened by the daytime rays. Murad is stunned, realizing Bjorn truly navigated the entire complex from memory after passing through once. Bjorn stands stoically, his tattooed muscles glistening as he gazes toward the horizon while the sun sets.
Einar cheers with a nod sounding, proudly declaring her faith in Bjorn's potential as a great warrior.
The sky turns a deep crimson, signaling that their temporary safety will soon end as the sun sets. Bjorn commands the porter to keep carrying the weakened Arua Raven, despite the man's visible confusion. The porter cradles the pale, bleeding mage, arguing that she desperately needs a break to recover. With a sudden shout sounding, Bjorn barks orders at his companions to stay alert and ready. He demands the porter protect the mage with his life, emphasizing the absolute stakes of their situation. The setting sun casts long, ominous shadows over the ruined walls and towers of the citadel. Bjorn watches his party, calculating that this is his only chance to retrieve a hidden treasure. Claiming to scout the area, he plans to secure a powerful item he missed in a previous life. A brilliant explosion shatters the head of a stone statue in the center of the courtyard fountain. With a heavy thud sounding, Bjorn finds a hidden object concealed within the broken stone sculpture. Narration explains the sacred vial's properties, useful for healing or destroying evil entities in many ways. With a steady step sounding, Bjorn approaches Arua Raven as she slowly regains consciousness on the ground.
Arua Raven sits up, listening as Bjorn warns that the vampire will return once the sun sets. Bjorn gazes intently at the blonde mage, questioning the nature of the internal attack she endured. Arua Raven suspects a high-tier pain-sharing spell was used by a powerful monster to strike her. Bjorn is disappointed to learn she needs 20 minutes to recover enough mana for high-tier spells.
Bjorn asks about sunlight-based magic, but the blonde mage finds his inquiry incredibly rude and invasive. With a quick pick sounding, Bjorn acts like a vulgar barbarian to bypass her social objections. He flashes a grin, leaning into his role as an uncultured creature to get the information.
Arua Raven stares at him in stunned silence, completely baffled by his sudden and uncouth behavior. Relenting, she reveals she can cast Sunspot Sphere, a powerful offensive spell fueled by solar energy. A vision shows a mage summoning a massive solar orb, illustrating the spell's destructive power. Arua Raven explains she needs more time for amplification, and Bjorn grants her 30 minutes to prepare.
Bjorn readies his mace and shield, ordering her to focus solely on recovery while he defends her. The blonde mage pauses, looking at him with a mix of surprise and newfound respect.
Though she questions his leadership, Arua Raven eventually accepts Bjorn's commands as their best hope. Murad lets out a hearty laugh, admitting he finds the Barbarian to be a surprisingly trustworthy comrade.
Dark energy surges across the courtyard with a sharp whiz sounding as night finally takes hold. With a sinister chuckle sounding, the vampire lord reveals his fangs, thirsty for the group's blood. With a terrifying shriek sounding, the vampire duke descends as someone shouts a warning of his arrival.
A notification highlights that Arua Raven will be ready to strike in exactly 30 minutes. The party stands together in a determined formation, ready to hold the line against the encroaching darkness.
Blood stains the ground as the group prepares for a monumental, desperate battle to stand their ground. With a sudden whish sounding, the vampire duke stands tall amidst a swirling red aura, letting out a menacing growl. Bjorn commands Tarzine to carry Arua away as the massive vampire looms over the remaining warriors. The porter makes a quick dash, sounding away from the battlefield while cradling the unconscious blonde mage. Bjorn reflects on the boss's programmed script, noting how the current battle mirrors his extensive gaming knowledge. The vampire lunges forward with a sudden dash sounding and a sharp whoosh sounding through the air. A warning is shouted as the monstrous duke closes the distance, his face twisted into a terrifying grin. The creature's elongated claws slash through the darkness with a swift and lethal swoosh sounding. With a heavy bam sounding, Murad takes a massive hit, his armor sparking from the sheer force of the blow. Staring back with grim determination, the dwarf acknowledges that their opponent has become truly enraged. Murad holds his ground against a flurry of strikes, his shield ringing with constant clink and clank soundings. A notification explains Murad's Tier 7 Iron Tusk Essence, which provides him with a powerful counterweight passive ability. Withstanding heavy thuds sounding, the dwarf utilizes his immunity to knockbacks to remain firmly planted on his feet. Bjorn orders Einar to flank from the left as Murad continues his desperate defense with more clink soundings. Einar swings her massive blade with a powerful whoosh sounding, momentarily catching the vampire lord off guard. The duke evades the strike with a smooth slide, sounding as her sword passes by with a swoosh sounding. With a sudden thump sounding, the vampire counterattacks, leaving Bjorn and his allies reeling from the impact. Bjorn tightens his grip, sounding on his mace, preparing to launch himself into the heart of the conflict. Bjorn lands a crushing blow on the vampire's head with a resounding bam sounding that echoes through the courtyard. The vampire skids across the floor with a screech sounding and a slide sounding before regaining his balance. Bjorn flinches as his hands shake, sounding, realizing he is suffering from the vampire's agonizing pain split ability. To Bjorn's frustration, the vampire remains unscathed by his strike as a dark shroud sounding envelops the creature. The Duke transforms into a swarm of sinister birds, filling the air with a frantic caw sounding. A massive murder of crows circles above with a chorus of caw soundings, preparing for a coordinated assault. Bjorn and his companions huddle together as a warning is shouted to watch for the descending swarm. Murad bellows that he will block the attack from the front, raising his shield to protect his friends. Activating his second essence, Murad triggers an emergency restoration of living armor with a brilliant whoosh sounding. The crows explode against Murad's shield with several pow soundings and a sickening splat sounding of blood. Bjorn urgently warns his allies to avoid the splattering blood, fearing the consequences of physical contact. A sudden zing sounding marks both Murad and Einar as the vampire's cursed ability takes hold of them. With another zing sounding, an intricate red sigil appears on their bodies, signaling a dire change in the battle. Bjorn grits his teeth in frustration, recognizing the dreaded offering imprint now affecting his teammates. System text explains that the Vampire Duke grows stronger for every designated offering remaining within range.
Narration describes the immortality buff, which grants the user incredible regeneration at the cost of their vitality.
Licking blood from his claws, the vampire utilizes blood mastery to drain his target's stats for himself. Narrative text notes the Duke's dark magic allows him to turn into mist to evade physical strikes. More crows fly through the darkness with a caw sounding as the vampire's magic intensifies. The crows shapeshift and detonate with a boom sounding, while undead creatures rise from the bloody ground. Murad is finally sent flying with a heavy thump sounding, unable to withstand the relentless magical assault. A panicked cry alerts Bjorn that the vampire has successfully taken down the stalwart dwarf. Exhausted and panting, Einar and Bjorn flinch as the vampire strikes with a massive bam sounding. Bjorn rages against the game's difficulty, desperately wondering how much more time Arua Raven needs to recover. Murad lies unconscious and gasping sounding on the ground as Bjorn realizes their defense has completely collapsed. A notification signals a necessary change of plans as the situation reaches its most critical point. Bjorn commands Einar to take the wounded dwarf and retreat to safety while he faces the monster alone. With a heavy drop sounding, Bjorn discards his shield, deciding to hold the line with only his strength.
Einar dashes away with the dwarf, while Bjorn charges the vampire head-on with a sudden dash sounding.
Facing the shrieking creature, Bjorn enters a reckless melee as the vampire's cloak billows with a swoosh sounding. Bjorn flashes a defiant smile, abandoning honor to ensure the survival of his party at any cost. The vampire's claws strike home with a sharp pierce sounding, drawing blood from the determined barbarian. Crimson droplets spatter against the void as the final, desperate clash between man and monster unfolds. Bjorn guzzles a mysterious vial as the vampire watches intently, several desperate gulp soundings marking his last stand. With a sudden whoosh sounding, a brilliant crimson light erupts from Bjorn as he consumes the potent substance. The party watches in stunned silence as another whoosh sounding signals the beginning of Bjorn's risky gamble. Arua Raven looks on in absolute horror, realizing the sheer recklessness of the barbarian's sudden and dangerous plan. Panting and shaking, Bjorn smokes as the blonde mage questions if he intends to hold off the monster with potions.
Bjorn lets out a blood-soaked roar, sounding of his battle cry, his face battered by the vampire's relentless assault.
With a sharp slash sounding, blood sprays from Bjorn's face as he takes another devastating blow from his opponent. Narration describes the agony of consuming potions while injured, punctuated by a painful pierce sounding through his shoulder. With a hollow drop sounding, empty glass vials fall into the growing pool of blood on the stone floor. Steam rises from Bjorn's body with a heavy whoosh sounding as he gasps, his physical endurance pushed past its limit. The vampire duke lunges forward with a menacing grin, noting that any ordinary human would have died from the shock. With a metallic clink sounding, Bjorn miraculously parries the lethal strike, shocking the monster with his incredible resilience. The vampire's glowing red eyes narrow in disbelief as he finds the battered barbarian still capable of blocking his attacks. Bjorn endures a flurry of slash and stab soundings, his body becoming a map of fresh, bleeding wounds. A lethal strike narrowly misses with a swift swoosh sounding as Bjorn continues his desperate defense against the Duke. With another heavy clink sounding, Bjorn perfectly anticipates the vampire's killing blow and firmly holds his ground. Arua Raven recalls historical texts about barbarian willpower as she watches the brutal struggle alongside the porter. The blonde mage watches Bjorn face the vampire duke, realizing the true strength of his indomitable and fierce spirit. Bjorn's face is a mask of pure, agonizing struggle as he grits his teeth against the overwhelming pain.
Tarzine suggests fleeing, but Arua Raven rejects the notion, knowing they must slay the Guardian to escape the rift. Arua's intense blue eyes burn with cold determination as she explains that only victory will clear this place.
Flashbacks show Bjorn's calculated battles, and the mage admits he made the most logical decision for the entire party. Gripping her staff tightly, Arua Raven acknowledges that the entire group's survival now depends solely on the barbarian. With a determined swoosh sounding, the blonde mage orders the porter to tend to Murad's critical injuries immediately. Tarzine and the pink-haired Einar tend to the unconscious dwarf while Bjorn continues to hold the line nearby. Determined to contribute more than just spells, Arua Raven searches through her gear with a quick rustle sounding. Resolve hardens in the mage's eyes as she pulls a specific vial from her pack, formulating a new tactic. Narrating her tactical role, Arua Raven prepares to launch a risky maneuver while Bjorn fights for his life. Arua Raven casts complex buffs for accuracy and range, magic circles glowing brilliantly around her staff as she aims. Shouting Bjorn's name, the blonde mage hurls the vials with a loud whoosh sounding directly across the battlefield. Bjorn looks up in surprise as the glowing projectiles hurtle toward him with incredible and magical speed. With a sharp croak sounding, a vial shatters against Bjorn, releasing a sudden burst of strange and potent energy. A blinding flash sounding accompanies a system notification. Bjorn has successfully consumed the essence of Undead Golem. Massive stat increases for pain resistance and strength appear alongside a powerful whoosh sounding from the transformed barbarian. A vision of a massive, skeletal golem eye represents the dark and ancient power now surging through Bjorn's veins. With a heavy dun sounding, Bjorn stands transformed, his stats skyrocketing after acquiring the Tier 7 essence. The vampire duke pauses, sensing the sudden shift in the air as Bjorn radiates a terrifying new power. The monster lunges again, his face twisted into a snarl as he senses the tide of battle is changing. The vampire calculates the sacrifice needed for victory as he watches Bjorn's transformation reach its terrifying peak. A devastating collision sends shockwaves through the courtyard, light and shadow clashing in a violent and sudden explosion. The vampire duke's elongated claws reach for Bjorn's throat, but the barbarian's presence has become truly and menacingly calm. With a thunderous bam sounding, Bjorn strikes back with a force that far surpasses his previous physical limits. Bjorn calculates his sacrifice, choosing to lose minor limbs to protect his vitals with a swift whoosh sounding. With a resounding crack sounding, Bjorn shatters the monster's assault, his new essence reinforcing his very bones. The series title appears as several slash and stab soundings echo over broken vials and the battle's battlefield. With a sharp stab sounding, Bjorn realizes his reinforced bones are now impervious to the vampire's lethal claws. The vampire duke is left stunned, watching as Bjorn intentionally consumed the undead golem essence against his will. Bjorn notes his planned character build is ruined, executing a sudden dash sounding across the bloody courtyard floor. He admits that although his plans are shattered, it was a necessary decision for survival with a quick slide sounding. Bjorn launches a massive counter-offensive with a sharp whish sounding, no longer just struggling to stand his ground. Bjorn finds his rhythm, clashing with the vampire duke amidst several loud bam and slash soundings. Despite being bloodied, the barbarian's chances of survival increase as he pressures the shocked monster. Exhausted and groaning with a painful sounding, Bjorn continues to endure the vampire's relentless, crushing blows. A potion vial suddenly shatters against Bjorn with a sharp whoosh sounding and a loud crack sounding. As a whoosh sounding erupts, Arua Raven recovers her senses and throws a potent health potion to Bjorn. The vampire shrieks with a grar sounding as a sudden whoosh sounding marks the barbarian's rapid magical regeneration. With a heavy clasp sounding and an agonized sounding, the vampire duke is momentarily sent reeling backward. Bjorn unleashes his indomitable power, stabbing the shrieking vampire repeatedly with several whoosh and sharp stab soundings. Letting out a pained sounding, the barbarian ignores his wounds, determined to finish this brutal fight. Blood sprays with a sickening splat sounding, followed by a heavy thump sounding as the melee reaches its peak. The vampire recoils with a sizzling psst sounding, realizing Bjorn's very blood has become a corrosive and acidic weapon. Another vial hurtles across the dark battlefield with a swift whoosh sounding toward the combatants. The vampire screams with a pained gra sounding as the potion hits with several sharp bzzzt and crack soundings. A powerful whoosh sounding accompanies Bjorn's recovery as the essence and potions work to knit his flesh back together. Gnashing his fangs with a loud gnaw sounding, the vampire duke lets out an animalistic grr sounding of frustration. Einar rushes in with several sudden grarg and dash soundings, determined to support her embattled barbarian ally. With a fierce dash sounding, the blonde warrior woman shouts her intent to aid Bjorn in this struggle. Einar's massive blade cuts through the air with several loud whoosh and swoosh soundings, forcing the vampire back. Stunned by the coordinated assault, the vampire duke flinches as another whoosh sounding marks the incoming strike. Bjorn executes a massive counter with a powerful swing sounding and a sudden whish sounding across the courtyard. With a final agonizing stab sounding, the barbarian drives his strike deep into the monster's chest armor. Panting with a heavy sounding, Bjorn coughs up blood, reaching his absolute physical and magical limit. Desperate and frustrated, Bjorn wonders when the blonde mage will finally be ready to cast her ultimate spell. Arua Raven's voice rings out across the battlefield, announcing that her devastating sunspot sphere is finally prepared. Covered in blood and grime, Bjorn stands for a brief moment, preparing himself for the final gamble. With a sudden iron grip clasp sounding, the barbarian seizes the shocked vampire, pinning him in place. Gritting his teeth with a pained sounding, Bjorn holds his ground against the monster's desperate thrashing. A thunderous thwoosh sounding erupts as Bjorn lets out a long, defiant roar, dragging the vampire into position. Shouting for the dwarf, Bjorn signals that it is finally time for their final, coordinated strike. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Hikurod Murad prepares to unleash his most powerful ability. With a confident affirmation, the dwarf activates his lightning essence, filling the air with divine electrical energy.
Murad lunges forward with a sharp inhale sounding and a sudden whoosh sounding, a living conduit for the storm.
A massive bolt of lightning descends from the heavens with a loud, crackling bzzzt sounding across the courtyard.
The strike connects with a heavy thump sounding, the vampire reeling under the weight of the dwarf's lightning. Electrical arcs dance through the air with several whoosh and bzzzt soundings, trapping the monster in a cage of light. A final crackling bzzzt sounding signals that Vampire Duke Cambormir has been rendered completely and utterly unconscious. Bjorn charges forward with a sudden dash sounding, seizing the moment while the Guardian is incapacitated. Reaching into his gear, the Barbarian retrieves a special item he had been saving for this critical moment. Standing before a broken, headless goddess statue, Bjorn prepares the final ritual to cleanse the Dark Guardian. With a fierce dash sounding, Bjorn prepares to use the tears of a goddess to seal their hard-earned victory. The Barbarian forces the liquid into the monster's face with a sudden and forceful push sounding. Bjorn delivers a final, bone-crushing blow with a loud kabam sounding and a sickening crunch sounding. A blinding flash sounding marks the arrival of divine grace, overwhelming the dark energy of the fallen Duke. With a sudden flash sounding, a pillar of pure white light incinerates the remains of the vampire's corruption. The Duke coughs with a pained sounding as Arua Raven urgently screams for Bjorn to retreat immediately. A brilliant blaze sounding marks the release of the sunspot sphere as the blonde mage's magic erupts. Panting with several heavy soundings, Arua warns Bjorn that he will be caught in the fire's path.
A wall of intense flame rushes toward the center of the courtyard with a terrifying whoosh sounding.
The fire consumes the battlefield, descending upon both the Barbarian and the monster in a final, fiery embrace. A massive explosion of light and heat fills the sky, marking the violent end of the Vampire Duke. With a heavy dun sounding, Bjorn groans in agony as his heart hammers against his ribs while he recovers. Panting heavily, the Barbarian lies amidst the carnage, desperately wondering if their high-stakes tactic actually succeeded. The courtyard falls into an eerie silence, leaving the exhausted warrior to wonder if the vampire is truly dead. Bjorn forces himself to turn with a painful grunt, his eyes widening with a sudden shudder sounding as he looks. A terrifying dun sounding echoes as the skeletal Vampire Duke rises, his charred form still radiating a lethal energy. Shocked and frustrated, the Barbarian can hardly believe his eyes as the monster refuses to succumb to death. A system notification reveals the vampire has activated immortality, his mutilated face pulsing with several rhythmic throb soundings. With another heavy throb sounding, the vampire's passive skill is revealed, granting him resistance as long as his heart remains. A sudden whoosh sounding erupts as the monster's flesh begins to regenerate, much to the Barbarian's growing frustration. Trembling with several weak shake soundings, Bjorn realizes the monster will regain its full strength if he doesn't act immediately. Observing the fallen forms of his allies, the Barbarian notes they are incapacitated, leaving the final blow to him. With a determined rise sounding, Bjorn overlooks his unconscious comrades and focuses on the final task he must accomplish. Blood drips onto the stones as Bjorn advances with several slow and heavy step soundings toward his recovering foe. Moving with several desperate step soundings, Bjorn tackles the monster with a heavy bump sounding, determined to finish it. Panting with exhaustion, the Barbarian pins the vampire down, his massive frame looming over the regenerating creature. Shaking with a heavy pant sounding,
Bjorn realizes the vampire protected his vital organs during the blonde mage's explosion.
With a thunderous thump sounding, Bjorn slams his fists down, his voice cold as he orders the monster to die.
Searching his memory, the barbarian suddenly recalls the specific method needed to activate his final and most destructive ability. Gripping the vampire's chest, Bjorn prepares his most lethal move, his intent clear as he prepares for a flesh burst. A massive boom sounding rocks the courtyard as a violent explosion of gore and magic erupts from the vampire's chest. Screaming in agony with a sudden whoosh sounding, Bjorn watches his own blood drip as his hands are mangled. Despite the searing pain, the barbarian's gaze remains resolute, knowing he has no alternative left for their survival. Multiple boom soundings echo through the air as Bjorn repeatedly activates his flesh burst ability to ensure the kill. Straining every muscle, the tattooed warrior pours his remaining strength into the brutal, continuous assault on the vampire's heart. Amidst several loud boom soundings, Bjorn feels his physical limit approaching as he relentlessly triggers the flesh burst again. The courtyard is filled with several violent boom soundings as the barbarian sacrifices his own body to destroy the monster. A vision of the Reaper appears as Bjorn realizes he is gambling his own life to take the vampire down. With several deafening boom soundings, the barbarian's shadow looms over the shrieking monster during the final, bloody execution. Doubled over with more boom soundings, Bjorn refuses to stop his assault until the vampire's regeneration is completely halted. His face splattered with blood, Bjorn delivers one final boom sounding, his focus narrowing down to the vampire's destruction. A system notification warns of spirit point loss, while a final whoosh sounding marks the end of the combat. Panting heavily, the barbarian remains hunched over the remains of his enemy, his body trembling from the immense strain. Staring down at his mangled limbs, Bjorn stoically accepts the fact that he has lost his hands in the explosion. Slumping onto the monster with a heavy plop sounding, the barbarian remains undeterred, willing to use any part of himself. A blinding flash sounding fills the scene as a divine power reacts to the fallen guardian's ultimate defeat. Bathed in the radiant light, Bjorn reflects on the staggering cost required to finally secure this impossible victory. System notifications announce significant experience gains and a level up, though the barbarian notes his health remains critically low. After his stats increase, Bjorn eyes the 33 drop rate notification, hoping for the Guardian's essence amidst the gore. A brilliant flash sounding accompanies the notification that Bjorn has successfully consumed the powerful essence of the Vampire Guardian.